Hello everyone, this is the complete reading, or at least current complete reading, of The Robin Chronicles by Fortune. The series description is, The Robin Chronicles focuses mostly on the brotherly bonds between the four Robins, and it contains 13 works. If Fortune adds any new works to this, I will record and post them, but I will probably not do another collection until it gets to the point where it's about the same length as this one. I hope you enjoy.
Avenged by Fortune. If I could paint the sky, well, all the stars would shine a bloody red. Blackout days. Phantogram. It was one of those days again. One of those days where Jason couldn't help but snap at everyone in his vicinity. A green tint edged his vision, a constant, painful reminder of everything that had happened the past few years. Everything he'd rather erase from his mind. As he stalked past the kitchen, he heard someone rummaging, probably Alfred cleaning up. He shrugged to himself before descending into the Batcave. B was out with the replacement, patrolling the city, and Dickwing was stuck at the tower for one more night. Seeing the Batcave always made Jason regret agreeing to at least try living in the manor again. His hatred of the display of the suit he died in was well known among the others. Jason had made sure of that by smashing the glass to pieces time and time again. They deserved it, he reasoned with himself when confronted with Bruce's sad eyes. Today, Jason decided he would, for once, not let out his anger by destroying the display. Instead, he would go and hack some of Replacement's files, and other shit he kept on the Batcomputer. Sitting down in the chair, Jason cracked his fingers and got to work. He had to give Timmy credit. Everything was secured tightly. Too bad Jason knew all the boys' tricks already. The clacking of keys rang out through the cave, as he bypassed all the safety measures. There wasn't much of interest to find, honestly. Most of the files were ones that Jason had already read at some point. Sighing, he was about to log out when his eyes caught on a folder titled Footage, NW and JKR, sneakily nestled away in one of Replacement's personal files. Obviously, this was some kind of footage B had wanted deleted. Jason's curiosity piqued. What would B want erased so badly that Tim rebelled and made a backup? Safe to say, Jason immediately opened the folder to find security footage in it. Interesting. He honestly hoped this was worth it as he started the video. It was pretty good quality with audio, showing an abandoned warehouse somewhere in Gotham. Dick was having a horrible day. It honestly couldn't have been worse. He was following one of the Joker's trails alone, as B and Robin were dealing with Poison Ivy's shenanigans. To be safe, he hadn't told anyone about what he was doing. Dick didn't need a PhD to know that Bruce would stop him from going after the mad murderous clown alone. He didn't care, though. Glancing up at the sky, Dick knew he needed to do this. He had to confront the bastard. If only to get a semblance of revenge for his brother. Jason. Jason had been too young. Jason hadn't been supposed to die. Jason should have lived. Jason, his little wing, shouldn't have fucking died. Even after a few months had passed since the boy's funeral, Dick couldn't get rid of the emptiness in his chest. This feeling of being incomplete. This feeling of being a failure for not being there for his little brother. His brother, who had been beaten to a bloody pulp with a crowbar while a maniac laughed at his cries of pain. Dick came to a halt on a rooftop overlooking an old, abandoned warehouse at the edge of Gotham. This was where the Joker was. A shiver went down his spine. It looked so much like a trap that it couldn't be anything but a trap. Yet Dick knew that he had to go in, no matter what. The rage and grief inside of him had reached a boiling point. Today, Dick would make the Joker pay. Entering through a broken window, he made sure not to make a noise. The warehouse was mostly empty. There were some papers strewn around, and a few broken chairs and desks. On the wall furthest away from Dick hung an abnormal amount of pictures. From his position, Dick was unable to make out what they showed. After looking around to check if the Joker was around, which he surprisingly wasn't, Dick inched towards the wall. His heart raced as he saw the pictures up close. No. With wide eyes and clammy hands, Dick staggered back. He was on the brink of hyperventilating. This couldn't be. The pictures were of Jason. Jason as he was being brutally tortured by the Joker. These fucking pictures even had little notes beneath them where the Joker elaborated on the fun his little brother had with his Uncle Jay. Dick wanted to throw up. He wanted to tear those goddamn photos off the wall and burn them. Most of all, he wanted to hurt the Joker really badly. His body was rooted to the spot, unable to move. Only his eyes moved from picture to picture, each worse than the last. Seeing how Jason's face got progressively more mutilated, had Dick's hands balled into tight fists. The light in his little brother's eyes dimmed more and more in every photograph. "Enjoying my little exhibition, are we, Nightwing?" A manic laugh had Dick turning around in a flash. The Joker emerged from behind a pillar, spreading his arms wide in a welcoming gesture. Dick narrowed his eyes, his hands immediately reaching for his eskrima sticks. The Joker seemingly ignored Dick's hostile stance as he circled around him towards the picture wall. "These are truly masterpieces, a great way to commemorate the amazing time Jason and I had." "Get that name out of your mouth, clown!" Dick bit out angrily. The amount of restraint Dick had shown was enormous. Every vein in his body burned with anger. Every goddamn cell in his body egged him on to shut the Joker up. To end him. Just like he had ended his little wing. "You aren't very chatty, are you?" The Joker cackled in glee. "No worries. I can deliver the punchline for both of us, Dickie." Dick's body immediately went rigid at the mention of his name. His civilian name. The name no one was supposed to know, except for his family. The Joker seemingly didn't notice. Or he just didn't care as he talked on with that wretched smile on his face. "Jason was so stubborn at first, wouldn't tell his Uncle Jay anything." He sneered the last word with an eye roll. "I did get his tongue a little looser after a bit, though. Poor soul started to plead for Batman to save him. For his big brother Dickie to get him away from my wonderful company." A chill crept up Dick's spine. His throat closed up, and he felt his eyes get wet. Jason had called for him. Jason had screamed his name, hoping that Dick would come and save him. But Dick never came, and Bruce came too late. He was unhappy being with me at first, but after a while, he and I really had fun. Look at the pictures! I was thinking maybe I could do this again with the new Robin. Don't you think that would just be a blast? Suddenly, it was as if Dick was released from his invisible bonds. Without pausing for a second, he rushed forward and punched the Joker square in the face. Staggering back, the Joker looked at his attacker with a gleeful look, blood running from his nose. "What? You don't like that idea?" "Shut up," Dick snapped. "So rude," the clown tutted. "I said shut up." Kneeing the Joker in the stomach, Dick watched as the monster crumbled down. "Is that all you have, Nightwing?" Joker said, in a fit of laughter. "Don't kill, don't hurt, be good, be better." Dick could practically hear Batman whispering in his ear, urging him to not stoop this low, telling him not to participate in the clown's insane game. Yet Dick couldn't bring himself to care. His brother was dead, killed by this madman who just now threatened to hurt Tim. His last string of restraint snapped. The clown was going to pay. Dick was going to make him suffer forever touching his little wing. With a determined face, Dick swung his fist at the Joker's face once more. A satisfying crack echoed through the warehouse as the punch broke the madman's nose. Blood trickled down as the Joker looked at Dick with wide eyes and a big smile. "Oh, that crack sounded almost as nice as Robin's when I broke his nose," he cackled. Dick's eyes narrowed before hauling the Joker up by his collar and slamming him into the wall. "I fucking told you to keep his name out of your mouth, now didn't I?" The Joker reached up with his right hand towards Dick's mouth, only to push up the corner to resemble a smile. "You bats take everything so seriously. Smile a little, Dickie." He laughed uncontrollably. "Big Bad Batsy would be so disappointed to see his precious Nightwing beat poor little old me up." "You know nothing about Batman," Dick gritted out, throwing the Joker to the floor behind him before stalking over. "I will make you feel so much pain that you will forget how to laugh." Jason's laughter rang out in Dick's head. His blinding smile and twinkling eyes were at the forefront of his mind. He would never hear that laugh again, would never see his joyous expression ever again, never hug him again. Dick would never hug his little brother again because he was fucking dead. Consumed by blinding rage, Dick swung his fist down into the clown's face over and over again. He blocked out any sounds the madman made. The only thing he could hear was his little wing screaming his name for help. Help that never came. Dick didn't know how long he had been there, kneeling over the Joker, repeatedly punching him in the face. He hadn't even noticed the gradual silence from the man beneath him. He just kept swinging. Nightwing? Nightwing! Nightwing! Suddenly, Dick was yanked off the Joker, roughly shoved aside. His eyes cleared as he recognized Tim in his Robin uniform, crouching beside him, probably checking for non-existent wounds. "Are you okay, Ian?" Tim asked quietly, his face filled with concern. Why would Tim be concerned? Nothing had really happened. That's when Dick saw the scene in front of him. Batman was kneeling over the Joker, or rather, the Joker's bloody and bruised body. Dick saw B check for pulse. But now that he thought about it, the clown had been awfully quiet. Dead. B looked up at Dick with a cold expression. He did it, Dick thought. He succeeded. Jason was avenged. The Joker was dead. "Robin, get over here." Batman snapped gruffly. "Call the emergency services and tell them to prepare for resuscitation." Dick's blood turned to ice. No, Bruce couldn't possibly be serious. "What the fuck do you mean, resuscitation, Bruce?" Dick snarled, finally finding his voice again. Tim hesitated, but stood up and seemingly did what B asked him to do. "Code names, Nightwing." Batman's tone was the coldest Dick had ever heard it. He turned back to the Joker and started chest compressions. Dick leaped up and shoved B off the Joker. "Like hell you're reviving that monster! You can't be serious." He growled furiously. "I will, and I am. Step back, Nightwing." As B resumed his work, tears rolled down Dick's cheeks. He felt utterly betrayed. How could Bruce do this after everything that had happened? "I will never forgive you for this." He sneered before turning and swinging out of the warehouse, through one of the broken windows. Jason sat in front of the Bat computer, stunned by what he had just seen. The screen turned black, and the silence was suddenly deafening. Dick had killed the Joker. For him. Someone had cared. Dick wouldn't speak to B for 3 months after that. A calm voice spoke from behind him. Turning around, Jason saw a replacement leaning against one of the displays, arms crossed. He was still in full gear, a nasty gash on his forehead. "What are you doing here, Timbo? Thought you were out." Tim walked over to the computer and logged out with a few clicks, before turning to Jason. "I got cut by some killer plant, so B sent me home to patch myself up." He shrugged, gesturing to the gash. Tim paused for a moment. "You know, I didn't call the emergency services at first. B got really pissed about that, and took Robin away for a few weeks." Jason's eyebrows rose in surprise. So Tim wasn't as much of a rule follower as he appeared to be. The Joker was dead. Why bring him back? He shrugged at Jason. The bastard had taken Robin away from this world. My Robin. So why did B resuscitate the clown then? Jason leaned back in the chair and looked up at Tim. He didn't want Dick to get his hands dirty. "Ah, yes. Boy Wonder's hands cannot be tainted," Jason snarked sarcastically. Tim peeled off his mask and turned around before speaking again. After hearing that, Dick punched Bruce and shouted obscenities at him. I would have done the same. Jason sighed. He was pissed that Batman just had to save his murderer. But his appreciation for Dick had increased tenfold. "And the replacement," he added belatedly. "Thanks for keeping the footage." "No problem, Robin. You would have done the same." Pushing himself out of the chair with a sigh, Jason slung an arm around Tim and walked him up the stairs. "Let's get you patched up." Fuck, Tim was growing on him. The next day, Tim and Dick both found boxes filled with cookies and a small thank you note on them. Thank you for your efforts. Count me avenged. J. Distressed by Fortune. Chapter 1. I keep fighting voices in my mind that say I'm not enough. Every single lie that tells me I will never measure up. You say, Lauren Daigle. Tim was terrified. There was no denying it. He stood in front of Jason's apartment door, shivering and soaked to the bone, clutching his school bag. Jason was not going to be happy once he opened his door and saw him there. Tim knew that. But this was his only option. There was no way he could go to the manor. Tim couldn't face Bruce like this, nor could he go to Dick. Well, theoretically he could, but not in reality. Dick had been gushing for weeks about how he was going to watch a specific movie with Wally. If Tim showed up, his big brother would instantly discard all his plans, and Tim didn't want that. So, instead, he found himself rooted to the spot, too scared to knock on his other big brother's door. He really didn't know where else to go if Jason didn't let him in. Sighing to himself, Tim shakily lifted his hand to knock. It was now or never. Fingers crossed, Jason would let him in. If Jason didn't, well, then Tim was royally screwed. After knocking, he waited, and waited, with his heartbeat speeding up every second Jason didn't open. Tim felt the steady panic rising in him. The moment the apartment door swung open, Tim let out a quiet sob. "Who's that? Oh, it's you." Jason raised an eyebrow as he spotted Tim on the other side of the door. "The fuck are you doing here?" Tim wanted to answer. He really did. But his mouth just wouldn't move, and tears kept rolling down his cheeks. He would have been absolutely mortified if he wasn't feeling so overwhelmed. Jason's eyes narrowed as he noticed Tim's school uniform and the way he clutched his backpack like a lifeline. Muttering to himself, Jason shook his head before grabbing Tim by the shoulder, causing him to flinch. "For fuck's sake, replacement— Tim, I'm not going to hurt you. Not if you just get inside without making a scene." As soon as Tim's mind processed his brother's words through the panic, he quickly shuffled inside so Jason wouldn't change his mind. Once the door clicked shut behind Jason, Tim turned around, his eyes wide as plates. He really hadn't thought this through enough. What was going to happen now? Jason wouldn't hurt him. Tim wanted to believe that with all his might. Fuck, this was stupid and idiotic. He was a Drake, for fuck's sake. He should know better. Before Jason could even utter a word, Tim was already pushing his way past him towards the door again. He had to get out now. "Whoa, what are you doing, Timbit?" Jason asked, confused, as Tim frantically tried to twist the door open with shaky hands. But it wasn't working. He just couldn't get the door to open. Once more, he had failed. He was a failure. In his sheer panic, Tim didn't register the gentle pair of hands prying him from the door and leading him to an old, worn, leather couch. His backpack had been set down next to the coffee table, and someone was crouched down in front of him, holding his hands and rubbing their thumbs over his palms in soothing circles. "Hello? Emmy, are you back with me?" Tim squeezed his eyes shut, trying to focus on the voice, coaxing him back to the surface. Slowly but steadily, he felt his heartbeat calm down. "There we go. Good job, Tim Tam." The voice rumbled, causing Tim to smile at the praise. When he opened his eyes, Tim saw the person, Jason, crouched in front of him more clearly now. His eyes flicked to the door before returning to Jason and his current predicament. Shit! This really happened. How could this have happened? He should have known better. Why was he so damn incompetent? A failure. Why did he have to have a panic attack right in front of Jason of all people? "Tim, you have to calm down. Deep breaths, remember?" Jason instructed, unfazed. "Let's not rush into a second panic attack." When Jason deemed Tim comfortable enough, he stood up and went over to the little kitchen before returning seconds later with 2 mugs of steaming hot tea. "You're lucky I just put on some water before you knocked. And no, don't even think about asking for coffee. You need to calm down, and coffee won't do that." He pressed the mug into Tim's hands before sitting down on the armchair beside the couch. The silence was deafening as neither of them said a word. Tim mentally prepared himself for the inevitable interrogation and ridicule he would face. No way Jason wouldn't tell someone about this. Even though he and Bruce weren't too close, Jason did try to spend his weekends at the manor to mend broken relationships. Ultimately, it was Tim who broke the silence. He just couldn't take it anymore and muttered a quiet, "Sorry." His eyes were glued to the mug in his hands. Based on the smell, Jason had made some kind of herbal tea, but Tim was too exhausted to try and guess which. "Don't apologize, kid. I'd rather you tell me what had you so worked up," Jason said in a surprisingly calm voice. Tim looked down at his drenched school uniform and his bag, which was just as wet from the rain. Now that his panic had subsided, he felt stupid for freaking out this much. He shouldn't have inconvenienced Jason like a big baby. He should have just gone home with Alfred and accepted whatever punishment B would dish out. Fuck, he was so stupid. I'm sorry for bothering you. I'll leave," Tim muttered, setting down the mug and shaking his head. Yeah, this was for the best. "Like hell you're going to leave, baby bird. Sit the fuck back down and drink your tea." With wide eyes, Tim froze. Shit, he'd pissed off Jason too now. "Timbit, sit down. Please." Jason's exasperated voice reached his ears. Taking a deep breath, Tim sat back down. His mouth felt drier than the Sahara Desert. With shaky hands, he picked up the mug again and took a tiny sip before setting it back down. Tim was very aware of Jason's eyes following his every movement like a hawk. "I messed up really badly. He's gonna be so angry," Tim admitted timidly. Jason's eyebrows rose in surprise. Tim watched as his brother tilted his head in intrigue. "Tell me, kid, what could you have done at school that would piss Bruce off? Did you beat some asshole up? Burn down the school's lab? Kiss your teacher for extra credit?" Jason asked, a sly smile on his face. Tim almost choked on his spit at the last suggestion. "What? No!" He shook his head in disbelief and disgust. "I did none of those things. What the fuck, Jason?" Jason just relaxed into his armchair with a grin and shrugged. "Then whatever you did can't be bad enough to piss off the bat." Biting his lip, Tim reached for his backpack and pulled it towards himself, opening it to retrieve a slightly crumpled piece of paper. Without saying a word, he handed it to Jason. Jason took the paper with a raised eyebrow, confusion clearly written across his face. "Tim, what exactly am I looking at?" "My English lit essay," Tim mumbled, casting his eyes to the floor. Jason hummed. "Picture of Dorian Gray, huh? Pretty good book, if you ask me. You scored a B-. That's decent." Jason looked up again, just in time to see Tim pulling at his hair. Whoa. Don't hurt yourself, kid. What's the fucking issue?" B is gonna be so mad. I should have done better," Tim bit out. Jason was visibly taken aback, speechless for a moment. Tim couldn't help but shy away from his gaze, now that he had made it even worse. "Baby bird, why do you think Bruce will be mad?" "Well..." Tim fidgeted with his hands, actively trying to make himself seem as small as possible. I should have done better. I shouldn't be getting B's. I need to show him that I deserve to be Robin." A lone tear made its way down his cheek when he finished speaking. As he looked up from the floor again, Tim saw Jason's expression soften. "Oh, Tim." Jason sighed, almost pityingly. He shook his head before laying the essay on the coffee table. "If you don't mind me asking, what would your parents have said about your grade?" Jason asked with a neutral look. Well, they wouldn't have been happy. I'm a Drake. I can't allow myself to score anything but A's," Tim replied, furrowing his brow. "Tim, Bruce doesn't think like that. What your parents told you is beyond fucked up. Bruce doesn't give a flying fuck if you score a C or an A, as long as you tried your best," Jason calmly explained. Tim felt the gears in his brain turning. B wasn't going to be angry? he wasn't going to take Robin away because Tim was too stupid to interpret a novel. Apparently, he had said the last part out loud because his brother suddenly let out a loud laugh before smiling faintly at him. Bruce is definitely going to let you keep Robin, baby bird. And you aren't stupid just because you didn't top your class one time. Hell, I consistently scored B's and C's, sometimes even D's, in subjects that weren't English Lit or PE. Does that mean I'm stupid? Spluttering with wide eyes, Tim rushed to tell Jason otherwise. In response, his brother only chuckled before finishing his tea. Once more, he looked at Tim with narrowed eyes, before running a hand through his hair. Alright, here's what we're going to do. You're going to take a shower, and get out of your soaking uniform. I'll bring you some clothes of mine to wear, and then, I don't know, we'll watch a movie or something. That's what Dickhead would do. I'll make us some food, and after dinner, I'll bring you back to the manor, where we'll have a talk with Bruce. What? Tim began, alarmed at the mention of talking with Bruce. Shush, Tim Tam. We're just gonna tell him about the crap your parents fed you, so you don't panic next time something like this happens. Your value isn't connected to your academic achievements. That actually sounded like a well-thought-out plan, Tim had to admit. Nodding wordlessly, he let Jason help him up, and usher him towards the bathroom with a stack of freshly washed clothes. As a now-showered Tim settled next to his brother on the couch, he felt exhausted. Before the movie they were watching even hit its halfway mark, Tim was fast asleep with his head resting on Jason's shoulder, and his brother's arm slung around him, pulling him close and protecting him from the world. Jason had not envisioned his afternoon going like this at all. Originally, he had been looking forward to curling up on the couch with one of the new books he had purchased. But then, his replacement had shown up at his door shivering and crying, making it very fucking hard for Jason not to cave in. Rolling his shoulders, he finished dicing the onions and washed his hands before throwing a quick look at Tim, who was still peacefully asleep, curled up on the couch, clutching the blanket Jason had draped over him. With an exasperated shake of his head, Jason turned back to the stove and started pouring olive oil into the pan. He was definitely growing too soft for this fucking brat. Stupid bats. Not even Jason found himself denying the fond smile that appeared on his face later that day when Tim's eyes widened at the delicious taste of his pasta. Chapter 2. Bonus Scene. As Jason slammed the door open to Bruce's study, he knew the next conversation was going to be not very nice. Yeah, not very nice at all. And he would make damn sure of that himself. Greatest detective in the world, yet the old man couldn't even put two and two together when it came to his own damn kids. Timbit trailed behind Jason, sticking to the shadows like he was trying to make himself as small as humanly possible. Like he was scared Bruce would lash out. Not that Jason would ever let B lay a fucking hand on Tim. And no, this wasn't because Tim was Tim. Absolutely fucking not. This was, of course, only because the kid was just that. A kid. One he'd accidentally almost hurt before. No other reason. He wasn't some kind of compassionate hero, after all. The door ricocheted off the wall with a loud thud, and Bruce's attention snapped to them. His eyes flickered between Jason and Tim, taking them in. Jason's hand rested firmly on the nape of Tim's neck, less to keep the brat from bolting, and more to steady him. Not that the first reason wasn't still on the table, especially after this morning's little incident. Because, yeah, the moment Jason mentioned talking, no, violently confronting Bruce about what had gone down the day before, Tim had damn near had a meltdown. Jason had literally dragged the kid away from the living room window and locked the front door. Now, Bruce was staring at them with something like shock, which was saying a lot, considering this was the master of hiding emotions. Yeah, must have been a real sight. Jason standing in his old man's study like it was just another Tuesday. "Jay, lad." Bruce finally broke the silence. Jason flashed him a smile. Not a polite one. No, this was that smile. The one he'd given Dick after the asshole had eaten the cookies. Alfred made just for Jason. The smile that promised nothing good. The kind that smoldered past any decent feelings and left nothing but a volatile fucking storm behind. You're a real piece of shit, you know that? His voice was calm. Dangerously so. Bruce went still. His breathing evened out. Pupils locking onto Jason. Calculating. What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Bruce said, slipping seamlessly into his businessman persona. Or maybe it was his concerned father act. Who the hell was Jason to know? He let out a dry, humorless laugh. Did you know that your precious little Robin has some pretty severe academic issues? Jason almost spat the word precious, full of nothing but contempt. Contempt for what he'd never be in Bruce's eyes. In the corner of his vision, Jason saw Tim shrink, trying to disappear into himself. Bruce's gaze snapped to Tim. His expression shifted too fast to pin down. Tim. Bruce's voice softened. A rare thing. Do you need help? You can always come to me if you don't understand your assignments. It was almost cute. A father comforting his son. Jason, naturally, ruined the moment by letting out another sharp, dry laugh. Bruce froze, his eyes flicking back to Jason. Narrowing. And there it was. That sharp, dissecting look. Ready to tear Jason apart piece by fucking piece. Ah, so now the old man was mad at him for shitting all over his little hallmark moment. How sad. Jason bit back a smirk, his chest burning with something bitter and ugly, and chuckling sardonically to himself. Not those kind of problems, dipshit. Jason sneered. The kind your fucking money won't solve by being thrown at it. So, hold your horses on cashing out for the best damn tutors. He rolled his eyes, casting a quick glance at the kid still in his grasp. Tim looked about 2 seconds away from a full-blown heart attack. If not that, then he'd probably vibrate himself straight through the fucking floor with how hard he was shaking. Jesus fucking Christ. Jason was not soft. Fuck no. He was the motherfucking Red Hood, even as he gently steered the kid into a chair in front of Bruce's desk. Even as he stalked over to Bruce's fancy-ass cupboard, snatched a guest glass, and filled it with water from the pitcher, and shoved it into Tim's trembling hands. The whispered, "Thank you," from Timbit almost automatically loosened something in Jason's shoulders. Just a little. He pressed his hands into the back of the kid's chair, leaning forward as he met Bruce's gaze again. His voice was softer this time. Timmy here has some issues with his self-esteem being tied to his grades. Bruce's brows furrowed immediately, as his brain got to work processing that. One of Jason's hands drifted down to Tim's shoulder, squeezing lightly. How about you tell Mother Bat here what happened yesterday, and how you ended up with me? Tim audibly swallowed before clearing his throat. His voice wavered. We got an essay back. It was English literature. A pause. Then, in one rushed breath. It was about the picture of Dorian Gray, and I read the book, but I didn't understand the prompt, and I messed up, and now my grade isn't what it's supposed to be, and I was scared that I would lose Robin because I didn't want to lose it, so I will do better. Bruce blinked, then blinked again. It took a few seconds for the old man to process the nervous rambling before he finally asked, voice gentle, "What grade did you get, Tim?" Fidgeting with his fingers, Tim Tam looked anywhere but at Bruce as he mumbled, "A B-." Unconsciously, Jason had started massaging the kid's shoulder. His eyes stayed locked on Bruce, whose eyebrows had shot straight up. "Tim, a B is a perfectly fine grade," Bruce said firmly. "But—" "No buts, Timbuktu. Remember our chat yesterday?" Jason cut in, before the kid could spiral again. Bruce swallowed, then stood up, walking over to Tim and kneeling in front of him. "As long as you aren't failing any classes, your grades don't matter, Tim," Bruce said, his voice steady but warm. "They don't define you. They don't determine your worth." He placed a careful hand on the youngest's knee. looking up at him with a disgusting amount of love and concern. Jason almost fucking gagged. Yeah, no, he did not need to be here for this little heart-to-heart. This was not his place. Not anymore. Maybe not ever. His hands fell away from Tim's shoulders as he turned towards the door. A part of him screamed that he shouldn't leave, that he should stay, that he should try. Fuck no. He doesn't deserve that. His time had passed. His chance. It was too late. How could he even want that? Blasphemy. Jason. Bruce's voice stopped him just before he could slip out of the office. Thank you. Jason turned back just enough to catch the serenity in Bruce's eyes. Probably fake. Definitely fake. Snorting, because he had no fucking idea how else to react, he tightened his grip on the doorknob and forced his voice to be as flat as possible. It was nothing. Now take care of your fucking son. It was only a matter of time, after all, before Tim got the adoption papers he deserved. Perfect little rich boy that he was. Jason shut the door firmly behind him and fled as far away from Wayne Manor and from that office as physically possible. Which meant he wasn't around to hear the quiet, broken, but you are my son too. Embraced by Fortune. When I was down, when I was hurt, you came to lift me up. Hymn of the Weekend, Coldplay. Ivy, I swear to God, if you don't let me go in the next few seconds, I will blow all of your goddamned plants to pieces. Jason growled at the woman standing in front of him, her victorious smirk making his blood boil. He was in a dire situation, chained to the wall of one of Ivy's labs. Damn her and her stupid plants. Since when did she have one with paralysis venom? Thank God that its effect hadn't lasted too long. Jason tugged sharply on his chains, grunting as the steel bit into his wrists. Why are you so mean to my babies? That's not very nice, now is it, Hood? Ivy tutted, as she stroked one of the plants beside her. Hasn't Batman taught you to be nicer yet? Or are you still avoiding him and the others? Jason snarled in annoyance. Why the fuck do you care about my relationship with those damned bats? Ivy shrugged and walked over to a broken cupboard on the right. The lab was clearly abandoned, a place even Ivy didn't frequent. With a grin, she took a small glass container from the shelf and turned back towards Jason. You know, Hood, I'm not a psychologist, but I think you're a very lonely man. What the hell? Jason was suddenly grateful for his helmet, hiding the look of pure disbelief on his face. Who the fuck did she think she was? Before he could voice his outrage, Ivy continued, opening the container to reveal some kind of cream. Your lack of proper human contact has turned you into a very rude and unkind individual. So, I've decided to help you sort that out. She finished with a dangerous smile, making Jason's worry spike. Ivy stepped forward, reaching for his bound hands above his head. You don't mind if I remove your gloves, do you? She asked sweetly, not waiting for an answer before ungloving his hands and letting them fall carelessly to the dirty tiled floor. With a sigh, Ivy dipped her fingers into the cream, scooping out a small amount, setting the container on a nearby table. She used her free hand to hold one of Jason's hands still. As soon as he felt her touch, Jason started thrashing in earnest. Like hell was he going to let her put whatever that crap was on him? Don't you dare fucking touch me, he shouted. See? So rude, Ivy chided, shaking her head as she rubbed the cream into the skin of his wrist. The product works best if applied around the nose, but you always wear that helmet. Hasn't anyone told you it's impolite to obscure your face during a conversation? Jason wanted nothing more than to shut her up with a punch to the face, but he was still chained to the wall, helpless as Ivy applied the cream to his other wrist. Within seconds, the skin on his wrists began to burn. Not painfully, but enough to send his anxiety skyrocketing. This was bad. Very bad. I see it's working already. It's a new prototype, you know. Very exciting when they work on the first try. Now, we just need to let it soak in. And we can't have you irritating the skin by trying to escape, Ivy explained as she pulled a syringe from one of the drawers. At least she sterilized the syringe before approaching Jason again. He continued to struggle, shouting obscenities at her, but nothing worked. Soon he felt the familiar prick of a needle piercing his skin. "Don't fight the serum, Hood. It's just going to help you take a nap so the cream can do its work. You'll thank me later," she said, stepping back with a sly grin. Dick knew it was normal for Jason to be silent on comms. Bruce hated this radio silence with every fiber of his being, but he also acknowledged there was little they could do about it. At this point, they should be more than happy with the progress they've made. Jason had always been more of a lone wolf, and now that he was back in Gotham, it was even more noticeable. At first, his little brother wouldn't share anything about his nightly activities, but the improvements since then had been huge. Tim had successfully convinced Jason to install their comm system into his helmet, and Dick had practically bullied his younger brother into communicating with them when he needed assistance. Hell, Jason had even started responding to others' distress calls. If that wasn't an amazing improvement, then Dick didn't know what was. 2 weeks ago, a miracle had happened. Jason suddenly appeared in the Batcave one night and wordlessly threw a USB stick at Tim's head before leaving. The USB contained a detailed record of Jason's usual patrol routes and schedules, along with a map showing the location of various safe houses he had around Crime Alley. Tim had worn a permanent grin for days afterward. Yet, even though silence from Jason was nothing unusual, Dick couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. It was a Sunday night, and thanks to the USB stick, they knew Jason should have already signed off by now. For some reason, he hadn't, and it was worrying Dick. Right now, Dick was cursing the fact that Jason deactivated any tracker they tried to put on his suit, as he landed on the ledge of a building next to a disgruntled Tim. Bruce had gone inside the building in front of them, and had forced Robin to stay outside because of potential dangers. "I could have gone in with him. It's not like I'm incapable of self-defense." Dick's younger brother grumbled, clearly unhappy. Dick sympathized with Tim. He really did. After all, Bruce's overprotectiveness had driven him to Bloodhaven. It was only after Jason's reappearance that he started picking up patrols in Gotham again. Now he was trying to divide his time equally between the two cities. Nonetheless, he also understood Bruce's reasoning. This could very well be a trap. "I know, baby bird, but it's for your own safety," Dick said, patting him on the back. "Have you seen or heard anything from Hood?" Tim looked at him, puzzled. "No, I haven't. Hasn't he signed off yet? Maybe he has his comms muted and forgot about it." Dick pursed his lips, unconvinced. It was a plausible explanation, but something told him this wasn't the case. "Wait, Robin, you didn't happen to attach a tracker to Hood's suit, did you?" Dick asked. Tim gave a sheepish smile and ran a gloved hand through his hair. "You can't tell him about this. But last week he let me update the lenses in his helmet, and I may or may not have put one of our new micro-trackers in there while I was at it. Could you check his whereabouts now for me? Just this once, to be safe," Dick asked with a small, apologetic smile. "You really think Hood might be in trouble, Nightwing?" "Yeah, baby bird, I have this unsettling feeling that something's up," Dick answered, with a faint smile. "All right." Tim nodded and tapped on the screen of his watch. Dick watched as Tim's brows furrowed in confusion, before he looked up with wide eyes. "It's at one of Ivy's abandoned labs, and has been for more than an hour." "Shit," Dick cursed under his breath, before pressing a hidden button on the side of his domino mask, unmuting himself. "Batman, I'm making a quick detour to one of Poison Ivy's old labs. Hood might be in trouble." Bruce's grunt was enough of an affirmative reply for Dick. He ruffled Tim's hair fondly, telling him not to worry and to stay with Bruce, before disappearing into the night to find Jason. The second Jason opened his eyes, he felt freezing agony ripple through his body. Tears threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes. This was horrible, absolutely excruciating, making him wish he'd installed a panic button on his suit. As he looked around, he noticed that Ivy had left him alone, and turned off the lights in the lab. Fucking bitch. She could have at least left those on. Now he was stuck in a dark lab, with only the moonlight streaming through the smashed windows for company. Gritting his teeth, Jason took a deep breath. This was not the time to panic. He had to get free from these chains, and he had to do it now. Ignoring the pain coursing through his veins, for a moment, Jason inspected the shackles around his wrists. One of the chain links had come loose from his previous struggles. If he could disconnect that one, he might be able to free at least one arm. With a sharp tug, he managed to bend the metal, maneuvering the chain connected to his wrist through the gap. Tugging once more, Jason felt the first arm come free, though part of the chain still dangled from it. Quickly, he used his free arm to break the chain around his other wrist before removing the rest from the first. Massaging the sore skin of his wrists, Jason took a step forward, only to crumple to the floor in pain. Shit, he completely forgot about that issue. Biting back a whimper, Jason curled up on the cold floor. What the hell had been in that cream? Full body shivers racked his frame. Everything was cold. So cold. Just like when he'd woken up in his grave. Jason inhaled sharply. No, he couldn't compare the two situations. Not now. Not when his head was pounding, and it felt like 1,000 freezing knives were stabbing him from the inside. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Fuck, was Ivy back? Was she going to finish him off now? He could barely move, let alone fight back. Was this how Tim had felt when Jason had attacked him at the tower? Jason knew Tim had forgiven him, but the pang of guilt still struck deep. Silently, Jason tried to shuffle towards the corner and hide behind one of the tables. At least, he wouldn't be out in the open. Hood? Little Wing, are you there? Jason heard Dick's voice call out. A million questions raced through his mind. How had Dick even found him? His brother's footsteps were getting louder, signaling he was close. Hood? Yeah, over here. Jason rasped, voice breathless as he bit his tongue to stifle any pained noises. As soon as he'd answered, Jason saw Dick rush over and freeze at the sight of the broken chains and his gloves on the floor. Wide-eyed, his brother turned towards him before crouching down. Little Wing, are you okay? What happened? Worry etched deep lines into Dick's face as he scanned Jason's body for injuries. He frowned when he found only the irritated skin around Jason's wrists. Jason opened his mouth to answer, but all that came out was a pained grunt. Why the fuck did everything hurt so badly? If Dick looked worried before, now he was downright terrified as he whispered, Jay, what's wrong? Ivy, she put fucking cream on me? Jason stammered before grimacing. Dick murmured a curse under his breath before gently grasping Jason's wrist. As soon as Jason felt his brother's warmth seep through the fabric of his suit, he let out a surprised gasp. Fuck, that felt heavenly! His gasp apparently startled Dick, who immediately let go of Jason's wrist in panic. The sharp, icy pain returned with a vengeance, tearing a cry from Jason's lips. Little Wing? Tears sprang to Jason's eyes, and he trembled as the agony intensified without Dick's touch. Taking deep gulps of air, he fought to keep his rising panic at bay. This shit was seriously messing with him. With tears blurring his vision, he shakily removed his helmet and felt it slip from his grasp. Before it could hit the ground, Dick caught it. Fear and worry were still etched into his brother's face as he placed the helmet beside Jason's gloves. Gloves? When the fuck did Dick pick those up? Suddenly, Jason felt a warm hand on his forehead, probably checking for a fever. The touch erased the horrific headache he'd been enduring. Letting out a sigh of relief, Jason went limp, tipping forward into Dick's arms. Somewhere in the distance, he heard his brother grunt as he caught his full weight. Jason couldn't bring himself to care, not when Dick's touch felt so good. By now, Dick had sat down on the floor, holding him curled up against his chest. As Jason felt his brother's chin rest on top of his head, he hummed contentedly. Finally, he wasn't freezing or hurting anymore. Dick was a mixture of terrified, baffled, and confused all at once. It was safe to say that this was not what he was expecting when he entered the abandoned lab. Never in a million years would he have predicted that he'd be sitting on a dirty tiled floor with his little brother curled up in his lap. It was something akin to a miracle, but one that was highly worrisome. Since coming back, Jason had a habit of shying away from all touch. Something had to be seriously wrong for his brother to be cuddled up to him like this. Normally, he'd never do this, not voluntarily at least. There was only one explanation that came to Dick's mind. To test the theory, he gently began to pull away from Jason. Before he could move fully, Jason's hand shot up, grasping his arm tightly. "Don't. Cold hurts," Jason mumbled, his voice barely audible. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, and his face was contorted in pain. Fuck. Dick was right. Immediately, he pulled Jason back into his arms, hugging him tightly, before unmuting his comms. "Guys, I have a little situation here," he said with a nervous laugh. He immediately heard Bruce grunt in response. "What's wrong, Nightwing?" "I'm at the abandoned lab in East Gotham. Ivy dosed Hood with some kind of extreme version of her cuddle pollen," Dick reported. Jason was pressed against him, looking up with hooded eyes. Dick was certain his little brother wasn't fully coherent. He sighed and ran a hand down Jason's shoulder. Did he feel bad about enjoying this rare moment of closeness with his brother? Yes, but he was also going to take full advantage of the situation and make up for all the missed cuddle sessions over the years. "Is he okay? Did you find remnants of what Ivy used? Are his pupils dilated? Does his skin have goosebumps?" Robin rattled off questions, his voice a mix of worry and fascination. "Robin, we can go over that once we get there," Bruce said sternly. "We'll be there in 10. Take care of him and yourself, Wing." The comm line went silent. "Hang in there, little Wing. We'll get you to safety as soon as possible," Dick murmured into Jason's hair. His little brother hummed in response, which was a slight relief. At least he was somewhat coherent. Carefully, Dick repositioned himself and Jason so that he was leaning against the wall, with a clear view of most of the lab's entrances. Now, all he had to do was wait for Bruce and Robin to arrive. Jason had never felt this comfortable in his entire life. Everything around him was muted, and the only thing he could focus on was the warm embrace he was in. No pain, no cold. Just warmth and peace. He occasionally caught bits and pieces of someone speaking nearby, but he chose not to focus on that. Nope, he didn't know what was going on, but he felt comfy as fuck. Suddenly, the lights turned on, irritating his eyes. Who the fuck dared to disturb his peace? With a discontented huff, Jason buried his face deeper into the source of warmth surrounding him. He frowned in confusion when he heard a soft cooing sound from above. Weird. The warmth shook slightly, and Jason started to make out snippets of conversation around him. "He looks like a disgruntled kitten. No visible injuries." "Said was cold. Nothing here." "Batcave." As Jason felt hands gently prying him away from the warmth, the agonizing cold returned full force. No, no, no. He'd been so comfortable. Struggling to get back to the warmth, he felt himself being pushed into another source of it. This was nice too. He felt himself being lifted, as if he were a child, and pressed his face into the warmth in front of him, which oddly resembled the crook of a neck. Wait, what? Somewhere inside, a voice screamed at him to get away from the person holding him. Blearily, Jason cracked an eye open. Wait, when had he closed them? The person hugging him wore all black, and had a weird cowl thing over their head. Funny. Not funny, his inner voice screamed. Get away. But Jason just hummed, ignoring the voice. Who did it think it was anyway? He relaxed into the arms holding him. Safe. He felt safe. As he was carried out of that horrid lab, Jason heard 3 voices talking amongst themselves again. A car door opened, and he whined at the loss of contact as he was maneuvered into the back seat. His sharp headache immediately made itself known. "Dutch you?" He vaguely heard the youngest voice beside him. Jason nodded deliriously. As long as the pain went away again, he honestly didn't care. The moment he nodded, he saw a smaller figure climb into his lap. What was a kid this young and small doing outside this late? Grumbling at the carelessness of the kid's parents, he hugged the child close. Now he'd killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The kid was safe in his arms, and his own body had stopped hurting. He felt the child's breathing slow. Jason looked down. When had Tim ended up cuddling up with him? Oh, right, Tim was the kid. Well, Baby Bird was safe now. Jason decided he'd protect him, just before his own eyes closed and darkness overtook him. Tim felt someone gently, albeit rudely, shaking him awake, after what he'd decided was the best sleep he'd ever had in his entire life. Annoyed, he swatted the hand away, only to snuggle deeper into Jason's amazing embrace. Wait, what? His eyes snapped open in panic as he realized what had happened. Oh shit! He'd fallen asleep cuddling a drugged-up Jason in the Batmobile. Once his older brother was better, Tim was certain Jason would not be happy with him. Stupid touch starvation. Hey, don't pull away, Baby Bird. It's okay, you're fine. Dick's soothing voice attempted to calm him. Unfortunately for Tim, it was working too well. As he felt his eyelids droop again. Why was he so tired? Tim, when was the last time you slept properly? I mean, a full 8-hour night's sleep, Bruce asked, moving around to the other side of the vehicle. Blinking away the sudden wave of fatigue, Tim pursed his lips in thought. 72 hours. Maybe 86, actually. Bruce sighed and pulled off his cowl. You're benched until you get some good sleep, he said with a stern look. And don't even think about rolling your eyes and telling me that coffee keeps you awake. It isn't healthy, Tim. You know that, just as well as I do. Tim huffed. Yes, but... No buts. Dick suddenly grinned. How about we tuck you and Jay into bed after getting the samples we need? Tim's eyes widened as he quickly shook his head. Jason would kill him once he was better. Bruce grunted something that sounded like agreement, before instructing Dick to carefully lift Tim out of the Batmobile. Tim frowned. He was perfectly capable of getting out of the car himself. But Dick did as instructed, and then stepped aside so Bruce could lift Jason out. Jason whimpered the loss of contact, the pain probably overtaking his senses again, but miraculously stayed asleep. Bruce set Jason down on one of the medical cots in the Batcave and motioned for Dick to place Tim next to Jason. As Dick gently laid Tim next to Jason, he pried the domino mask off both Jason and him before whispering, Go to sleep, Baby Bird. We'll take care of everything. After ruffling Tim's hair, Dick turned back to Bruce, and the two men began speaking quietly. Tim craned his neck to look up at Jason, who was still peacefully asleep. Unable to fight off the urge to sleep, he sighed and pressed himself close to his brother. Before he knew it, his mind was dragged into unconsciousness. When Jason woke up, the first thing he noticed was the weight on his chest and the IV in his arm. Looking down, he frowned at the sight of Tim peacefully sleeping, cuddled up to him. Just as he prepared to shove the kid off with an angry snarl, he remembered what happened the night before. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sagging back into the pillows, Jason moaned internally about his bad fucking luck. It was now noon, and he was lying in one of the manor's guest rooms. Someone must have changed both his and the kid's clothes after he'd fallen asleep. Fuck Ivy. Fuck her cuddle cream abomination. And fuck his god-awful family. Without waking Tim, Jason quietly removed the IV and crawled out of bed. Time to get the hell out of here. The second he stood up, he hissed in pain. Unlike the freezing, stabbing agony from last night, the pain felt more like his ribs had been cracked and replaced with shards of ice. A huge improvement, really, but it still had him clutching his ribcage. Master Jason, it is good to see you awake. I shall fetch Master Bruce. Alfred's voice rang out in the doorway. Jason hadn't even noticed him entering. Alfie, hey. Jason greeted, with a faint smile. You really don't have to get Bruce. He was cut off by Bruce himself entering the room. With a polite nod, Alfred stepped out and closed the door behind him. How are you feeling, Jaybird? Bruce asked quietly, mindful of the still sleeping Tim. The awkward attempt at breaking the tension made Jason snicker. As you'd expect after getting drugged by a lunatic bitch. Has the pain lessened? This must have been Ivy's newest and strongest version of her cuddle pollen. The usual antidote didn't work, so we had to quickly develop a new one. It's manageable now. Jason hummed noncommittally. He only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Bruce either didn't pick up on Jason's dissatisfaction, or chose to ignore it. "Did you wake up just now?" "Are we playing 20 questions, old man?" Jason snapped. With a sigh, Bruce sat down in one of the leather chairs by the bed. "Look, Jason, I know you'd rather be anywhere else than here, with me, but the pollen's effects will last a few more days. Though milder, I'd prefer if you stay here and let us help you. Even if you hate us, I don't want you in pain for the next few days, Jaybird." "I don't hate you." Jason sighed, leaning against the wall. "I don't like you either, but it's complicated. You can take all the time you need. I'm just glad to see my son alive." Damn the old man, Jason thought, watching a single tear slide down Bruce's face. A rare display of vulnerability. This was what he wanted, right? Batman vulnerable and at his mercy. Maybe not exactly this way, but came pretty close, didn't it? So why didn't he feel euphoric? Why the fuck did he feel bad for the bastard in front of him? Deep down, Jason knew he missed Bruce. More than he'd like to admit. He also knew he secretly enjoyed spending time with the two he'd begrudgingly accepted as his brothers. As the ache in his chest grew, Jason decided to screw everything for once and rush forward into his adoptive father's arms. Climbing into Bruce's lap, he clung to the man's shirt, tears blurring his vision. "Oh, Jaybird, I'm so sorry I failed you. So sorry." That was all Jason needed to finally let go and start sobbing, releasing all the emotional pain he'd been carrying since emerging from the pit. "Dick, don't you dare," Bruce threatened gruffly. "Aw, come on, B. Just one picture," Dick pleaded, holding up his phone with a grin. "You said the same thing 2 pictures ago. Quit it or I'm benching you." Dick's mouth dropped open in shock. "So benching us is your version of being grounded?" he asked, flabbergasted. "You can't even do that! I'm a legal adult." Crossing his arms, he shot Bruce a sly smile. "Take that, old man." Bruce let out an exasperated breath, before motioning with his head. "Just join us, Dick. I know you want to. You already got your pictures." With a grin, Dick glanced at the 2 teens pressed to their adoptive father's sides. A rare but welcome sight. Nodding towards Jason's sleeping form, Dick asked, "Did he get in willingly after your little talk?" Bruce didn't question how Dick knew about their conversation, and answered without missing a beat. "The antidote combined with the pollen is wearing him out, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Our talk was emotional, which tired him out even more." Humming, Dick padded over to Tim's side of the bed, gently crawling in behind his younger brother, and draping a blanket over both of them. Tim let out a contented sigh at the comforting presence of his brothers and father. "I'm glad you two got your heads out of your asses, B," Dick murmured quietly, pressing his nose to Tim's hair. "Watch your language," Bruce chided softly, before adding, "Me too, chum. Me too." Dick watched as his adoptive father slowly drifted off to sleep. Personally, he wasn't able to rest just yet. Some part of him wanted to keep watch over his family, to protect them in their most vulnerable state. Smiling, he silently thanked Ivy. Could she have done this in a better and less stressful way? Absolutely, but it did bring the Wayne family back together. Maybe now they could finally convince Jason to let Bruce re-alive him officially. Best case scenario, Jason might even go by Todd Wayne again. Dick could only dream. Next, Bruce should probably call up his attorneys and adopt Tim. Screw the kid's parents. Tim was going to be a Wayne. It wasn't like his little brother's birth parents were ever home anyway. Dick relaxed at the sound of his family's rhythmic breathing, wishing this peaceful moment would never end. He couldn't wait to print out the pictures he'd taken of Bruce cuddled up with his little brothers. They were adorable. Too adorable not to hang on the fridge. Alfred would definitely want some copies for his not-so-secret family album, which he treasured even more than his fancy cookbook collection. A while passed before Dick noticed Jason groggily lifting his head and looking around in confusion. When his eyes landed on Dick, awake and in bed with them, his little brother let out a quiet curse. "You good, little wing?" Dick asked softly, mindful not to wake the others. Before Jason could answer, his stomach growled loudly. A laugh escaped Dick as he carefully crawled out of bed. "Let's get you some food, then." He watched as Jason gently detached himself from Bruce and padded towards the door. Goosebumps spread over Jason's arms as his shiver ran through him. Dick didn't know if it was the pollen or not, but it didn't matter, as he quickly shrugged off his navy hoodie and tossed it to Jason. Catching it with a grumpy frown, Jason looked back at him with an unimpressed expression. "I'm bigger than you, in case you forgot, dickhead." "Then it's a good thing it's Bee's hoodie." Dick smirked as he walked on, opening the door. He could practically hear Jason roll his eyes before following him into the hallway and down to the kitchen. Alfred was already there, preparing dinner. Some kind of ridiculously fancy curry, if Dick recalled correctly. "Hey, Alfie, Jason would like some long-overdue breakfast, if that's possible." Alfred looked up from grinding spices, nodding at both of them with a smile. "Would blueberry and banana pancakes suffice, Master Jason?" "Those would be perfect, Alfred. Thanks," Jason replied gratefully as he sat down at the kitchen table with a small whimper. Dick took the seat next to him, watching as Alfred placed 2 steaming mugs of tea in front of them. "Does it still hurt?" Dick asked quietly, noticing Jason squirming in his chair. Jason grunted an affirmation before elaborating. "Feels like someone's repeatedly cracking my ribs and pouring ice water over me. Bruce said it would take a few days for everything to clear out of my system." After a moment of hesitation, Dick spoke again. If you want, we could hang out in one of our rooms for a bit. You can read or do whatever you normally do when you're not on patrol. I promise I'll leave you alone, but I don't want you to be in pain." An hour later, Jason found himself on Dick's bed, his head resting on his brother's shoulder. He was trying to focus on his book, but Dick's arm around him was distracting. At least, that's what Jason told himself. In truth, his mind was wandering. The past 24 hours had been intense, way too intense for his liking. What the hell had Ivy even been thinking? Jason glanced over at Dick, who was scrolling through Twitter on his phone. Just as promised, his older brother hadn't bothered him at all since they settled into bed. It pained Jason to admit it, but he had missed his family, especially Dick. Over the past few months, now that the pit madness was mostly under control, he saw everything more clearly. He understood why Bruce never killed the Joker. He also understood why Dick never attended his funeral. And he understood that Tim had never wanted to replace him. Jason was still angry about some things, but he was willing to work on forgiving his family, even though some things could never be fully forgiven. After all, he couldn't deny the warm feeling he got whenever the Bats asked him to join them on family nights or meals. They might be big annoyances in his life, but they were his annoyances. Relaxing into Dick's side, Jason grumbled to himself about stupid kettle pollens and idiotic brothers who wormed their way into his heart. Even Tim had found a way to trigger his protective side, and the kid wasn't even a true Wayne yet. With a sigh, Jason listened to the tapping of Dick's phone before turning back to his book. It was nobody's business that Jason was officially declared alive again later that week. Nor was it anyone's business that he decided to keep going as Jason Peter Todd Wayne. Screw Ivy for her meddling. Accompanied by Fortune. Tim always knew he was a burden. It wasn't hard to figure out, like, at all. His parents' consistent sighing, disapproving looks, and eventual departure made that clear enough. The way they loved to talk about their good old days, whenever they did acknowledge his presence, in a remotely positive way, made it even clearer. Timothy Drake was an accident baby. He knew that, and that was fine. To make up for that shortcoming of his, he got great at disappearing. When he was younger, he'd call it hide and seek, just like in the movies. Tim was sure it'd be his favorite game if he had a brother. He would have adored having a brother. Back to the hide-and-seek, he would hide, mostly in his room, so as not to ire his parents. He would hide and wait for them to come and find him, which hardly ever happened. Most of the time, the waiting made him fall asleep, and he was usually only woken up by Mrs. Mack the next morning with the news that his parents had left the country once again. He just chalked it up to his parents being bad at the game. It was safe to say that now, Tim was a pro at slinking away into the shadows, not to be seen nor heard, whenever necessary. This was exactly what he planned to do today. Jason had already guilt-tripped and manipulated him into staying the night at the manor, which Tim had swiftly countered by making Jason do the same. His mother would have been proud of how cunning the move was if she weren't too busy pretending not to have a son the second she left Gotham. The second he crept downstairs and towards the dining room for breakfast that morning, Tim knew something was off. He was the last person to come down, and yet somehow looked the best, excluding Alfred, of course. Bruce, clad in a suit since he'd be going into the office today, always looked like a zombie before 9 a.m., and 3 cups of coffee. Tim was admittedly not much different. The first morning Dick had found Tim and Bruce at the breakfast table looking like they'd rather kiss death than be awake at that hour. He dropped to the floor in hysterics, taking a bazillion pictures, and dragged Alfred out of the kitchen to show him the sight. Only to pause and poke Bruce in the cheek, seriously asking if he was sure he hadn't had an affair with Janet in the past. That had both Bea and Tim wide awake and choking on their coffee. Especially now, after Ivy attacked his school a few days ago, forcing it to close temporarily and leaving Tim with more spare time for longer patrols. He was particularly still asleep in the mornings. The freaky thing today was that Dick looked like he'd lost a fight with both a washing machine and a freezer at the same time. His hair was sticking up in all directions, some strands dry, and others dripping wet. His cheeks were fiery red, with his nose to match. Jason didn't look any better himself. His usual respect for Alfred's food and his willingness to help the butler every chance he got were nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was staring into the distance with glassy, red-rimmed, vacant eyes, his hands trembling for some unknown reason. Whereas Dick was clearly sweating, Jason was pale as a sheet and looked to be freezing. So much so that he'd unknowingly chosen to wear Bruce's old Gotham U sweatshirt. Or at least Tim thought it was unknowingly. After all, Bea had been searching for that shirt all week, without results. So Jason had kind of ratted himself out by wearing it. Not that Bruce would notice now, in his zombie-like state. All in all, both of Tim's co-workers, brothers, looked like shit. Because of this, the logical conclusion he came to was that he should make himself scarce so Alfred could take care of them without Tim getting in the way. It did suck, since Dick had taken time off work just so they could hang out together. Maybe even bribe Jason into joining them. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen now. It was kind of funny, Tim thought to himself, while shoveling Alfred's food into his mouth. How both Dick and Jason were refusing to say anything about their illness. Both were too stubborn to ask for help, and Alfred hadn't said anything about it yet, either. Not surprising, since the butler had wrangled Bruce for years, and he was exactly the same when he was ill. But before Tim could finish his plate and go hide in his room, Jason spoke up in a croaky voice. "Thank you for the food, Alfie. I'm gonna leave now." With a low groan, Jason pushed himself up, swaying for a few seconds, then almost fell flat on his face as he took his first step. "Master Jason," Alfred's voice was sharp, "sit back down this moment. You are not leaving the manor when you are obviously unwell." Jason's eyes drifted over to where Alfred stood as he squinted at the man. But Alfie," he whined, much to Tim's surprise. Because, holy shit, Jason Peter Todd, aka the Red Hood, aka 9 heads in a duffel bag crime lord, actually whined. This was not on his bingo card this year, but it was hilarious to watch. Well, funny, because someone being clearly sick shouldn't be hilarious. No buts, young lad. You should go lay down in your room. I will bring some herbal tea by shortly." Alfred tutted, before heading back into the kitchen. With a grin from ear to ear, Dick suddenly stumbled to his feet and practically threw himself into Jason's back, clinging to his shoulders. "Oh, poor little wing," he managed in an abnormally nasally voice before practically sneezing into his brother's ear. Jason immediately shoved him off. Or tried to, at least. "Ew, dickhead. I don't need your fucking germs on my face," he grumbled. Tim tried not to smile, but he just couldn't hold it in. This was the most brotherly thing ever, and just witnessing it was amazing. That and Jason's crime alley accent was clearly coming out. This might be very stalkerish, because it most definitely was, but Tim loved Jason's accent. Sadly, his predecessor suppressed it most of the time. Unless he was too tired, unable to control it for some reason, or thought he was alone. Probably a trauma response to the rich ladies nagging at him at galas back when he'd first been adopted by Bruce. Tim's one single Google search had told him a few years ago, when he gradually noticed the shift. "The fuck are you smiling about, you little shit?" He almost dropped his fork at Jason's frustrated growl. With wide eyes, he stared at the crime lord, who admittedly didn't look so mighty, with Dick hanging off his shoulders like a koala, and himself holding the table for dear life, white as a ghost. Before Tim could open his mouth and mutter out an apology, Jason groaned loudly and threw his head back, nearly smashing it into Dick's forehead. "Bruce, why'd you pick up the one with the damn 'you kicked my puppy' eyes? It's so fucking annoying," Jason dramatically complained, causing Bruce to prematurely exit his zombie state as the man's eyes focused. Clearing his throat, Tim interrupted the mini-staring contest that had started between the two men. "Technically, I found him, not the other way around." "Well, yes, but..." Bruce started. "Technically, I found you first, baby bird. Don't forget that." Dick cut him off with a whine. Tim flushed at the discussion that ensued about who his favorite was. It was definitely a strange sight to see three well-respected vigilantes, or, in Jason's case, crime lord / ex-vigilante / anti-hero, fight over a non-family member's favorite. Jarring, when compared to his parents' treatment of him. As if hearing his silent prayers, Alfred stepped back into the room, drawing everyone's attention. The family butler, and boss, if everyone were honest, stood still in the doorway, arms crossed, looking at them with visible disapproval. "Master Bruce, while I understand you don't possess an affinity for the mornings, I would expect you to take action when two of your sons are ill. And visibly so, for that matter." Bruce almost flinched. Tim noted. Yeah, boys. Please go upstairs to your rooms and rest," he said awkwardly, looking at Dick and Jason. Before they could protest, Alfred sent them a single look that had both of them simultaneously shut up. When they still didn't move, B spoke up again. "If you need me, I can carry you." "Nope, absolutely not, old man." Dick looked like he was seriously debating it for a second, before also declining, although not as fiercely as his brother. As he let go, Dick looked up at Tim and ruffled his hair. "Sorry about being sick, baby bird. I promise we'll hang out once I'm better." "No, don't worry about it. It's okay, I understand," Tim told him, with a small smile. Tim was, of course, bummed, but he understood that this wasn't in anybody's hands. Being sick sucked, especially for Dick and his love of moving around. Alfred would definitely keep him on a tight leash, and right where he could see him. Tim cringed. As his two brothers trudged towards the doorway, Tim pushed his chair back to follow them. He didn't get very far, before B spoke up. "Where are you going, Tim?" Freezing, Tim blue-screened. What was he supposed to say? He couldn't just tell Bruce he was planning to hide away all day because he didn't want to be a bother to Alfred. That could come off like he was doubting Bruce's pseudo-grandpa's abilities. Very bad. And he had no other real excuse. Not good. Luckily for him, Bruce broke the small silence himself. "Sorry, Tim. My bad. When one of my boys is sick, I usually take the other with me to the office. That way, Alfred can concentrate on his patient, and the risk of said patient doing something stupid because of the other is reduced. You couldn't have known this." The man gently explained. Tim's eyebrows rose. Which parent willingly took their children to work? That was his parents' literal worst nightmare. If it wasn't an occasion where Tim needed to be shown off, he stayed home. Gaping for a few seconds, Tim quickly closed his mouth before slowly and uncertainly nodding. "I mean, if you're sure, I really don't want to be a bother." "You are far from that, Tim," Bruce interrupted smoothly. "I would leave in about 20 minutes, if that's all right with you." Once again, Tim just stared at the man for a few seconds before nodding. "I'll, go get ready then," he muttered, before practically fleeing the room. What the fuck? Tim was a little confused. Screw that, he was majorly confused. Baffled, even. As he rummaged through the half-empty closet in the guest room he was staying in whenever he slept over at the manor. Not a regular occurrence. He was frantically trying to find something that wouldn't immediately embarrass Bruce when they stepped into his office. Most of the clothes he had here were comfortable ones meant for after patrol. He also had a stray school uniform hanging around, just in case. Nothing office-approved, though. Or at least, nothing his parents would want him to be seen in such a setting. Puffing out a breath, Tim let himself fall onto the bed. This was a catastrophe. He couldn't very well show up in jeans and a graphic tee. That wouldn't do. Nobody would take him, Bruce, or his parents seriously ever again. Suddenly, he shot up from the bed. Holy shit! How could he have forgotten? Alfred had always kept old clothes in the attic. If he managed to sneak up there, he might be able to find something Dick once wore. Biting his lip, Tim cast a glance at his phone. He still had 15 minutes. Not a lot, but it should be possible. With a deep breath, Tim cracked his door open just enough to peer into the hallway. It was audible that Alfred was in Dick's room, probably wrangling the acrobat into bed. Jason's door was half open. His new room. That was, since he'd refused to return to his old one. Very understandable, if you ask Tim. Jason was probably reading, or at least trying to. Silently, he tiptoed through the doorway towards the stairs leading to the attic, holding his breath. Tim's heart was pounding. Why? He couldn't even really say. It wasn't like he was doing anything illegal. Yet, he still felt like he couldn't just ask. After all, he should have known better, and come more prepared. The second he dashed up the stairs, he let out a puff of air, relieved to have completed the first phase of his mini-mission. Even the attic was perfectly clean. Alfred being a real miracle worker. It wasn't hard at all to find the old Victorian-style closet holding a bunch of old suits and uniforms, all too small for their previous owners now. Tim carefully considered each suit, eventually settling on a simple black one with a baby blue shirt. The tie was a deep navy, matching his shirt perfectly. Simple, classy, and timeless. Almost in a sprint, Tim quietly made his way back down to the room he was staying in, and swiftly changed into his newly acquired suit. After styling his hair, he looked in the mirror. Yeah, this would work. The suit was baggy in some places and tight in others, but not in any way that looked awful or, God forbid, try hard. Grabbing his phone from where he'd left it, Tim quickly made his way downstairs, to where Bruce and Alfred were waiting for him. "There you are, chum. I almost thought you fell back asleep," Bruce joked, just as he turned around to look at Tim. As his eyes met Tim's figure, B visibly froze, causing Tim himself to freeze as well. Well, would you look at that? One would be a fool to deny family ties when greeted with this. Alfred breathed out, visibly surprised. Tim's wide eyes were his only response. Alfred didn't mind, and instead stepped forward to brush the virtually non-existent dust off the jacket's shoulder. "In my old age, I must be going senile," the family butler started. "I must have put this in your laundry pile by mistake, young Master Tim." Tim blinked before stuttering out, No harm done. I must, I've mistaken it for one of mine." Only then did Bruce shake off his stupor. With a soft smile, he looked at Tim, not just because they were having a conversation. No, he truly looked at him, as if he were something precious, something worthy and exciting enough to be seen. Something his parents hadn't done in years. "You know, this was one of my favorite ones when I was younger. I used to terrorize board members and gala attendees in this." The man chuckled. "It suits you well, Tim." With a soft sigh, Alfred faintly smiled. "I do hope the young lad has more common sense than you did at that age, Master Bruce. Now, off you two go, unless you'd rather be toddy." No, you're right. Thank you, Alfred. We'll be home by 6. Bruce said in farewell before guiding Tim towards the garage. If Tim ever thought his parents had a few nice cars, their collection paled once Bruce's came into view. The man had a bit of everything, from old classics to the newest sports cars. Turning to him, Bruce gestured at the wall full of car keys, all on separate hooks with little nameplates underneath. "Which one do you want to take, Tim?" Tim couldn't help but perk up. He got to choose? Gnawing on his lip, he looked around. Which car should he pick? For a second, he debated if there was a right or wrong answer to the question. Yet, Bruce's oddly encouraging look said otherwise. Screw it, he decided. After all, next in line to the Batmobile, there had always been one car he'd dreamed of riding in ever since he'd read in the newspapers that Bruce owned it. Can we take the Ferrari? The F-50. He tried not to be overly excited, but he knew that he was. The car was one of his favorites. When he was younger, he begged his parents to get him one. They, of course, said no. Not because the car was too rare and expensive. Oh no. On that basis alone, it would have been something Jack and Janet loved purely because it screamed rich, elite socialite. The issue was that they, of course, forgot. Right after he'd asked them, his dad had promised to look into it. His parents had gone on a dig for several months, as usual. When they finally came back, and when Tim had finally gotten the courage to ask Jack if he had found a dealer, his father had looked at him in confusion, before laughing about his imagination. Once he'd realized that Tim had, in fact, not been joking, and was dead serious, he became furious, called him a greedy leech, and sent Tim to his room for the night, ignoring any plans that had been made for that week, and deciding to forego the other week planned in Gotham, flying straight to the Bahamas. It was safe to say, Tim's 8th birthday had been a lonely day. Bruce pulled Tim from his thoughts, as he answered, "Sure we can, chum," before swiftly grabbing the car's keys off the hook and striding towards said red beauty. Holy Batman! It took everything Tim had not to start fanboying. Or worse, squealing, over the car. It was so perfect, so beautiful, so majestic. The Ferrari looked incredibly fast, at that. Yeah, this was definitely his all-time favorite car. No doubts. As he sat down and buckled himself in, his knee was bouncing in excitement that only multiplied further when B turned it on, causing the engine to roar to life. This was amazing! While pulling out of the garage, Bruce sent him a little smirk. "Dick used to beg me to drive the Cadillac. Jay..." He paused for a second, swallowing. "Jay used to prefer the Jaguar. Personally, I like this one best." His mentor's admission made his insides gooey. There was just something so addictive when it came to approval, especially Bruce's. Not that Tim was addicted, of course. Nope. He was a Drake, and definitely better than that. If that little voice in his mind wasn't his own, but his mother's, that wasn't anybody's business, but his. The ride towards Wayne Industries was pretty silent, with B or himself only periodically throwing in a word or two. When they finally arrived, B parked the car in a private corner of the parking garage before getting out, with Tim following him without hesitation. As they walked towards the elevator, Tim's nerves started to make themselves known. Fiddling with the sleeves of his shirt and jacket, he tried his best to put on his most professional face. He could not ruin this for himself, for Bruce, or, God forbid, his parents. It was imperative to leave a damn good impression. The best. With a ding, the elevator arrived on the top floor, where Bruce's office was located. Like a little duckling, Tim inched a bit closer to his mentor as they got out and walked towards the desk of a lady who had to be his secretary. "Ah, Mr. Wayne, it's good to see you." "Good morning," the lady greeted cheerily, yet still polite. Then her eyes fell on Tim. "And who's this young businessman, taking one of your sons into the office again?" She continued without missing a beat. Bruce chuckled, just like he would in his Brucey persona, placing his hands on Tim's shoulders. "Good morning, Monica. Yes, my other sons are not feeling well, so it's Timmy's turn to go into the office today." Tim's eyes were glued to Bruce's face, trying to gauge if this reaction was honest or fake. Weirdly enough, all signs pointed to it being real? Unconsciously, he'd apparently taken a step closer to Bruce, causing Monica to let out a small, breathy giggle. "Aw, he's a shy one, isn't he?" she remarked, with a kind smile, before focusing back on Bruce. "Your first meeting is in half an hour with Mr. Fox. Then, at 11, you have a board meeting. I'll pop into your office after your lunch break to update you on the rest, sir." "That's perfect. Thank you, Monica," Bruce answered earnestly, before gently guiding Tim towards the big door at the end of the small hall. Walking inside, Tim was greeted by a spacious office, featuring a small sitting area, a few bookcases with memorabilia scattered around, and a big desk with multiple monitors and chairs for visitors in front of it. The most impressive feature, however, was definitely the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Gotham might be one of the dirtiest and most crime-ridden cities on the East Coast, but its skyline remained one of Tim's favorite views. The impressiveness, combined with the city being his home, was the reason for that. "All right," B broke the silence. "You are very welcome to sit in on the meeting with Lucius if you like. If you don't, I also have a laptop here with games installed on it, arts and crafts supplies, Lego, or books." When Tim didn't answer and instead just stared at Bruce in semi-veiled shock, the man soothingly carried on talking, probably trying to make Tim more comfortable. "Have you ever met Lucius? I don't think so, right? You'd like him, though, chum." Bruce smiled at him. Without properly knowing it, his words had Tim breathing out in relief, especially because Tim had indeed met Lucius before, just in the most embarrassing way ever. It had been that one time Alfred had convinced him, or rather, ordered him, to stay at Wayne Manor, the night after patrol, because he had accidentally broken a few ribs, and was pretty high on painkillers to ease the pain. Well, that did not bode well for his dignity. At some point during the morning, Tim had blearily walked through the manor halls, still half asleep. He'd been so out of it that he'd trudged into B's office and climbed into his lap like a spoiled house cat, without ever saying a word. It was only when he came to an hour later that he noticed Bruce was in a pretty important call with none other than tech genius Lucius Fox. One hell of a disastrous first impression. It was safe to say that that was one of the last times Tim let himself be talked into staying over. Anyway, thank God Bruce had somehow forgotten that, and Tim would rather die than bring the moment up again, so he just shook his head. "No, I can sit in on the meeting," Tim answered quietly. His parents had trained him for that, so it wasn't an issue. They had made it clear from early on that they expected Tim to take over by his 18th birthday, at the latest. That didn't leave much room for other dreams or aspirations, so he guessed it was best to just get used to it early, especially since this was his first visit to an office in ages. Jack and Janet obviously never being home. Better to use this opportunity now that it arose. "Are you sure, chum?" Bruce asked earnestly, looking him in the eye. "You can choose to do something else whenever, okay? Nobody is expecting anything from you here." The soft eyes and the quirked lips of the man in front of him had Tim's insides fluttering with butterflies, and his knees turning to jelly. Swallowing, he nodded, feeling like a little kid again. Technically, he kind of was, but that was besides the point. Bruce stared right into his soul for a few seconds longer. What he was searching for, Tim didn't know, as he suppressed any urge to fidget with his jacket sleeves. Then, finally, Bruce nodded. "All right, come here then." Quietly, he walked behind Bruce's desk and sat down on the chair Bruce had pulled up for him. At the same time, B also sat down and started logging into all of his accounts. The next few minutes were spent with Bruce explaining what the ensuing meeting was about, and showing the plans, drawings, and statistics involved. Tim asked questions whenever he could, getting bolder and bolder as time passed, until a knock sounded at the office door, and Lucius walked in, that is. Suddenly, Tim quieted down and leaned back in his chair without slouching, trying to distance himself from what would happen with his body language. Little kids like him didn't have any reason to be at such meetings. His father's voice whispered into his subconscious. "Good morning, Bruce." "Good morning, Tim." Lucius greeted smoothly, not even batting an eye at Tim's presence. The fact that the man knew his name had Tim's face red in a tinge. God, he remembered, didn't he? As sinking into the ground wasn't an option, Tim wished the man a good morning back instead and settled in, listening to the small talk Bruce held. When the two men eventually transitioned into talking shop, both made sure to include Tim here and there. Much to his surprise, Bruce actually asked for his opinion at some point, and the best part was that the man also listened to what Tim had to say, carefully considering, before asking Lucius to implement it. Tim felt actually seen, and as much as that was one hell of a shoulder pat, once the more lame and boring topics came to table, his interest started to dwindle fast. Before he knew it, he was playing around with one of Bruce's pens, or turned around gazing out of the window. His parents would have had a stroke. Instead of correcting him, Bruce suddenly stood up, went over to a cupboard, and pulled out a brand new Lego set, bringing it over without a word said. The second Tim held it in his hands, his eyes lit up. It was a Lego set of the Batmobile. Or at least what people thought the Batmobile looked like, since it wasn't seen up close by civilians usually. Muttering a quick yet grateful thank you, Tim mindlessly slid off his chair and plopped himself down on the ground, diagonally from the desk next to the windows. Time flew by, to the point where he hadn't even noticed that Lucius had left, and Bruce had been pacing in front of the window wall, pinching his face on a call for the past half an hour. After that tiny moment of clarity, Tim's focus was once again glued only to his Lego set. It was familiar enough to keep him entertained, and yet intricate enough to keep his fingers busy. Suddenly, Tim was ripped out of his little fantasy world as the office door opened and Monica peeked inside. "Sorry for the disturbance, Mr. Wayne." Her kind eyes twinkled when they fell upon his figure on the carpet, surrounded by Lego bricks. "Tim, may I remind you of the board meeting, which starts in 5 minutes?" The way Bruce immediately threw out a curse word, no hesitation, was hilarious. Obviously, he knew that Alfred wouldn't hear and thus not scold him for it. "Thank you, Monica. I'll be downstairs in a few." Then the man turned towards Tim, but before he could even open his mouth to speak, Tim interrupted him. "I'm coming with you." Bruce looked a tad taken aback, but he didn't mention it and instead only nodded. "All right, Tim. Let me grab my phone and laptop and we'll head down. Do you want to take anything with you?" Tim looked around the room, biting his lip before shaking his head. No, this was a board meeting. The people there were important. His parents would kill him if he didn't behave like their heir should, even if Bruce somehow just didn't seem to care. B's eyebrows furrowed, and for a second it looked like he wanted to push Tim to do otherwise, but the stubborn look on his Robin's face let him know enough. Tim would not change his mind. As the two walked towards the elevator again, his mentor briefly explained the following meeting was his literal hell. It was the quarterly budget discussion, and, apparently, most of the board members were extra insufferable during it. "You're honestly doing me a favor by being here, Tim. It makes things more bearable," Bruce said quietly as they exited the elevator. "It's empirically proven that sharing a burden lessens it, although it is kind of sadistic of you to do so with a kid," Tim snarked, grinning up innocently at Bruce. He wouldn't ever refer to himself as a kid, unless it benefited him, of course, or if it made B's life a little bit more difficult. All comes with the job of being Robin. Or at least that's what he tells himself. According to the internet, it's childhood trauma, wrapped in daddy issues, with a desperate need for a parental figure. But everyone knows not to believe the internet. The board meeting room at Wayne Enterprises was as grand as Tim had expected. It seemed like everyone was already there, not counting Bruce and Tim, of course. Monica must have told someone to add an additional chair, or she could have done it herself, because at the head of the table, 2 were empty. Tim schooled his features and followed B's toe, quietly saying his own "good morning" before sitting down. Hands in his lap, eyes straight ahead, in order to make eye contact with everyone, just as his mom had always told him to. Before Bruce could even open his laptop to start the meeting, an older man whom Tim recognized as Mr. Coxford, one of the lesser fortunate of the elite, yet still a cunning businessman who thrived on public reception, regarded Tim with scrutinizing eyes, making his dissatisfaction about his presence clear with a croaky smoker's voice. "Bruce," the man began, trying to make it seem as if they were more than just business partners, which had Bruce's jaw click. "Who's this young gentleman with you today? I'm sure there's more interesting things to do around WE instead of sitting in on one of the most important board meetings of the year." Out of the corner of his eye, Tim could see his mentor trying to calm himself before responding. The question had been asked in quite the demeaning way, and the subsequent comment not only insulted B's child-rearing skills, but also sucked back up to the man again. Disgusting. "Mr. Wayne is fine," Bruce started off his response, steady and firm, and Tim had to stifle a smile at Coxford's displeased face. "Tim, here, was staying with me, and since both my sons are feeling unwell, I continued my tradition of taking any healthy kid in my house to work with me." Some part of Tim was very relieved that Bruce didn't refer to him as his son again, especially because there were pretty influential people in the room, some of whom technically should or could recognize Tim as the Drake heir. The other part was a teeny tiny bit disappointed. That warm feeling of belonging and approval and softness and love, it was always really intoxicating. And after all, Tim wasn't Bruce's son. He wasn't a member of the man's family, merely his Robin. In the beginning, especially, it had been tragically common for Bruce to accidentally refer to Tim as Jason, or as his son, before quickly backtracking with an apology. Being called Jason was heartbreaking, of course. Being referred to as Bruce's son was a secret dream of his come true. Not that he would ever tell the man that. Nope. Bruce was perfectly under the assumption that Mrs. Mack was at Drake Manor full-time, just like Alfred, serving as Tim's caregiver, and that Tim had two picture-perfect, although busy, parents. Coxford stuttered. Of course, Mr. Wayne. I was just surprised since you never took any of your sons to a board meeting before." Bruce didn't bat an eye. "Well, Timmy here is interested to see what it's like. Who am I to deny him? Now, anybody against not reading the last meeting's protocol?" And with that, the meeting started in full swing. B had angled his laptop in such a way that Tim could also see everything on the screen. Some executive handed over a packet of paper at some point, obviously trying to score points, for what seemed to be a last-minute project she deemed necessary. Of course, the woman he recognized as Mrs. Elliot, a woman who had been born into wealth just like him, had not made a copy for Tim, which he honestly didn't mind. She couldn't have known, after all. So when the discussion about funding the project slowed to a close, Tim gently took Bruce's stack and flipped through. B had been quiet for the most part, as the board members squabbled with each other, all trying to win favors and get as much as possible. The papers, Tim soon realized, described plans for a welfare center for people who had just lost their jobs or had problems making ends meet. A noble concept, and most definitely needed. Its location at the edge of Crime Alley would definitely be appreciated by Jason. As Tim read on, though, something his mentor had not been able to do on such short notice, red flags started to show. The welfare center was supposed to be able to have 30 apartment units, a gym, a swimming pool, and a cinema room of all things. Security would be top-notch, which was good, but the rest was just very odd. At the back, there was profiles attached of people who would be interested in managing the center and their plans on how to do so. At first glance, it all looked fine. That was until Tim spotted the tiny text at the bottom, saying that not only would the tenants only be allowed to stay for free for a maximum of 3 months before needing to pay a steep price, but the managers would also be allowed to evict them on short notice after the 3 months, to make space for new people. This led him to look further into the potential managers, swiftly noting that the people suggested were all distant family members of Mrs. Elliot, all in need of housing and employment, which also explained the gym, swimming pool, and cinema room. The last straw was the fine print within the estimated cost table at the very back. At the front, there was some rough numbers, but this one had all of the details. The numbers did not match up at all. So not only was this board member trying to take advantage of people in need to help some of their incompetent relatives, she was also trying to swindle money from Bruce and WE in extension. Focusing back on what was being said, his heart racing, Tim tuned in just as Mrs. Elliot slyly brought over a contract and pen for Bruce to sign. B was a bit hesitant, but he liked the idea of the project. He was visibly displeased about the short notice of everything, but that man had a heart of gold and too much cash to care about the finer details. Placing trust in the validity and honesty of the lady's hands. The lady who was everything but honest. Before Bruce could sign, Tim slid the contract from under his hand and tore it in two cleanly. When gasps of disbelief erupted, he felt all eyes on him, burning through him. Suppressing his shaking hands, he cleared his throat, but before he could get a word in, Mrs. Elliot cried out in outrage. "Young man, what do you think you're doing? Drake heir against care of the unfortunate. Timothy, what would your parents think?" She practically screeched. Of course she recognized him as Timothy Drake. Great. Clearing his throat again, he held up his hand to kindly shut her up, just as he'd seen Bruce do before. "Kindly refrain from making any judgments, Mrs. Elliot. My parents would be more than satisfied with my unwillingness to fund a project that's nothing but a sham." Silence spread through the room as Mrs. Elliot's cheeks blazed, her face pinched in anger. "How dare you, you insolent! Mrs. Elliot, explain yourself." Bruce's voice boomed through the meeting room suddenly. It was only now that Tim noticed Bruce had also stood up, forming a shield between him and the furious board lady. Bruce's attention was swiftly turned back to Tim when Mrs. Elliot kept her mouth shut. "Would you please elaborate, Tim?" The look on his mentor's face told him all he needed to know. Bruce was intrigued and placing his full trust in Tim's hands, just like Batman would do with Robin, if the situation called for it. He could not mess this up. Not when he'd already done what he swore not to do. Stick his nose into business that wasn't his own. Hell, he wasn't even a Wayne heir. What the fuck had he just got himself into? No time to doubt himself now, though. Not when he'd already dug his grave. Nodding, he slid the stack of papers towards Bruce again and started speaking. "First of all, it's a very bad business practice to pressure someone into signing a deal without enough time to look over all the specifics. It shows that you have something to hide. Secondly, when taking a closer look at the included facilities of the center, I can only shake my head. Instead of focusing on using all the space you could for the apartments, you instead want an indoor swimming pool, a gym, and a cinema room. In that space, you could make 6 more apartment units, which I'm certain would be much more helpful. The top 2 floors of the building are supposed to be converted into a few luxury apartments, to which I can only ask why. The people inhabiting these centers would be most grateful for a roof over their heads, electricity, and hot water. No need for these excessive expenses. On page 13, there are a few more questionable clauses that basically take advantage of those in need. The management you propose, Mrs. Elliot, consists of less fortunate or business inexperienced people from your family, to whom basically all the power over the tenants would go. And lastly, with the sum of money you were asking for, and the detailed cost plan you included at the very back, you would basically steal $10,000 from Bruce. Monthly. When he looked up from the paper, and at his mentor and the others, he flinched. Mouths were hanging open, because of his rather ruthless call-out. Mrs. Elliot looked about to explode, spluttering to deny it. And Bruce? Bruce's eyes were narrowed at first, as they met his, yet suddenly they grew soft and filled with pride. "Thank you, chum, for saving the company from making a very bad decision." He ran a fond hand through Tim's hair, before turning towards the board. "It is shocking to see that it had to be a middle schooler to point this out to us. This serves as a lesson to us all. Mrs. Elliot, my legal team will deal with you for this fraudulent behavior." Tim watched as B gathered his belongings. "Tim and I are going on lunch break. We will pick this topic back up on another day. Meeting adjourned." As goodbyes filled his ears, Tim walked out of the meeting room right after Bruce. The second they got back into the man's office, B practically threw his stuff down on his desk, before suddenly gathering him into a hug. "Thank you, Tim, my brave and smart little Robin." Uncaring about boundaries and all, for once, Tim let himself melt into the hug. Was this what it felt like to make your dad proud? Not that B was his dad, of course. "I'm proud of you," the man said, as if reading his mind. "Thanks, B," Tim muttered after a while, resting his head against Bruce's chest. This shit was more exhausting than he could have ever imagined. At some point, Tim was maneuvered to sit on B's lap, as the man himself sat down at his desk to work some more. Tim didn't know how long he played cat for, since, at some point, he fell asleep. Bruce only gently woke him up around 1 p.m. "You back in the land of the living, chum? Food's here. I ordered pasta from the cafeteria downstairs, if that's okay." Tim rubbed his eyes blearily. Bruce chuckled. "Yes, it's Alfred approved. I wouldn't dare anger him." "No, you have to eat something, Tim." "Fine," he whined, sitting up. It was only then that he realized he had communicated in Batman, a term Bruce had come up with to describe the grunts B used to communicate in costume and out of it, whenever he was tired, annoyed, or just not in the mood to talk. All of the Robins, and even Alfred, were fluent in understanding it. Even Superman, Tim was pretty sure. Only he himself, though, could actually communicate with the grunts. Another reason why Dick specifically loved to joke about needing to test Tim's DNA against Bruce's again, just in case. In the end, Tim and Bruce had eaten their lunch together, which he had to reluctantly agree was pretty good. Not Alfred-level good, of course. Nobody could compare to him. But good regardless. The afternoon was less eventful, something Tim didn't mind at all, as B had phone calls, emails to answer, and people come visit him. Tim switched between sitting on the ground and building his Lego Batmobile and napping on one of the couches. Monica periodically brought in drinks and snacks for him, something Bruce said she only did for those business partners that she liked. So he took that as a win. Time flew by, and by the time he finally completed his Batmobile Lego set, Bruce had shooed away the last people wanting to see him for the day. As Tim started to break down his Lego build apart again, in order to put it back in the box, B interrupted him with a confused look. "Chum, why are you breaking it?" His head shot up, and he looked at his mentor's face. He was doing something wrong, wasn't he? Swallowing, Tim meekly answered, "I need to put it back into the box to give it back to you, and to do so I need to take it apart?" It came out as a question, something he definitely not intended to. Bruce's almost sad look was enough to freeze him in place. "Chum, it's yours. I gave it to you, okay? Keep it." When he wanted to object, B held up his index finger, effectively silencing him. "No, keep it." Reluctantly, Tim nodded, saying a quiet thank you before walking out of the office after Bruce. After bidding Monica goodbye, the woman more than enthusiastically telling Tim that he was a pleasure to have and should definitely come by again, they took the elevator down to the garage. Both Bruce and Tim were tired. That much was evident, since the car ride back to Bristol was mostly quiet, with some small conversation here and there, and Tim thanking the man more than once for taking him to the office in the first place. "Please don't thank me, Tim. As I already said, it's a tradition to do so. And Monica's right. You're a pleasure to have. Your parents must be very proud." That sentence had Tim snapping back into focus again. What the hell was he doing? Going with Bruce to the office, getting introduced as a son, pushing his nose into business that wasn't his. He had taken advantage of B's emotional vulnerability. Oh no, he should have known better. With a sinking feeling in his stomach, and lead tongue, Tim quietly asked Bruce to drop him off at Drake Manor, causing the other to look at him in pure confusion. "My parents are coming home this evening. They texted me this afternoon that they were able to take an earlier flight back. I probably won't be able to patrol, if that's okay," Tim rushed to say, coming up with a lie. Baffled, Bruce offered to have him dine with him, and the rest first, but Tim denied. In the end, B drove his Ferrari up the driveway towards Drake Manor, without further discussion. The mood had turned a bit somber, but it was for the greater good, Tim reasoned. He couldn't take advantage of Bruce and his emotional confusion, because that was surely what Bruce was. If not even his parents wanted him, then Bruce shouldn't either. Hopping out of the car, careful not to break his Batmobile, he sent Bruce a thin smile. "Bye, Bruce. Thank you for putting up with me. I really enjoyed it." "No, thank you for putting up with me." The man tried to joke, before telling Tim to call him if he ever needed anything. "I will," he responded, not promising it though, before saying, "I'll bring your old suit back next patrol." The second Tim closed the door behind him, enclosing himself in the cold, quiet, and loveless halls of what was his home, he sagged against the door, biting back tears. It was for the best, he told himself. Maybe not for him, but definitely for the Waynes. That night, he went to sleep with the Lego Batmobile firmly planted on his nightstand, next to the photo of him and Dick at the circus, and the handwritten recipe Jason had given him with his signature pasta that he'd once made for him. Back in the Batcave, Bruce leaned back into his chair with a sad sigh. Jack and Janet Drake had, in all actuality, not booked a flight home to Gotham, and instead flown out to Thailand 2 days ago. "Why did you lie, Tim?" he said, into the echoey cave, where he sat alone. He would have to figure it out, especially if he wanted to bring this wayward son home as well. Surprised by Fortune. There's a million songs in my head, but you'll always be my number one. Number one. Tim, this is just awful. Boy in question barely managed to close his laptop and chuck it to the other side of the couch before Dick landed on his lap with a loud groan. It was a Friday afternoon, which meant both Dick and Jason were at the manor to spend the weekend. This weekend was special because it was Bruce's birthday. Surprisingly, it had been Jason who reminded everyone, a month in advance, to keep the weekend free and to get your sorry asses to the fucking manor, or I will let Elfie beat the crap out of you with his cookbook collection. Tim smiled at that memory. He'd never say it out loud, but he was grateful that the older man had been dosed with cuddle pollen. Somehow, that had been the magic key to get B and J to talk things out. Those emotionally constipated idiots. What's awful, Dick? Tim raised an eyebrow at the man, sprawled across his lap. I still don't know what to get Bruce for his birthday, and his birthday is tomorrow! Tomorrow! Dick's whining caused Jason to look up from his book with a murderous expression, the one that warned them to keep quiet if they still wanted their tongue by the end of the evening. Jason was sitting in the love seat in the corner with a full view of the couch and entranceway. It was his favorite spot to read because he liked the fireplace next to him and being able to hear Alfred rummaging in the kitchen. Chewing his lip, Tim looked down at Dick and shrugged. If it makes you feel any better, I don't have anything yet either. But I'm also bad with birthdays and gifts. Or so I'm told. Jaybird, what did you get B? Dick turned towards Jason with pleading eyes. What do you get a billionaire who already has everything? Usually there are 1 or 2 things he mentions he needs, but this year there's just nothing! Nothing! It pains me to admit I don't know what to get him either. At this point, I'm willing to just tie a bow on myself and call it a present. Tim felt Dick deflate, before sliding across the floor with a loud, theatrical sigh. Jason rolled his eyes and snapped his book shut. Well, we still have... Tim paused, looking at the clock hanging on the wall in front of him. 3 hours until most shops close. Bruce won't be home until 6. So we have 3 hours to buy something and 4 to make sure he doesn't find out. Both Dick and Jason look at him with a deadpan stare, before Dick muttered, Seeing as he's a paranoid bastard, the latter will be the hardest part. Let's get to brainstorming then, Jason said with a huff. Nodding, Tim opened his laptop again and perched on one of his legs. This better work. An hour and a half later, Alfred walked into the room to find all 3 of them looking like zombies. After Dick explained the situation to him, he only laughed and said, Then make Master Bruce a birthday dinner. Dick could have kissed Alfred on the face for that idea. In no time, they'd created a semblance of a plan. Alfred was going to visit a museum with Bruce tomorrow afternoon, so they could make the dinner.
Their semi-grandfather was willing to let them use everything in his kitchen, with the condition that Tim and himself would only help with preparations and not do any of the cooking. Usually, Dick would argue that he wasn't as helpless in the kitchen as Tim and Bruce, and therefore deserved more kitchen privileges. But right now, he didn't care. The euphoria of finally having a good idea for Bruce's birthday, combined with the fact that Alfred of all people gave them the green light to use the kitchen, was enough to keep him silent. They spent the next few minutes arguing about what to make. Jason insisted on cooking a 5-course meal that could have come out of one of those ridiculously overpriced fancy restaurants. In the end, Tim convinced Jay to make a 3-course Italian dinner. That couldn't go that wrong, could it? Alright, that's decided then. Carpaccio first, then lasagna and tiramisu for dessert. Tim grinned excitedly. Jason nodded contentedly and told Tim to fetch a notepad and pen so they could make a quick grocery list. This way, they wouldn't be arguing like children once they were at the store. The list was quickly made, and before Dick could even open his mouth to tell them he'd drive, Jason had already yanked the car keys out of his hand. Fuck no, dickhead. I do not want to die today. But, Little Wing, I can drive just fine, he protested dramatically. Right, Tim? The hopeful look he sent his youngest brother didn't have its intended impact, as Tim answered with a cheeky grin. You drive as if Wally just sent you a picture of himself in lingerie. What is that supposed to mean? Jason barked out a laugh. What Timbo is trying to say is that you drive like a man who's been cock-blocked for most of his life and finally gets the chance to wet his dick. Dick immediately felt his face grow red and jumped at Jason, who was still seated in the love seat. You brat! He playfully wrestled Jason to the ground and ruffled his hair more times than strictly necessary, before trapping him in a very tight, inescapable hug. Glancing at Tim, who was busy laughing his ass off, he jokingly threatened the youngest. Just you wait. If I were you, I'd sleep with one eye open tonight, baby bird. I'll be fine. With your old and creaking joints, I'll hear you from a mile away. Tim snarked, with an innocent look on his face. Shoving Jason to the side, Dick pounced at Tim, tickling both his sides. So you are ticklish! He smirked at the youngest evilly, before resuming his tickling with more vigor, causing Tim to shriek. Dick only stopped when he heard someone clearing their throat behind them. Somehow, Jason had snuck away to put on his shoes and grab one of his leather jackets. Now, he was standing behind them, arms crossed, with the car keys dangling from his fingers. Get up and ready. I'm leaving in 5 minutes, with or without you fuckers. Rolling his eyes at Jay's seriousness, Dick got off Tim and padded towards the hallway, where their shoe rack was. He grabbed a pair of his worn sneakers, along with one of Tim's, before walking back to the sitting room. As he set Tim's shoes down next to him, the boy sent Dick a blinding smile, with an enthusiastic thank you. With a ruffle of Tim's hair, Dick sat down next to the youngest on the couch and spoke, No problem, baby bird. Not even 2 minutes later, the three of them were in one of Bruce's less flashy cars, on their way to the grocery store. As Jason turned off the Manor's driveway, Dick connected his phone to the car and started blasting some of the newest pop hits, earning groans from both of his brothers. It was just a simple grocery run. What could go wrong? Everything, as it turned out. Jason was on the verge of ripping his own hair out and shooting up the store, if things didn't calm the fuck down. And by things, he meant those pesky nuisances he'd been calling his brothers. The second they'd entered the store, Dick had somehow roped Tim into a race to see who could find the next item on Jason's list the fastest. That game came to an abrupt halt when Tim slipped rounding a corner, causing the glass bottle of milk he was holding to shatter. Thank fuck he didn't hurt himself on any of the shards, but it did send Baby Bird into a panic, which, in turn, made Dick look like a kicked puppy. Now, Tim had resorted to clinging to Jason, unwilling to leave his side, and started commenting on everything Jason put in the cart. That flour company once had a scandal because they also sold cocaine. Did you know that many fair trade cocoa certificates are just a scam? I once heard that this particular type of tomato heightens the risk of cancer. If they hadn't been in a public space, Jason would have found a creative way to shut him up. At least, Tim was staying close and not causing too much chaos. Dick, on the other hand, was darting to and from their cart, loading it up with all the crap Alfie would never buy. For fuck's sake, Dick Wing, don't fucking put this shit into our cart. We don't even fucking need Fruit Loops. Jason eventually snapped at his older brother. Oh, come on, Jaybird. I'm almost out of them. And we're at the store anyway. Biting back a sneer, Jason huffed. Fine, but you pay for it. With a happy and satisfied grin on his face, Dick bounced around the cart to hug Jason. He really was going to kill this idiot sooner or later. As they were almost done with their shopping, Jason felt Tim tug on the sleeve of his jacket. Looking down at the boy in question, he saw Tim gnawing on his lip, quietly mumbling something nervously. You're gonna have to speak up, Timmers. I can't hear you if you don't. Can I buy this bar of chocolate? I'll pay for it myself, I promise. It's Alfred approved, too. I just thought that if Dick was allowed to, maybe I can too. That doesn't mean I should have the same privileges as Dick. I understand if you don't want me to. Sorry, I'll put the bar back. I wasn't thinking right. Jason stood there frozen for a second, before Tim's rambling registered. When Tim turned around, chocolate bar in hand, to put it back, Jason firmly grasped his shoulders and pulled him back. Whoa, slow down there, baby bird. No need to put your chocolate back. Just put it in the cart, alright? He was met with eyes as wide as saucers. Really? I promise I'll pay for it myself. Just put it in, Tim Tam. Hell, I'll even pay for it. Don't work yourself up over such a question next time. If Dick's allowed to do something, why wouldn't you be too? Tim sputtered for a second. Dick is your brother, Before the young boy could finish the sentence, Jason cut him off. You are too. Now put the bar of chocolate in the fucking cart before I tell Dick you don't want him to be your older brother. It was safe to say that Tim had never shut up and obeyed that fast before. Later that evening, just before they started their patrols, the three boys sat around the kitchen table to work out the final details of their plan. Leaning back, Jason smiled at Tim. The boy was currently sitting in front of him, eating his chocolate with a big grin on his face. Even Jason couldn't deny how cute it was. Alfred will keep Bee busy from 3 to 6. That should give us enough time to prepare everything, right? Dick shot him a questioning look. Jason had been officially deemed head chef for this operation, making him the main decision-maker. With a firm nod, he answered his brother's question before continuing. I'll tell you everything you have to do tomorrow. With the 3 of us, it shouldn't be that much of a race against time. I've been watching a few videos on basic kitchen skills, Tim said with a proud grin. That's great, baby bird! Dick enthusiastically ruffled the boy's hair. Jason could practically feel his heart softening for Tim. It almost pissed him off because he was the Red Hood, for fuck's sake. He wasn't here to coo at little kids. On the other hand, he'd always wanted to be a big brother, and with the replacement acting almost childlike sometimes, it was hard not to indulge. You know, Jaybird, I was surprised when you paid the bill, for all of us, without even asking. Dick sent him a smile, both teasing and appreciative. Furrowing his brows, Jason looked over at his older brother, before barking out a laugh. Oh, I didn't pay. Bruce did. What? Jason! The confusion on Tim's face, and the outraged one on Dick's, were hilarious. Jason shrugged before replying. To be fair, I snatched one of Bee's cards weeks ago. Mainly to see how long it would take him to notice. He still hasn't, so until then, I'm only using that one for all my purchases. Dick immediately burst into laughter, before freezing. Oh my god, we made Bruce pay for his own birthday present! The next day, Tim had to scold himself multiple times to stop being so jittery. The last thing he wanted was for Bruce to get wind of what they were planning. Up until now, everything had gone great. At breakfast, they'd all sung Happy Birthday and eaten the cake Alfie had made for Bruce. Then, they'd spent the whole morning playing games and hanging out, before going on a walk and lunch. After getting back home, Alfred had immediately herded Bruce to his room and told him to get ready for the museum they'd be visiting. At first, Bruce was definitely hesitant, and asked Dick and Jason and Tim about 1,000,000 times if they really didn't want to join. Before any of them could say anything suspicious, Dick stepped in and told Bruce that they really wanted him to spend time alone with his pseudo-father, because they know that Alfred would appreciate it. That had been enough to get Bruce going without any further questions. Now, standing in the kitchen, Tim was looking at Jason as his older brother expertly gave him and Dick instructions to start preparing. Jason had made Tim the chief cutter, and told him to cut all the vegetables in very specific ways. Dick had been put in charge of the tiramisu, with Jason's supervision, of course. The cooking itself went surprisingly well, if you asked Tim. This was probably due to all three of them taking it equally seriously. It was a nice show of teamwork, which left Tim feeling exhausted but accomplished once the table was set and the food was served. 10 minutes until they're back. This was more stressful than expected. Dick laughed as he flung his now dirty apron into the corner of the kitchen. You better get rid of that once Alfie is back, dickhead, or else he's going to put you on laundry duty the next time you visit. Dick waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes, little wing. Don't worry about it. I'm honestly surprised at how well this went. You have really good leadership skills, Jason. Tim quietly told his brother. Jason ducked his head at the praise, before sending Tim a genuine smile. Thanks, baby bird. I'd still not let you near any stove, but you can help me again any day. Tim immediately felt himself beam up at Jason, causing the older to pat his back. Busying themselves with cleaning the kitchen to perfection, they all tried to distract themselves from their nervousness. At some point, Dick broke the silence by huffing, I honestly feel like we're about to tell B that we crashed his favorite car. This is awful! Dick heard himself hum noncommittally in response, unlike Jason, who just stayed silent. They all practically jumped in fright when they heard the front door open, and then rushed into the dining room. Alfred, you really don't have to cook. We can just order in. See it as my thank you for this wonderful afternoon. Tim heard Bruce tell the butler. Well, Master Bruce, I hardly think it's necessary to order in, Alfred replied, just before both men entered the dining room. At the sight of the table full of copious amounts of food, Jason had, after all, insisted on making more than enough. Bruce froze. Happy birthday, Dad, Dick said, grinning from ear to ear. Jason nervously ran a hand through his hair at the lack of reaction. I hope you like it. We made carpaccio, lasagna, and tiramisu. Tim stood right between his brothers, nervously fidgeting with the string of his hoodie. Bruce had yet to react, and at this point, Tim was getting pretty uneasy. Maybe B really didn't like it? Before Tim could wallow more in those nervous thoughts, he heard Dick exclaim, almost flabbergasted, B, are you crying? Zeroing in on Bruce's face, Tim felt a wave of shock course through him. Bruce's eyes were indeed very watery, and 3 tears ran down his cheeks. Holy shit! The Batman was crying because they had cooked him a birthday meal. Dick and Jason rapidly walked over to Bruce, in quick succession, before engulfing the man in a tight hug. Thank you, boys, Tim heard Bruce rasp out, before reciprocating the hug. This moment only lasted a few seconds, until Bruce looked up and right at Tim. Freezing in his place, Tim suddenly felt like a stranger who shouldn't be intruding. That was until Bruce opened one of his arms further and spoke, Come here, Tim. Without wasting a moment, Tim practically dashed into the man's arms too, relishing the feeling of this particular hug. Yeah, now he was sure. This was what family should be like. Thank you, boys. I love you all. Bruce rumbled, and Tim was very damn glad that nobody saw the tears falling from his eyes. Comforted by Fortune. I am still afraid of the dark, even though there's a sky full of stars. Afraid of the dark. Chef Special. Trying to press the enter key for the 3rd time in the span of a second, Tim bit his lip to keep himself from shouting in frustration. Or worse, crying. This week had been a horrible, abhorrent, spectacular disaster. Monday, he landed himself in detention at school for speaking up in defense of a girl in his class. Her bullies had been sabotaging her schoolwork for the better part of the year, and the teachers were just turning a blind eye to it. Why? Money, of course. The 3 boys were the kids of some of the wealthiest families in Gotham, all paying considerate sums of money to the school. His teacher, a ratty and dried-up lady, obviously interpreted his act of speaking up as Tim attacking the poor bullies. Subsequently, she sent him to the principal, who then tried to contact his parents, despite Tim's pleas not to. After not reaching them, the principal decided to just give him detention for the whole week. There went the afternoons he had planned for practicing gymnastics with Dick,
The elder had even taken the whole week off from work, especially for them to do that. Tuesday wasn't much better. School was hell, boring, repetitive, and just plain irritating. His afternoon was spent writing lines and cleaning old, and by now, unusable equipment. So fun! That evening, when he was sitting at the Waynes' dinner table, because Dick insisted he still stay at the manor the whole week, his parents called him. It was not a fun call. At all. His dad had been furious with him for doing something that would interrupt their business, and his mom scolded him for daring to ruin the family name. "We raised you better than this, Timothy. How are you supposed to carry on our family legacy if you cannot even behave at school?" Long story short, they tore into him. And when he dared to hope they would finally come home, even if the reason was shit, them coming home and spending time with him, angry or not, would be amazing again. He was swiftly shut down. They'd email him their next itinerary, and that was it. Suffice to say, the day was ruined after that. Wednesday, Tim was going to meet up with Con and hang out in Gotham, much to Bruce's despair. No metas in Gotham, blah blah, screw him. Not really, B was great. The meetup went okay at first, at least until they got into an argument and Con promptly flew off. Such a fucking hothead. Yes, Tim knew that he shouldn't have snapped, and brought up Luther. But fuck off and let him mope. Thursday, he fucking got benched. Why? Because he was stupid. He had been running on a few hours of sleep all week, and it apparently showed. Somehow he accidentally misfired his grappling gun, leading to him realizing midair that he was about to die. Splat on the ground, no Timmy anymore. Bruce somehow caught him, so he didn't die. Yay! But it did give Dick a heart attack and left him in hysterics because of what happened to his parents. No bueno. Both Alfred and Bruce had scolded him thoroughly that evening, leaving him benched until next week. Did he get their point? Yes. He should have slept more. Did he like it? Fuck no. Today was Friday, and it wasn't a good day. School was torture, detention was torture, Bruce was giving him the cold shoulder, Alfred was acting weird, Dick was avoiding him, and Tim hated it. While everyone else was out saving Gotham, he was stuck in the Batcave, Alfred having taken away his suit. He was currently trying to hack into a database, or rather, failing. His coffee mug was empty, he was tired, the chair was uncomfortable, he hated school, he hated that he wasn't allowed to go on patrol, and he despised that he hadn't been able to hack into the database. What a good Robin he was! Pulling his legs up to his chest, Tim slammed his fist onto the keyboard angrily, stifling a sob as tears flooded his eyes. Why wasn't this working? Why was nothing working today? Tim gasped for air as he hugged his legs, trying earnestly not to break down and cry. He wasn't a kid, for fuck's sake. He was a Drake at that. Drakes didn't cry. Baby bird. In his emotional turmoil, Tim had somehow not heard Jason ride into the cave on his bike. Useless. Why couldn't he do better? He was supposed to be Robin. For a second, he tried to tell Jason to go away, to leave him alone, just like everyone else had in his life. Instead of that, a loud sob escaped his treacherous mouth. Not even his mouth liked him. "Oh, Timmy," his brother crooned, stepping swiftly up to where Tim was currently having a minor meltdown, before he could even tell Jason to ignore him, because he was just so tired. The elder effortlessly lifted him out of his chair and cradled him close. Tim didn't mean to. He really didn't. And yet, he still broke down the second he was in Jason's embrace. It was as if the cup that had been steadily filling all week just suddenly overflowed. Tears started to soak his brother's neck as he was gently shushed and silently comforted. "Lots must have happened for you to be this sad and tired, huh?" He heard Jason mumble into his hair. Jay, the oh-so-infamous Red Hood, was currently swaying side to side with Tim perched on his hip, as if he, A, weighed nothing, and B, were a child. Tim honestly couldn't bring himself to complain, and instead let his sobs turn into little, sad sniffles. "Let's get you upstairs, Timbers," Jason huffed, starting to walk with Tim still held firmly in his arms. Heading for the stairs. Throwing a look back at the computer, and his failed attempt to hack something as trivial as a non-governmental database, Tim accidentally let out a combination of a frustrated grunt, very much learned from Bruce, and a sad sigh. His brother immediately clocked it, and let his gaze glide over to the screens, before shaking his head. "Don't worry about that anymore. I'll tell the old man to go do it himself, okay?" Tim visibly wanted to object, but ultimately just let himself relax in Jason's arms. Sue him for kind of liking this, okay? He was allowed to, right? Yes. Definitely after this shit show of a week. Fight him. As they ascended out of the basement, Tim only noticed that Jason was still wearing his red hood gear when Alfred made a disappointed click with his tongue. Jason only nodded at Tim in his arms before speaking. "I'll change my room for once. Gotta get Baby Bird here calmed down and relaxed." Alfred took one look at Tim. God, did he really look that pitiful? And uttered, "Very well, Master Jason." The older man was silent for a few seconds before speaking up again. "I think it is all due time. Should I bring you two some hot chocolate in half an hour?" Jason's eyes flicked down to him immediately, clearly leaving the choice up to him. Hot chocolate sounded good, Tim couldn't deny, but would his brother want it too? And he didn't really want to bother Alfred. He bit his lip, contemplating. It was obvious that Jason saw right through his thought process, as the other decided to answer before Tim could even finish drawing up his conclusions, and the safest answer. "Yes, please." Tim opened his mouth to say something, but Jay carried him up the stairs, and was immediately shushed. "When someone lets you decide, Tim Tam, there isn't a wrong or right answer," Jason huffed, brushing Tim's hair out of his face. "Do you want to go to my room or yours?" His brother hummed as they arrived on the first floor. Scrunching his face, Tim mumbled, "I don't have a room, remember?" Jason's eyebrows shot up as he let out a surprised bark of laughter. "Oh, Timmy, my sweet summer child. Do you know where the room Alfred assigned you is situated?" When he only stared up at the older man, his brother answered himself. "The family wing. That room is yours, not a guest room." At the same time, Jason kicked the door to the mentioned room open and scanned the bare walls. "Either you are a horrible minimalist, which I don't think you are, Baby Bird, or you didn't get the memo that you can decorate your room. This looks like a fucking cell at Arkham." "I didn't know I was allowed to," he shrugged. "And I mostly go after patrol and sleep at home." Jason froze. It took him a good few seconds before he turned his eyes towards Tim. "You do what?" "Last time I checked, little Robin shouldn't fly the coop until they're at least 16. How the hell did you get Bruce, Alfie even more so, to agree to that kind of bullshit arrangement?" Once more, Tim shrugged. "I just tell them I forgot something at home." "And you just never come back?" Jason's eyes practically bugged out of his skull. "No. I've heard Alfred tell B that I might just be homesick, which works, I guess." Jason took a long, exaggerated breath, clearly trying to calm himself. Gently, he placed Tim on the foot of the bed before taking a step back. Tim's traitorous eyes immediately watered. He'd definitely fucked up now. "Why do you do this again?" Jason asked, running a hand through his hair. Sniffling, Tim muttered, "To not be a bother? Bruce didn't really want me, remember? I forced him to make me Robin." Under his breath, the older man let out a string of curses that would absolutely have earned him a soap washing from Alfred. "All right, let's make this clear once and for all. Timothy, listen up." The use of his full name had Tim flinching as he watched Jason kneel down in front of where he was sitting on the bed. The older man had his hand resting gently on Tim's knees, looking up at him with his eyes far too serious for comfort. "Oh shit. Regardless of how you came to join this circus, Bruce sees you just as much of a family member as he does Alfred." "But—" Tim tried to interrupt. "No, Tim, you're part of this household, whether you want it or not. Bruce has pictures of you in his study, just like he does of myself, Dickhead, and even Alfie. He might be a repressed man-child sometimes, but you mean a lot to him, okay? Our birthday dinner for him sealed the deal. No escaping anymore." At the end of his rant, Jason shot him a little grin before adding, "And if that's not enough, there's no way in hell Dickface or I would ever let anybody chase our little brother off." God, Tim felt so fucking pathetic as the dam broke for the second time that evening. Sliding off the edge of his bed, he practically let himself fall into Jason's arms, tears running freely down his face. Grunting, Jason caught Tim's lighter-than-it-should-be body and got himself better situated so that Tim could curl up in his lap, while Jay leaned against the bed. "Oh, Timmy," his brother hummed, tracing slow, calming circles along his back. Tim didn't know why he needed this confirmation. Well, actually, he did. He'd needed it from the second Dick started calling him his little brother. From the second Wayne Manor started feeling more like a home than the cold mausoleum his parents provided. From the second the lines between work and family had started to blur. This week had slowly stripped away all his resolve. The walls he'd spent years building to protect himself from strangers, friends, even his own parents, had finally crumbled. They'd been his anchor, alongside his not-so-healthy habit of forming parasocial relationships with people he saw as out of reach. The pictures, the daydreams, the stalking, the Wattpad stories. He'd done it all to ease the ache of being alone and forgotten. And now? Now he had been so close to what he'd always dreamed of. Close, but never quite there. Or so he'd thought. Now, with his guard down and his walls non-existent, he'd shown the first person to come across him all his insecurities. And fate decided that person should be Jason, the one who hated his guts at first for replacing him. The results? The confirmation he'd always craved. The, "Yes, Tim, you have a place here." The, "You're not just a coworker." Yes, Tim felt stupid for not seeing it with his own eyes. Yes, he was supposed to be a detective, but he hadn't dared to hope, okay? Time passed as he cried into Jason's neck. Tim had no idea how much, until Jason finally spoke up. "All right, baby bird. Alfred's gonna be here with hot chocolate in about 10 minutes. How about you go take a hot shower? I'll put some clothes out for you on the bed, and change out of my gear myself. Then we're gonna test out that flat-screen beauty on the wall, because I know for a fact you haven't touched the remote. Sound good?" Not trusting his voice, Tim nodded and wiped the tears and snot from his face with his sleeve, which had Jason cringing. Climbing out of his lap, Tim wobbled into his ensuite bathroom and gently shut the door. He heard faint rummaging and then footsteps coming in and out of the room a few times. Taking a shuddery breath to calm himself, and to burn off some of the leftover adrenaline still crashing over his system, he finally stepped into the shower. And he had to give it to Jason. The shower helped. The hot water loosened the tension in his muscles, helped wash away the headache that all the crying had given him, and by the time he stepped out, wrapped in a soft towel, his bed was a pile of pillows and blankets that hadn't been there before. On the corner of the bed sat a neatly folded stack of clothes, just like Jason had promised, and a small handwritten note with instructions to come find him once he was decent. Tim stared at it for a second, then quickly tucked the note away into his nightstand drawer. Because yes, he was going to keep it. He inspected the clothes next. The closet here didn't have much in it, just a few essentials he'd moved from Drake Manor. Tim swiftly recognized that these weren't any of them. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He recognized them, but only because he'd seen Jason wearing them before. Fuck, his inner fanboy was squealing. Childish? Maybe. But he was about to hang out and watch a movie or something with Jason Todd, while literally wearing his Robin's clothes. Tripping over his own limbs and nearly losing the towel in the process, he scrambled to pull everything on. The sweatpants and hoodie were comically oversized, leading to Tim rolling up the sleeves and pant legs until they were at least semi-functional. Did he look ridiculous? Absolutely. Did he care? Not in the slightest. It was so damn comfortable. After hanging the towel back in the bathroom, he padded barefoot over to Jason's room and knocked softly. The door opened. Flash! And a phone camera caught him mid-blink. "Hey!" he exclaimed, cheeks flaring scarlet. Sorry, baby bird. No can do. You just look so adorable in my clothes. Fuck, you're swimming in them. Jason laughed, lowering his phone and giving Tim a once-over. Tim must have made a face, because Jason grinned wider and let out another chuckle, before gently herding him back into his own room. I ransacked mine and Golden Boy's closets to get stuff we don't really use anymore, so we don't have to chill in an Arkham cell, Jason explained, closing the door behind him. The Flash blanket and plain blue one are mine. The Superman blanket is one of Dick's dozens. Those 2 Batman pillows are also Dick faces. Tim bit his lip, listening. Are you sure Dick won't mind? He asked, hesitantly. Jason looked confused. Nah, I doubt he'll care. Why? You know Big Bird. All big brother instincts and such. Fiddling with the hoodie sleeves, Tim shrugged. I don't know, he's mad at me for what happened yesterday. He hasn't been able to look me in the eyes all day. That came out more like a question than he wanted it to. Jason's eyebrows shot to his hairline. Dick face? Angry. Yeah, no. I'm not making excuses for how he's acting, because he shouldn't be avoiding you, Timmers. But I can tell you he's not mad. He's scared. You scared the hell out of us. And Goldie doesn't know how to deal with that crap. Especially when his role model was a guy who beats people up in a bat costume instead of, dragging his ass to therapy. Oh. Yeah. I'll tell him to get his shit together tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Jason added with a smirk. Then, out of nowhere, he grabbed Tim from under the armpits and yeeted him into the bed. Shrieking in surprise, Tim stared at him with wide eyes and slapped a hand over his mouth. Jason snorted. Go make yourself comfortable in your nest, baby bird. Tim pouted dramatically. Asshole! Yes, I know. Shame on me for giving the baby bird flying lessons and putting him back in the nest, Jason quipped. With a huge grin and a warm, fuzzy feeling blooming in his chest, Tim started arranging the pillows against the headboard and piling the blankets around himself. Meanwhile, a knock sounded at the door. Jason took the hot chocolate from Alfred, thanked him, and wished the elderly man a good night. He set the mugs on Tim's nightstand, but didn't join him on the bed until Tim gave him verbal permission. Boundaries are important, baby bird. People shouldn't just get into your bed without permission. And going through Dick's closet when he's not there is okay? Shut up, smartass. You know what I mean, you little brat. Without another word, Jason grabbed the remote. Tim hadn't even dared to touch it when he stayed here before, and powered on the TV. As the LED screen flickered to life, Jason selected Netflix, and then swore when it prompted a login. He handed the remote over with a, "Oh shit," and tugged his phone out of his hoodie pocket. We all just kinda used Dick's account, so I've gotta look up his login real quick. Tim stared at him. Is he okay with that? Does he know? Taking the remote back, Jason began typing. Yes, he knows. And who do you think pays for the account, baby bird? If you think Dickface still does, you're dead wrong. So don't worry your pretty little head about it. Alright? He couldn't help it. Tim let out a quiet giggle, which immediately prompted Jason to hook an arm around his neck and hug him closer, pressing him snug into his side before ruffling his hair affectionately. Jason was making weird growling noises. It took Tim a moment to realize what was happening, and then it clicked. Jason was having full-blown episode of cuteness aggression. Because of him! Whoops. Anything you want to watch, Timmy boy? Letting out a yawn, he shook his head. You choose, please. Jason kept his arm wrapped around him as he scrolled through the endless collection of movies and TV shows, before pausing dramatically. Oh, baby bird. I'm about to introduce you to the gayest military movie ever made. He grinned and hit play. Top Gun. Tim had never actually seen it before, but Jason's excitement was contagious. He tucked himself deeper into his brother's side and accepted the hot chocolate Jason handed him before the older man took his own mug. Tim took one sniff and sighed. His mouth was already watering. He'd swear on his life he'd kill a man for Alfred's hot chocolate. No one made it better. No one even came close. As they cuddled up together, the movie played on. Tim found himself genuinely enjoying it. The balance of action, drama, and just enough comedy to lighten the tone made it a good time. Even better was Jason chiming in during certain scenes, quoting lines like he'd watched the movie 100 times, which, honestly, he probably had. At the end, they paused for a bathroom break. Tim's. And Jason used the time to bring the mugs downstairs. When they climbed back into the nest of blankets, Jason reached for the remote, but paused, hovering. "Do you want to talk about what made you break down like that earlier?" he asked, voice unusually soft. Tim hesitated, the words crowding at the back of his throat like they always did. But this was Jason, and he already knew. Sort of. So, finally, he nodded, and began explaining. He told Jason about the girl at school, how he'd stood up for her against a group of bullies, and how it had landed him in detention. Jason's face twisted. "Baby bird, these are the kinds of things you gotta tell an adult about. If you don't want to go to Bruce, fine, but at least tell Dickie or me. You shouldn't have to take the fall alone when you're doing the right thing. That's what we're here for, okay?" Tim nodded against his shoulder, quietly promising he would next time. Jason made him repeat it. Twice. Next came the more difficult topic, his parents. He opened up hesitantly, not going into every detail, but enough for Jason to get the picture. Enough to make Jason's mouth pull into a thin line. "That's so fucked up," Jason muttered, jaw clenching. "All the Robins have had absolutely garbage luck with parents. Dick's were killed, mine, barely worth talking about, and yours, cold-hearted assholes who can't even see the real treasure is right in front of them." Tim gave a weak shrug. "It's okay, I should have stopped hoping." Jason turned towards him immediately, voice deadly serious. "No, Tim. It will never be okay. Don't tell yourself that. They're horrible parents, full stop." Then he paused, expression softening. "Sorry, that might have been too brash." Tim snorted, laughter bubbling out unexpectedly. "A little." Feeling brave, he brought up Con. Told Jason the full story, including the argument and apology and the unsure silence since then. Jason clicked his tongue. "If he doesn't accept your apology, baby bird, I'll just shoot him." Tim blinked. Jay... And yes, Jason added with a wicked grin, "I do have kryptonite bullets." That earned him a real laugh. An honest-to-God, warm-bellied laugh. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Tim felt lighter. It was good. Talking to someone. Getting it out. The movie resumed after that, and Tim would never admit it, but when Goose died, the big bad Red Hood might have gotten emotional. Maybe even cried. Just a little. Probably, definitely, it would remain their little secret. When the movie ended, Tim yawned wide and slow, barely able to keep his eyes open. He didn't say anything, but Jason caught it immediately and laughed softly as he turned the TV off. "I'll let you get your beauty sleep then, Timberlina," he whispered, trying to slip away from Tim's hold. He failed. Tim clung tighter and whined like a child. "No, stay, please." He thought the plea wouldn't work, but Jason blinked, surprised, and then melted. "Are you sure you want a sleepover? I've been told I snore, baby bird. No take backsies," he warned teasingly. Tim yawned again and nodded. "Yes, stay." Jason chuckled. "Geez, you're so tired." Tim gave him a look that could only be described as the world's most unimpressed glare. All right. No need to ruffle your feathers." Jason placed his phone on the nightstand and turned off the light. "Sleepy time." Tim shuffled down into the pillows, already halfway asleep, as he felt a kiss land gently on his forehead. "Good night, Timmy." "Night, Jay," he whispered back, a soft smile stuck on his face. He fell asleep with that smile still there, warm and full and finally content. Maybe his week had been awful. maybe everything had sucked, but for the first time in a long while, he was kind of glad it had. Because this moment, it had been worth every awful second. The next morning, a very offended Dick Grayson barged into Tim's room without knocking, demanding an explanation for why he hadn't been invited to the sleepover and cuddle party. They spent the rest of the day shopping for decorations for Tim's room, and that evening, the three of them curled up to watch Top Gun: Maverick together. Blankets, hot chocolate, and all. This time, it was a full-on brother bonding sleepover, and it was perfect. Protected by Fortune. Just help me run away from everyone. I need a place to stay. Freaks. Surf curse. Timothy, have you already changed your tie? That green one made you look like a slob. Tim rolled his eyes at his mother's harping, trying his best to answer in a neutral tone, without a hint of annoyance. Yes, Mother. I changed it for the new burgundy one that arrived this morning. Janet Drake hummed in acknowledgement, but didn't bother to look away from the tall mirror hanging in their hallway. She continued fussing with her hair for what felt like the umpteenth time, only stopping when his father marched in, car keys in hand. It seems we are good to go. Hope you decided not to wear that other tie, son. What were you thinking when you bought it? Jack Drake spoke, with his lip curled in distaste, before exiting the manor, his arm draped around his wife. Tim didn't bother reminding his father that it was actually them who decided to give him the tie for Christmas last year. Instead, he let out a quiet sigh and followed his parents outside. This was not how he planned to spend his evening. His parents had been away for half a year, seemingly forgetting they had a son at home, until they suddenly decided to check in and see if he was still alive. Meanwhile, Tim had been having the time of his life. Alfred had practically forced him to stay at Wayne Manor, under the guise that he could take better care of him. Dick was around more often than ever before, and, best of all, Jason didn't hate him anymore. The guest room he'd been staying in had now slowly transformed into his own. Tim still remembered Jason snorting at his insistence that it wasn't his room, but just a guest room. "Baby bird, this is the family wing," the older vigilante had replied. Since then, and after the pollen incident, Tim had practically become a Wayne himself. He was included in every family game night, mealtime, and day trip. The number of times Tim had almost called Bruce Dad was mortifyingly high. He had been living the dream. And then his parents returned, and within a week, Tim was back in Drake Manor, hating every second of it. Wayne Manor was warm and cozy, while Drake Manor felt sterile and impersonal. His parents certainly weren't making the transition any easier. Their constant harping and nitpicking were slowly driving him up the wall. Sitting in the back seat of one of the family's fancy cars, Tim let out a quiet sigh. Of course, the first thing his parents would do after returning to Gotham was drag him to a gala. After all, to them, his only purpose was to be shown off as the perfect son and heir. "We are going to the Wayne Gala, Timothy. Please tell me the facts you had to learn about them again," his mother ordered. Tim froze at the mention of where they were going, momentarily forgetting his mother's annoying habit of making him memorize important people's Wikipedia pages. Vaguely, he recalled Bruce mentioning the upcoming gala he was hosting. Bruce had said Tim was welcome to attend if he wanted, but there was no obligation. At least now, Tim figured, he might be able to sneak away and find Alfred or Dick to hang out with. "Timothy, answer your mother," his father snapped, pulling him out of his thoughts. Bruce Wayne, 24 years old, CEO of Wayne Enterprises, and a billionaire. He has 2 adopted sons, Richard Grayson Wayne and Jason Todd Wayne. With a dismissive Wayne, Janet clicked her tongue. "Continue." Richard, who mostly goes by Dick, is 24 and was a former circus acrobat. He's a police officer in Bloodhaven. Jason is 19 and has been out of the picture for a while. Tim left out the non-public details, like the fact that Dick only worked part-time and Jason was planning to study English literature online. Some days, he wished Bruce would adopt him, Tim Drake Wayne, 16 years old, genius, and future Wayne Enterprises employee. One could only dream. As they pulled up to the event and stepped out of the car, Tim's mother's hand descended on his shoulder like a talon, her acrylic nails digging into him to keep him close. Tim resigned himself to a long, boring, and excruciating evening. No way was he going to be able to sneak away now. Jason was decidedly not having a good time. He knew for a fact that Dick wasn't either. Bruce had asked them, very insistently, to join him for the gala, even going so far as to promise them whatever they wanted in return. In the end, Dick had caved and dragged Jason along with him. Fuck that bastard. At least Jason was getting a new motorcycle out of this. Pulling at the collar of his shirt, he sneakily snatched a glass of champagne from a passing server's tray, and downed it in one go. Jason had to give it to Bruce. The man had outdone himself as usual. In the eyes of stuffy socialites, that is. Personally, Jason never gave a damn about these events. The people here were stuck-up, boring assholes who saw him as nothing more than a dirty street rat who'd trespassed into their privileged world. The hate was mutual. With a sharp grin, Jason maneuvered his way through the crowd towards where Dick was chatting with a few ladies. By now, most people had forgotten Dick had ever been a circus freak, and instead saw him as the perfect opportunity to get close to Bruce. Jason had to admit, Dick was selling himself really well in his navy suit, white shirt, and light blue tie combo. Ironically, when his brother had taken him shopping for suits, they'd both ended up choosing nearly identical ones, differing only in color. Dick naturally had gone with navy because of his Nightwing colors, and Jason couldn't blame him, because he'd done the same, opting for a burgundy suit. Jason smirked as he saw one of the ladies taking a more hands-on approach to getting what she wanted, practically throwing herself at Dick. Seeing his brother's uncomfortable expression, Jason decided it was time to save him from the situation. "Big Bird, there you are," he called out, loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear as he slid up next to Dick. Dick turned to him with a beaming smile. "Jay, good to see you too." "B asked me to fetch you. He wants us to introduce ourselves to some of his business partners. Sorry, ladies, but I'm gonna have to whisk him away." As they walked away, Dick smiled at Jason. "Bruce didn't tell you to get me, did he?" "Nope," Jason replied, popping the pea. "I just wanted to save you from those women, who looked like they were ready to undress you right then and there." Dick let out a loud laugh before ruffling Jason's hair, earning an annoyed snarl in response. For fuck's sake, he'd actually styled his hair for once! As they made their way through the gala, Jason was reminded of old times when Dick would calm his anxiety by making fun of the ridiculous dresses and suits people wore to these events. His eyes scanned the crowd until they landed on a familiar figure standing next to a woman and man who were conversing with some graying businessmen. Tim. Subtly, Jason elbowed his brother and nodded towards the group. "Did you know that Baby Bird would be here?" Dick's brows furrowed as he spotted their younger brother. "No, he hasn't really contacted me since moving back in with his parents last week. To be honest, I was about to head over to Drake Manor myself for a welfare check." "Well, no need to do that anymore," Jason shrugged. "Although, Tim does look like he'd rather be anywhere else but here." Dick hummed thoughtfully and guided them towards an empty alcove where they could keep an eye on the Drakes. Leaning against the wall, Jason suddenly felt the urge to light a cigarette, and he definitely wanted to rip those acrylic nails off Replacement's mother's hands. What was that woman thinking, digging them so obviously into his little brother's shoulder? That bitch shouldn't be touching him in the first place. Glancing over at Dick, Jason saw a similar dark look on his face. Just as Jason was about to stride over and kidnap Tim, Dick pulled him back. "We don't need to make a scene, little wing. Tim is with his parents. It's not like we can do anything right now." Jason grumbled in displeasure. Fucking bastards. He knew B had enough evidence of child neglect and emotional abuse to take the Drakes to court for custody. But why the man hadn't done it yet was beyond him. According to Dick, Tim and Bruce had talked about the Drakes' behavior a year or so ago, when Tim practically begged B not to interfere, claiming he loved his parents and that they only wanted the best for their family. Just looking at the kid now, Jason was pretty damn sure that Tim's opinion had changed in the past few months. Tim was looking around, almost as if he was searching for someone. Every time he tried to inch away, Janet Drake's knuckles would turn white from squeezing his shoulder. Jason swore he would brutally gut that bitch if he found bruises on his baby brother after this stupid gala. No one fucking touched what was his. All of his associates knew that about Red Hood. It was time people also learned that about Jason Todd Wayne. When Tim got the call that his parents were coming back to town, Dick was there, and saw the flash of disappointment in his little brother's eyes. In the background, he had been pushing Bruce to finally make Tim an official member of the Wayne family, and get him out of that toxic environment. Dick had practically spent the entire evening yelling at Bruce to do something after Tim left the manor. Bruce eventually gave in and promised Dick he would talk to Tim the next chance he got. Unfortunately, that next chance was taking longer than any of them had hoped. At this point, Dick was almost ready to physically shove the Drakes into the next plane, to Timbuktu, if that was what it took for Bruce to have the opportunity to hash out the details with the younger boy. He was sure even Alfred would help, considering how much he adored Tim. Watching the interaction between Tim, his parents, and the strangers gave Dick an uneasy feeling. The Drakes were desperately trying to push the close family narrative, but everything was just a little too stiff and forced to feel natural. Tim was currently saying something to the group of businessmen at his father's request. It was so obvious that whatever he was talking about wasn't something he cared about. Tim figured his parents didn't even notice the signs of that. Not like Jason and himself. They knew by heart that when Baby Bird was genuinely interested in something, he'd start making big gestures while talking. He wouldn't just stand there like a cornered puppy, scared to be kicked. If their little brother was passionate, his eyes would light up with a magical gleam, almost like childlike wonder. Jason and Dick kept a watchful eye over their little brother for a good hour without him knowing. Servers with little snacks on their platters started making their rounds, offering everyone a small bite of food. As one of the servers approached the Drakes and their entourage, Dick noticed Tim reaching for one of the miniature bruschettas, only to be reprimanded by his mother. Tim quickly pulled his arm back. Dick could practically hear Jason grinding his teeth, but held him back from interfering just yet. A few minutes later, another server came by with a tray of wine. The young woman stood next to her little brother, her smile clearly fake. A few of the businessmen gratefully took the glass. Jack Drake's arm shot out and grabbed a glass of red wine, his abrupt motion causing Tim to flinch hard. This made the server lose her balance, and a few glasses toppled off the tray and shattered on the ground right in front of Tim. Seeing the tears gathering in Tim's eyes and his parents' angry shouts at him was the last straw for both Dick and Jason. They practically ran over, and Dick wasted no time in sweeping a panicked Tim into his arms. "Dick?" Tim choked out, beyond humiliated, trying to keep his tears at bay. "Shh, baby bird. You're all right. Everything's okay," Dick gently whispered into Tim's ear, his arms shielding him from the world. "You ungrateful brat. Haven't we taught you to be more careful?" Jack barked. Before he could continue, Jason growled right in his face. "No, because you were never home, you sick bastard." "Jason," Dick said sharply, drawing his brother's attention. "This is not the time or place for that conversation." Jason's eyes flicked down to Tim, who was clinging to Dick. The two older brothers exchanged a quick, silent conversation before Jason ultimately stepped forward and pried Tim out of Dick's arms. "I'm gonna go help him clean up," Jason said as he lifted the baby bird into his arms. "I'll join you two in a second," Dick replied. The second his brothers were out of earshot, Dick turned to the Drakes with a murderous look on his face. Bystanders had started to gather, clearly shocked at his expression. Richard Grayson Wayne was known for being a ray of sunshine, happy, smiley, and flirty, but never angry. "Don't you think about calling the police or the press. You'll be hearing from our lawyers soon," Dick warned. Janet huffed and scowled. "That's our son." "Not anymore. Tim is ours. And we protect our own. Remember that?" Dick snarled coldly. Satisfied with their reactions, Dick whirled around and stormed out of the gala. As he walked through the halls of Wayne Manor, he loosened his tie and quickly texted Bruce a summary of what had happened. Rounding a corner, he entered his bedroom to change into more comfortable clothes. When Dick entered the living room a few minutes later, Tim and Jason had already changed into sweats and baggy shirts, and were curled up against each other on the couch. Running a hand through his hair, Dick smiled at the two. "How about we play Mario Kart?" he proposed with a grin. Tim immediately perked up, and Jason nodded enthusiastically. "Game on, dickhead." Laughter echoed through the manor for the rest of the evening. Called by Fortune. I see wonders in a broken world, hidden underneath the dirt. Wonders, Michael Patrick Kelly. With a sigh, Dick propped his arm on the table and rested his chin on his closed fist. This whole situation was proving far more complicated than they anticipated, and it was driving both him and Jason insane. A small frown had settled on Dick's face as he watched his younger brother run a hand through his hair for the third time in the past 10 minutes. "This makes absolutely no sense," Jason groaned, with an exasperated huff. "Why the hell would Cobblepot throw money at this disaster of a business?" Dick had to admit, Jason had a point. This case had been plaguing them for an entire week. At first, Dick had tried to solve it on his own, but when that led nowhere, he sent everything over to his little wing. Jason had looked it over for a few hours before promptly marching over to the manor the next day and dragging Dick into the dining room. They had been sitting there for hours, trying to crack it together. Bea was gone for the week on some league business, and Tim was at school. With Bruce absent, Dick had taken the week off from work. He knew Tim was used to coming home to an empty house, thanks to his biological parents, but Dick refused to let history repeat itself. Not now, especially since Tim had only recently been adopted. "Why is Bruce always gone when we need him?" Dick complained dramatically, waving his arms around and nearly knocking over his glass of orange juice. Just as Jason opened his mouth, likely to scold him for his carelessness, Alfred entered the dining room with a pinched expression. Both brothers immediately sat up straighter, giving the old man expectant, slightly worried looks. "Master Dick, Master Jason, may I ask a favor of you both?" Jason answered before Dick could. "Of course, Alfie." A faint smile tugged on Alfred's lips. Jason's earnestness was still as endearing as it had been before he first joined the family. Alfred had been the first to break into Little Wing's heart and make himself at home there. "I just received a call from Master Tim's school. The principal wishes to speak to Master Bruce, but as he is unavailable, I'd kindly ask you two to go and see what the commotion is about," Alfred said calmly. Nodding, Dick rose from his chair. "Jason and I will head over and talk to the principal. No worries, Alfie." Jason echoed the sentiment with a smile, then turned to Dick with a mischievous grin. "I say we take Bea's new Mercedes." Laughing, Dick winked at his little brother and held up the car keys. He'd already planned on taking it for a spin later anyways. Apparently, Jason had the same idea. "Let me grab my jacket and then I'll drive us there." Dick left the room before Jason could protest about him driving. Little brat. He was perfectly capable of driving just fine. As the two of them entered the school, Jason felt an odd wave of nostalgia. It had been a while since he'd last been here. The last time being a normal school day before his untimely and unplanned death. Everything still looked mostly the same. The halls were quiet and empty, a clear sign that classes were in session. Jason was glad for that, knowing he and Dick would have stood out like sore thumbs. Well, Dick might have passed for a substitute teacher or something, with his expensive Nightwing blue cashmere sweater, black jeans, and black trench coat. Casual enough to be non-threatening, yet formal enough to command respect. He looked every bit the part of Bruce Wayne's rich son. Jason, on the other hand, hadn't bothered much with appearances. Steel-toed combat boots, whitewashed jeans, a dark gray shirt, and one of his leather jackets would have to do. Their walk towards the principal's office was quiet, the only sound being Jason's heavy boots, as Dick periodically pointed something out. Suddenly, a girl stepped out from one of the classrooms and into the hallway. She visibly flinched with a squeak, clearly not expecting strangers. As she hurried away, Jason felt Dick elbow him in the ribs, probably warning him to look friendlier. Only for Dick's elbow to knock into something hard. With narrowed eyes, Dick glared up at him.
"You brought a gun to a school? Seriously, Jason?"
His brother hissed. Chill, Goldie. I forgot I had one in this jacket. Jason shrugged nonchalantly. So what if he brought a gun? It's not like anyone needed to know. Dick shook his head and sighed dramatically. If somebody finds out, it's your problem to deal with. I wouldn't expect anything less, Dickface. Such a loving and supportive brother you are. That earned him a smack to the head. They stopped in front of the school's office, and Jason knocked loudly before entering. The room looked just as bland as it had years ago. The fake plants and uncomfortable chairs lining the wall opposite the secretary's desk. The woman looked up. Her eyes widened at the sight of them, clearly recognizing both of them. Fortunately, Dick took charge of the situation. Susie, it's been a while. You look as stunning as ever. Dick approached the desk, flashing one of his charming smiles. Susie beamed back at him. Richard, it really has been quite some time. And Jason, good to see you as well. She smiled politely. May I ask why you're here? Jason gave her a faint grin. Our butler got a call about the principal wanting to speak with our brother's guardian. Bruce is unavailable, so we're stepping in, Dick added smoothly. Understanding dawned on Susie's face. Ah, yes, regarding Timothy. It was quite a surprise to hear he'd been adopted by Mr. Wayne. Belated congratulations. You can go right in. Mr. Sherman's office is ready for you. Thank you, Susie. Jason watched as his brother smiled once more before they headed towards the office door. Knocking again, Jason opened the door and they stepped inside. The room hadn't changed. Still the same condescending box filled with newspaper clippings and awards. The man behind the cluttered desk greeted them with an unimpressed look. Jason had never liked Principal Sherman, and the feeling had always been mutual. 2 leather chairs sat in front of the desk, one already occupied by a sulky, quiet Tim, who barely reacted to their entrance. Jason gestured for Dick to sit, while he opted to lean against the windowsill, preferring to stand. Sherman ignored Jason completely, focusing on Dick. Mr. Grayson, not that it isn't a pleasure to see a former student. But why are you here? Jason resisted the urge to groan. Some people really never changed. It's Grayson Wayne, and has been for a long time. We're here for Tim. We were told you wanted to speak with us, Dick replied calmly. Sherman didn't acknowledge the correction. I wanted to discuss an altercation involving Mr. Drake. Jason raised an eyebrow. Altercation? Glancing at Tim gave him no answers. His little brother looked nervous, his eyes darting between Sherman, Dick, and himself. Wayne, Jason interjected calmly. Excuse me. Mr. Drake Wayne, Jason clarified. Sherman glared at him before continuing. Mr. Drake Wayne punched one of our star pupils today, breaking his nose. Sherman hadn't even finished when Dick turned to Tim, eyes wide and almost gleeful. Did you use the move I showed you last weekend? Before Tim could answer, Sherman cleared his throat, looking annoyed. As I was saying, due to this behavior, I need to speak with his guardian about the appropriate punishment. Bruce isn't available, so we're here, Jason repeated with a roll of his eyes. He then turned to Tim, grinning. Why do you punch the kid, Timmers? Tim fiddled with a loose thread of his uniform jacket before answering. He called Nightwing an incompetent whore and said a lot of homophobic stuff. That explanation called Dick's eyes to widen once more. The whole family knew Dick was bisexual and proud of it. He hadn't yet introduced Wally to them as his boyfriend, but they all knew very well that the two were dating. Homophobia wasn't anything they were unfamiliar with at all, but to hear it being so prevalent at a school came as a shock. Jason noted Dick grabbing Tim's hand and firmly squeezing it, his way of saying thank you to their little brother. He knew for sure that Tim would get a lifetime's worth of hugs later. Dick would make sure that their little brother would understand how grateful he truly was for his actions. Sounds like the punch was well-deserved. Jason shrugged. Sherman blinked at them, taken aback. Violence is never acceptable, regardless of the other students' remarks. Oh, but homophobia is? Dick raised an eyebrow, daring Sherman to disagree. No, but violence is never the answer. Jason snorted. Sometimes violence was exactly the answer, but he wisely kept that thought to himself. I'm not going to apologize, Tim said firmly. I know punching Mick was wrong, but he wouldn't stop. Watching as a grin spread on Dick's face, Jason felt himself smirk. That was their baby bird, stubborn as ever, just like the rest of the family. I think we should let this go, Dick said, leaning back in his chair. But if this happens again, I'm sure the papers would love to hear how Gotham's most prestigious school fosters a homophobic environment. They all watched as the old man mulled over his options. Options that were very limited. At some point, Jason was sure to hear him mutter something about stupid Waynes under his breath. With a sigh, the principal relented. Fine. Mr. Drake Wayne will not face any consequences this time. Please return to class. Thank you for coming, gentlemen. Tim stood up with a small smile, but Jason stopped him. Where do you think you're going, baby bird? Tim blinked in confusion as Dick added, He's not going back to class today. We're taking him with us. Thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Sherman. Suppressing the urge to flip off the principal, Jason followed his brothers out of the office with a grin. Moments like these really made him love being a Wayne. As they piled into the car, Tim warily looked at his older brothers in front of him. The whole situation had been surprising. While waiting in Sherman's office, Tim had been running through possible explanations and excuses, preparing for whatever punishment might come. He knew punching Mick had been wrong, and he wasn't about to take the consequences lying down. But then Dick and Jason had swooped in and completely shut Sherman down. It had left Tim speechless. Technically, he was the one in the wrong, but his brothers had stood there, refusing to let him face any consequences. Dick had even gone as far as to threaten the principal. Tim couldn't help but feel a warm glow inside. The Drakes would have accepted any punishment just to move on, but his brothers...
They had his back, no questions asked.
The car ride passed in silence. Tim was too lost in his thoughts to even notice where they were heading. When the car finally came to a stop, he looked around, confused. This wasn't the manor. Get out, Tim Tam. We're getting bat burgers. Jason grinned as he yanked Tim's door open, practically dragging him out of the car. Tim stood frozen, staring at the restaurant in front of them. But I punched a kid. I don't deserve... Shush, baby bird. You did nothing wrong. Jason cut him off. Before Tim could say anything else, Dick came around the car and wrapped him in the tightest hug he'd ever experienced. Thank you, Tim. You did good, his older brother whispered softly in his ear. Their moment was abruptly interrupted by Jason. This is all very wholesome and everything, but I'm starving. Let's go. Let go of the kid, Dick Face. Tim let out a loud giggle at the affronted look on Dick's face,
as he was let go from the embrace.
But before he could get too comfortable, Dick turned his betrayed expression on him.
With a squeak, Tim darted behind Jason,
using him as a shield to protect himself from his other brother's possible wrath. Jason ruffled Tim's hair with a grin, steering him towards the entrance. We'll always be in your corner, Timbit. And if Sherman hadn't backed down, I had my gun with me anyway. Tim looked at his brother with wide eyes and an open mouth. A gun? He barely had time to process the information before Dick stormed up to a very smug-looking Jason and flicked him on the ear. So you did bring it on purpose, you brat.
Swapped by Fortune. Chapter 1. Watch this madness, colorful charade. No one can be just like me anyway. Just like fire. Pink. Robin, do you copy? Dick found himself frantically shouting into his calm. Everything had gone sideways in the span of just 10 minutes. What started as a routine patrol had spiraled into something far more chaotic and dangerous. Out of nowhere, an unknown sorcerer had appeared, wreaking havoc in the Diamond District. The situation had become so dire that even Jason had to be called in for backup. Yeah, sorry, I copy. Tim stammered. In the corner of his eye, Dick saw the younger Robin narrowly dodge a beam shot from the sorcerer's umbrella. Fucking hell, this is supposed to be a chill night. I was gonna take the day off, but no, instead I'm here fighting some wannabe haggard with an umbrella as a wand. Jason's voice came through with his usual mix of sarcasm and irritation. A loud laugh escaped Dick's mouth before he could stop himself. He knew Jason was just complaining for the sake of it, mostly to annoy Bruce.
But Bruce, of course, ignored Jason's ranting and calmly handed out new orders. Hood, cover Robin. Nightwing, Robin, you two act as a distraction. I need to get close enough to detain the sorcerer. Dick echoed the others' copy and grappled over to where Tim and Jason were standing. Tim was trying to talk the sorcerer down, but it obviously wasn't working. The sorcerer, a middle-aged man with a black robe and a stereotypical witch hat, waved his purple umbrella with a snarl. "Shut up, little bat, and move aside." He fired another beam at Tim, and Jason yoinked him out of the way just in time. They really needed to be more careful now, especially since the sorcerer seemed to be growing more agitated by the second. Jason, however, didn't seem to have gotten the memo. "Shut up, and don't talk to him like that." He growled back at the sorcerer. The man snarled, his voice dripping with mockery. "How touching! Red Hood protecting Robin. Weren't you two at each other's throat not too long ago?" All three of them flinched. Dick wasn't sure if he did too, but the sorcerer had hit a nerve. When Jason first reappeared as Red Hood, he made it very clear that he despised the Bats and everything they stood for. His fights with Tim had been infamous, the hottest gossip on Gotham's streets. But those days were long behind them. The rift between Jason and Tim had healed. The picture of them both passed out on the couch cuddling after a movie marathon last night was proof enough of that. The sorcerer's grin widened. "Well, if you all care about each other so much, you're really going to love this little trick of mine." Before any of them could react, a bright green mist swirled around them. The second it made contact with his skin, Dick felt an uncomfortable tingling sensation. Panic surged through him for a split second, but just as quickly as it had appeared, the mist dissipated. He looked around, confused. What had just happened? Jason immediately drew his gun, ready to fire, but Bruce beat him to it, tackling the sorcerer to the ground. Shaking off the weird sensation, Dick rushed over and yanked the cursed umbrella out of the man's reach. "Don't worry, Bats," the sorcerer said with an unsettling grin, his voice taunting. "They'll be good as new in 48 hours. If looks could kill, the man would have been dead several times over. Bruce's glare was so intense that Dick was sure even the Justice League would cower under it. The sound of handcuffs clicking shut echoed through the night. Bruce stood, his expression as hard as ever, and nodded towards Dick, Tim, and Jason. "Agent A is on his way to pick you up. You'll all undergo a full medical exam in the cave. I'm waiting for Gordon, and we'll interrogate this man afterwards. I'll meet you in the Batcave, and we'll figure out what comes next. Understood?" A murmur of "yes" came from all three of them, though none of them seemed particularly confident. This was going to be a very long night. When Jason woke up to sunlight hitting his face, he immediately felt a surge of irritation. The curtains were supposed to be closed. He was sure he'd pulled them shut before going to bed. Whoever had opened them was in for a world of pain. After the exhausting night they'd had, B had kept them up until dawn trying to figure out what spell the sorcerer had cast. None of it had been fruitful. Even the sorcerer had refused to say much, only insisting that the spell was harmless and would wear off in 48 hours. Groaning, Jason rubbed his eyes and cracked one open. As soon as he did, his pulse quickened. Something was off. This wasn't his room. His walls weren't painted navy blue, and he definitely didn't have movie posters scattered across them. His initial panic settled into a strange confusion as he looked around more carefully. Why the hell was he in Dick's room? Pushing himself off the bed, Jason snorted at the mess surrounding him. The pile of dirty laundry under Dick's desk would send Alfred into a fit. He ran a hand through his hair, only to freeze. His hair wasn't supposed to be that straight. What the hell? Without thinking, he stormed into the adjoining bathroom, kicking the door open so hard the bang echoed through the room. His hands shook as he flicked on the lights. "Oh no," he muttered. He stared into the mirror, heart hammering in his chest. Instead of seeing his own reflection, his sharp features and blue-green eyes, he was met with Dick's familiar face, complete with wide blue eyes staring back in shock. This had to be some kind of joke. His breathing quickened, and he stumbled towards the sink, gripping its edges tightly. Deep breaths. In, hold, out, repeat. Okay, so he was clearly in Dick's body right now. Great. Could be worse, right? But if he was in Dick's body, did that mean Dick was in his? And more importantly, why was this happening? The answer hit him like a truck. The sorcerer's spell, he whispered to himself, groaning. Fuck. Jason let out a frustrated sigh, staring into the mirror again, into Dick's reflection. At least the sorcerer said the spell would wear off in 48 hours. He padded back into the bedroom, heading for Dick's closet. As soon as he pulled the doors open, Jason scowled. What a monstrosity. Sure, Dick had a couple of decent outfits, but most of his clothes looked like things even a homeless guy would pass on, and that was saying a lot. After some initial debate, Jason pulled on a Nightwing-themed hoodie and an old pair of gray sweatpants. It wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. He wasn't about to parade around in some of the other disasters Dick had hanging up in there. Before heading downstairs, Jason spotted Dick's phone on the nightstand. A sly grin tugged at his lips as he pocketed it. Oh, this was going to be fun. He could mess with Dick's life in so many ways now. The possibilities were endless. But first, breakfast. As Jason entered the kitchen, the smell of pancakes hit him immediately. Humming to himself, he plopped down into his usual seat, without a second thought. Good morning, Master Dick. You're surprisingly early today. If I were you, though, I'd choose another seat. I doubt Master Jason would be pleased to find you in his chair. Alfred greeted him with a knowing look. Jason blinked, momentarily confused by Alfred's comment, before remembering. Right, he was still in Dick's body. Part of him wanted to spill everything to Alfred, but a bigger, more mischievous part couldn't resist seeing how long he could keep this up. His decision was made for him when the sound of a door slamming and hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Elfie, do you know where B is? Jason's eyes widened as his own body rushed into the kitchen, skidding to a halt in the middle of the room. This was getting weirder by the second. Alfred raised an eyebrow, ever the epitome of calm. Master Jason, Master Bruce will not return until lunch. Is something the matter? Jason, or rather the person inside of his body, looked like they were trying to figure out how to explain without pulling their hair out. Hair that Jason was now particularly protective of, thanks to the fancy shampoo Roy had given him last week. It had been doing wonders, and he'd be damned if someone ruined it. Dick, is that you? The person inside his body asked, their tone suspicious. Jason smirked, crossing his arms as he leaned back. Nah, it's the fucking Grinch, baby bird. Tim's, well, technically Jason's, eyebrows shot up. Wait, so you're in Dick's body, and I'm in yours, which means Dick must be in mine. This has to be that spell. Of course Tim would start spewing theories first thing in the morning. Even though Jason usually prided himself on being an early riser, this was way too early for all this bat-level crap, especially without his morning tea. Timbo, as much as we all appreciate your brain power, how about we wait until I've had my Earl Grey before we dive into the detective work? Jason grumbled, rubbing his temples. Both of them had temporarily forgotten they weren't alone. Alfred was still standing in front of the table, arms crossed, his expression calm but expectant. Uh-oh, they were definitely in trouble now. Now, Alfred began, voice calm but commanding. Would one of you gentlemen mind explaining what, precisely, is going on? Jason knew better than to think this was a simple, polite inquiry. He'd learned quickly after moving into the manor that Alfred's questions weren't optional. There would be consequences if they didn't answer. Jason glanced at Tim, who looked back at him. Seeing his own face look at him was beyond weird, before sighing and rolling his eyes. We figured out what the spell from last night did. Alfred's face remained carefully neutral, like Bruce had taught them to keep their emotions in check. He gave a small gesture with his hand, indicating for Jason to continue. This morning, I, Jason, woke up in the wrong body. Jason explained, locking eyes with Alfred. I woke up in Dick's body instead of my own. Alfred processed this, without as much as a twitch. His gaze shifted over to Jason's body. And who might this be, then? I'm Tim. Tim replied, looking distinctively uncomfortable, in Jason's skin. Jason stood up and walked over to Tim, ruffling his hair with a grin. The height difference between him and Dick suddenly hit him. He'd never noticed how much taller he really was. Oh, he was definitely going to rub that in Dick's face later. I see. Alfred nodded, completely unfazed. Well then, take your seats. We'll wait for Master Dick to join us, and then we'll make further plans. Jason threw a quick smile at Tim before heading back to his chair, sitting down in the spot he'd claimed. Tim followed, gratefully accepting the mug of coffee Alfred handed him. As Jason sipped his tea, he and Tim sat quietly, watching Alfred prepare breakfast. A loud thud echoed from upstairs, and moments later, Dick, in Tim's body, stumbled into the kitchen, looking like he'd fought a losing battle with his own bed. His hair stuck up in all directions, and the dark circles under his eyes seemed endless. I need coffee, Alfred. Please give me coffee. I might die if I don't get some. Dick groaned, collapsing into what was his usual chair. This wasn't an unusual sight. Tim did this almost every morning. But watching Dick mimic it so perfectly was strangely entertaining. Jason glanced at Tim, who was studying Dick with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. The younger boy's mind was clearly working overtime, probably noting how his own caffeine addiction seemed to be more physical than mental, as his body was craving the coffee despite the switched minds. Of course, Master Dick, Alfred said, with a smile, sliding a mug of coffee under Dick's nose. Without hesitation, Dick downed the coffee in a few gulps. As he sat the empty mug back on the table with a satisfied sigh, his gaze finally met Jason's. He froze, eyes widening. What the fuck? Master Dick, language, please. Alfred scolded lightly. Dick blinked, then pinched himself, clearly hoping it was all some bizarre dream. Jason couldn't help but smirk at the sight, enjoying the chaos of the situation. What? How? Tim's voice, obviously used by Dick, echoed through the kitchen. Good morning, Dickface. Jason grinned, savoring his tea like it was the most normal morning in the world. This was beyond entertaining. The spell, Dick groaned, realization dawning as he let his head thunk onto the table with a heavy sigh. Hey, be careful with my face. Tim yelped. No bruises. Shut up, Jaybird, I'm not even in your body. Dick mumbled, voice muffled against the table. Nope, because Timberlina is in mine. Jason shot back, flashing a grin at the wide-eyed look Dick gave him. Before Dick could protest further, Jason whipped out his, or rather Dick's, phone and snapped a picture. The flash went off, capturing Dick's exhausted, bewildered expression on Tim's face perfectly. Priceless. Jason pocketed the phone with a satisfied smirk, while Tim launched into a quick explanation about the spell. Dick could only groan in response. They all came to the mutual conclusion that they'd have to wait for Bruce to return from the emergency meeting at Wayne Enterprises before they could deal with any of this. Wait. Dick suddenly piped up. Isn't today a school day? All eyes immediately turned towards Jason's body. Tim, still inhabiting it, blinked, eyes going wide with panic before he cursed loudly enough that even Alfred would have considered washing his mouth with soap. Fortunately for him, Alfred had already left the kitchen after placing plates of pancakes in front of them. Without a second to spare, Tim jumped up and rushed into the living room. When he came back, he was holding a tablet, furiously typing away on it. Jason and Dick exchanged nervous glances as Tim hunched over the device, clearly up to something. What are you doing, Tim? Jason asked, raising an eyebrow. Nothing. Neither of them bought that for a second. When Tim refused to give a straight answer, Dick stood up and swiped the tablet out of his hands. His eyes scanned the screen before he wordlessly passed it over to Jason. Jason's eyes widened when he saw what was on the screen. It was a school attendance log from Tim's school, and next to Tim's name was a green check mark, showing that he was marked as present. But that was impossible. Tim was right here, sitting in Jason's body. Are you seriously hacking your school attendance? Jason asked as a small laugh escaped him. That explains a lot. Tim, in Jason's body, paled. Jason, please. You can't tell Bruce. I barely do it anymore, I swear. Dick, always the peacemaker, chimed in with a wink. Relax, Tim. We trust you. Besides, it's not like I'm itching to go to school in your body anyway. A comfortable silence fell over them as they continued eating. Then Jason, ever the instigator, broke it. What do you guys say about messing with B? We're stuck like this for 2 days. Might as well have some fun with it. The twin grins that spread across his brothers' faces said more than words ever could. This was going to be amazing. Chapter 2. Breakfast was a relatively simple and routine affair. Alfred adapted to the whole body swap situation remarkably quickly, which was not surprising in the least. After all, as Batman's semi-father figure, Alfred was undoubtedly Bruce's dad, even if both were too stubborn to admit it. The butler had witnessed more than his fair share of Gotham's brand of madness. After breakfast, Tim found himself being pulled into the Batcave and towards the training mats by an extremely hyper Dick. Jason, pretending to be reluctant, followed without his usual complaints. We have to test each other's limits. Dick practically squealed with excitement, which sounded odd coming from Tim's own mouth. Bruce won't be back for a while, so we have plenty of time for some good-natured sparring. Tim couldn't find any reason to disagree. They had spent breakfast brainstorming ways to mess with Bruce, but had avoided making any concrete plans because, as Dick put it, that would ruin all the fun. Tim had only rolled his eyes in response. Of course, his older brother would hate making detailed plans and contingencies. Tim watched with barely concealed interest as Dick dragged Jason onto the mats. This promised to be entertaining. Gosh, it's been a while since I've been this small, Dick said, grinning as he bounced lightly on the balls of his feet. Jason chuckled and glanced back at Tim. The name Baby Bird really suits you. You're tiny for your age. Tim shot them a venomous glare, paired with a raised eyebrow. Unbelievable. Why did he have to be saddled with such insufferable idiots as brothers? I'll have you know that I am, statistically speaking, still firmly within the average height range, he retorted. Jason winked. Sure you are, Tiny Tim. Tim felt his annoyance bubbling. It wasn't his fault that his genes were different. Dick, unhelpfully, made baby noises at him, which both irritated him further and unsettled him. It was incredibly weird to see his own face making baby noises at him. Rolling his shoulders, Tim forced himself to brush off the annoyance. There was no point getting worked up over his brother's childish humor. We should take away his coffee, Jason mused, giving Dick a thoughtful look. Dick, the traitor, nodded. You're right. The amount he drinks can't be good for his small body. He pauses before adding, doesn't coffee stunt growth? Perhaps, yeah. We should tell Elfie to limit Tim's coffee consumption. B will probably be on board. Jason hummed. That was the point where Tim decided he'd had just about enough of these two assholes. Before he knew it, his vision was tinted green. You're not gonna tell Alfred anything, he snarled at his brothers. Everything was green. He could feel his rage coursing through his veins, pushing him to act. Don't let them win. Don't let them think you're weak. Make them regret it. Tim saw the exact moment when Dick and Jason's eyes landed on him and widened slightly. Shit, Jason muttered. Look at his eyes, Dickwad. They're green. Tim's affected by pit madness. Dick breathed out. This was horrible. Tim realized in the brief moments when he could shake off the suffocating green haze long enough to think clearly. It felt as though something was compelling him to grab the nearest weapon and hurt his brothers for their cruelty. But they were just joking, right? They disrespected you as a person and your honor, the voices whispered. No, he loved his brothers. He didn't want to hurt them. But they must pay. They had to suffer. No, he didn't want that. He didn't want this. Tim felt himself shaking his head, trying to dispel the green. The green was everywhere. He was drowning in it. Someone had to help him. He didn't want to die, but no one would ever help you. They only hurt you. Make them pay. No. Timbo, can you hear me? He suddenly heard from beside him. Tim couldn't see the speaker. Why couldn't he see anything beyond green and black? When had he even closed his eyes? Wrenching his eyes open, Tim gazed through the thick layers of green until he saw Dick. No, Jason, because Dick was in his own body. Jason was approaching him cautiously, both hands raised to appear as non-threatening as possible. Hey, keep listening to my voice, okay? Try to calm your breathing, baby bird. If you stay calm, it'll pass quicker. I promise. Tim looked at Jason suspiciously. Calm his breathing? But his breathing was calm. Oh no, it wasn't. Tim closed his eyes again and took a deep breath. Go away, stupid green. He wasn't sure how much time had passed until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Good job, Timmers. In and out. Opening his eyes, Tim rasped, What was that? Jason gave him an apologetic smile. That was the pit madness affecting you. Before Tim could respond, he felt a small body slam into him. Oh my god, Tim. I'm so sorry. We shouldn't have joked about taking your coffee away. Please forgive us. Dick, in Tim's body, had buried his face in Tim's chest and was clinging tightly to him. Tentatively, Tim ruffled Dick's hair. It's okay, Dick. You couldn't have known. Tim felt Jason patting him on the back and smiled. Thanks for the help. No problem, baby bird. You handled it really well. There was a moment of silence in the cave as Dick extracted himself from Tim's arms, and Jason stepped back to give the boy some space. A pit episode could take a lot out of someone. Jason knew this firsthand from countless experiences. He couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. Sure, it wasn't his fault that Tim experienced pit madness, but Jason still felt responsible somehow. Even his body wasn't safe for Tim. It left a hole in his heart, with a bitter aftertaste. Jason was suddenly pulled from his thoughts when Dick yanked him back onto the training mats. By now, Baby Bird was sitting on the ground, sipping water and watching them with rapt interest. His eyes still had hints of green, but had mostly returned to their usual color. Let's spar, Dick said gleefully, Tim's voice echoing off the cave's walls. Jason grinned and got into position. Why not, Dickwad? Dick's body was only about half a head smaller than his, so the height difference was manageable. The real challenge was the lack of muscle mass. Since being submerged in the pit, Jason had transformed from a lean, lanky teenager into a tank. Dick's words, not his. This meant he had adjusted his fighting style accordingly. His movements were slower, but his punches were more powerful. Dick, on the other hand, was the opposite. Movement seemed second nature to him, relying on elaborate flips and evasive maneuvers, more than brute strength. His hand-to-hand combat techniques were almost on par with Jason's courtesy of Bruce, but the power behind them wasn't the same. This was going to be an interesting fight. Rubbing his palms together, Jason stared Dick down, trying to anticipate his first move. Without warning, Dick, in Tim's body, lunged forward, aiming a strike at Jason's midriff. With a grin, Jason sidestepped and caught Dick's hand. Before he could twist it and hook an ankle around to throw him down, Dick yanked his hand back, causing Jason to stumble forward and receive a bony knee to the stomach. What the hell, Timberlina? You have some real bony knees, Jesus! He huffed. Dick and Jason continued to spar, dancing around each other for a few more minutes, until both seemed to have had enough. Dick broke the rhythm by twisting Tim's body and delivering one of his signature high kicks. Jason could feel Dick's body, vibrate with excitement. Before he knew it, he kicked both legs up and landed a perfect backflip, a little further back on the mat. Holy crap, he laughed, eyes immediately searching for Dick's. Tim's body paused, and Jason saw Dick smirk at his amazement. Without waiting for an answer, Jason ran a few steps to gain momentum, then jumped up and curled his body inward. He was flying. He was actually flying. Now Jason finally understood what Dick had meant all these years. Why he needed a suit that allowed flexible movement. Why he couldn't go anywhere without a flashy flip. This was pure exhilaration. Addictive as fuck. When his feet hit the ground, Jason whipped his head back with a wide grin and looked at Dick. You really do fly. Fuck his street cred and broody persona. This was too incredible to downplay. Dick practically bounced over, sharing his excitement. Jaybird, that looked amazing. He practically shrieked into his ear. Well, shoulder, since Tim's body was tiny, no matter how much the youngest protested. Jason threw Dick a smirk. This means that I now should be able to fold myself into a pretzel, right? Dick rolled his eyes. Sure you can, but be careful not to pull anything. Without a second to waste, Jason immediately knew what he wanted to try out. There was just one position his brother always did to freak Bruce and him, mostly B, out. It just looked unnatural as fuck, and had Jason convinced that Dick just didn't have a solid spine when he first became Robin. Gently and slowly, Jason bent back into a bridge, pressing the palms of his hands into the training mat. "Don't forget to take a deep breath, Little Wing." By now, Dick had moved to stand next to him, in case he needed assistance and guidance. Doing as told, Jason took a few deep breaths, before shifting down onto his forearms. After a few moments, he moved his weight back and slowly lowered his chest to the floor, while moving his legs closer to his head, until he was basically lying on the floor with his feet firmly on the mat next to his hands. "Jesus Christ!" he muttered in astonishment. Sure, he'd been flexible in his Robin days. Hell, he was still remarkably flexible for his body type, but this was pure insanity. "Good job, Jay," Jason heard Dick murmur with a proud smile. Why the fuck did he always get so emotional during these situations? Jason couldn't help but scoff. Such a mother hen. "Don't forget to take deep breaths, okay?" his brother reminded him. After a few minutes, Dick spoke up again. "Do you need me to lift your legs back? Trust me, that's the most comfortable way to exit this position." "Oh yes, great master. Please unpretzel me." Jason grinned up at the other, drawing a loud laugh from both Dick and Tim. "That is definitely not a word." Tim gasped out between laughs. Jason threw the baby bird a smirk. "I'll pay you $50 if you incorporate it into your next lit essay." Jason's "bet" rang out at the same time as Dick's stern "hell no." With a shaking head, his eldest brother looked down at them. "Absolutely not. Jason, behave, and don't give Tim any weird ideas. And Tim, you don't even need the money. And you should know better than to just do anything Jason says." As Dick lifted Jason's, well, technically his own, legs back, so that Jason was laying stomach down on the mat, a small ding was heard through the cave. Tim immediately grabbed his phone, from which the sound had originated, before smiling deviously at Dick and him. "Yes, who just got back home." Jason felt his face split into a grin. It was time. Chapter 3. Bruce was finally home, and that alone had Dick practically vibrating with excitement. In the end, his brothers and he had decided not to make a full 5-phase plan, with a bajillion contingencies. Instead, they'd brainstormed subtle but fun ideas to slowly freak Bruce out. All harmless, of course. Walking up to one of the more commonly used sitting rooms, Dick could barely contain his excitement. Still, he forced it all down, locking it behind the mask Bruce had taught them all. They'd need to act as normal as possible. The second the three of them entered the sitting room, where Bruce was seated in his usual chair, reading the newspaper, he looked up. "Hello, boys." Bruce's face would have looked unbelievably serious to an outsider, but Dick knew the tone he'd used was enough to show the fondness he held for all of them. Dick watched as Jason wordlessly sat down in the chair furthest from Bruce and nearest the door. It would have been completely normal behavior for him if he weren't currently stuck in Dick's body. Bruce's eyebrows twitched visibly as he watched his presumed eldest son's actions. "Is everything all right, Dick?" Sitting down on the couch next to the fire, Dick hid his smirk and answered, seemingly absent-mindedly, "Oh, yeah, everything's good, B." The following silence was deafening. Dick saw Tim roll his eyes before sitting down next to him. "Well, I'm glad you're doing good, Tim," Bruce almost tentatively said, clearly trying not to brush Tim's feelings aside. "Dick, are you all right, chum?" Dick noticed the way Jason's lip almost twitched at the repeated question. "I'm fine, old man," his younger brother grumbled back. Their dad's expression was once again priceless. The world's greatest detective looked so thrown off by his son's behavior that it was almost comical. Nonetheless, Bruce let the matter go, turning back to his newspaper after letting out a small, grunted response. A few minutes of silence passed before Tim spoke up without looking away from his phone. "Bruce, could you take a look at one of my last cases later?" This was a very normal question for Tim. After all, the baby bird, even if he was a child genius, wasn't allowed to stress himself too much over cases, and always had Batman look over them when completed. But for Red Hood to ask for Batman's help with one of his cases? That was practically unheard of. Collaboration was possible if Crime Alley or Top Rogues were involved, but Jason would rather die than blatantly ask Bruce for help like that. Bruce visibly didn't know how to react. He kept his face completely blank, but honestly looked a little constipated. And Dick really had to pull himself together not to burst into laughter right then and there. "Sure, J-Lad," Bruce said, his voice gruff and audibly strained. The next few moments passed in tense silence. None of the three boys really knew what to do or say without making it too obvious that yesterday's spell hadn't been as ineffective as they'd thought. Thankfully, the issue resolved itself when Alfred called Bruce to alert him of his phone ringing. B had fled back into his office after receiving some important call, leaving Dick and his brothers bored, and eventually going their separate ways. With a smile, Dick walked into the Manor's gymnastics room. Even after all these years, this was still the best present he had ever received. He could still vividly remember the way he'd looked up at B incredulously on his 12th birthday. Dick whistled as he set his water bottle down on the ground by the door before stepping onto the mats to start warming up and stretching. It was only then that he remembered he wasn't exactly occupying his own body at the moment. It was honestly fucking weird. Tim's body was similar to his own back in the early Robin days, but there were differences. Tim's body was less flexible, less bendy, and it constantly craved coffee. Dick honestly wished he was kidding, but he'd already downed 5 cups today and still felt jittery, tired, and like every single cell in his body was screaming for more. He joked about limiting Baby Bird's coffee intake before, but now he was seriously considering it. Rolling his shoulders, he shoved all those thoughts aside and jumped up to grab the bar. Gymnastics had always been his escape, a way to turn off his brain and relax, enjoying the quiet. The movements were nothing more than muscle memory, ingrained so deep that he didn't have to think about them. Though, being in a body that wasn't his definitely spiced things up. It was a challenge, but one he could handle. Tim had shown more interest recently in learning gymnastics. Not all of it, but enough tricks that could be useful for patrol. That meant Dick already had a rough idea of what Tim's body could and couldn't handle. As he twisted and turned, flipping and jumping, Dick made a critical mistake. He forgot to close the door. And worse, he forgot to stay vigilant. The sound of someone clearing their throat from the doorway startled him so badly it took every ounce of strength he had not to slip off the bar. Instead, he semi-gracefully perched on top of it with a lopsided grin. Dick's eyes immediately snapped to the doorway. "B," he said, surprise coloring his voice. It wasn't that Bruce never came to watch him. He did, but he hadn't expected B to come by today. "Tim," B said, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. "I wasn't aware that Dick let you do these stunts without his supervision." Dick's eyes widened. "Crap. Shit. Fuck." He stammered, oh so eloquently, while his brain scrambled to come up with an answer. He'd completely forgotten that Tim wasn't allowed, or able, to do the kind of insane stunts Dick pulled. Not because B said so, but because Dick insisted on being there to train, spot, or just act as an overly excited, protective older brother. Just in case. "Dick was here a few minutes ago," he blurted, channeling his inner Tim, and throwing B a small, awkward smile. B's face didn't give away whether he bought the excuse or not, but he nodded. "All right, as long as you're careful." Dick subtly let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Now fully aware that B was watching, he started showing off a few tamer moves. Nothing too flashy, but then an idea struck him, and he grinned internally. Oh, he could fuck with B right now. Yeah, screw it. As if flipping a switch, Dick started twisting his body to build momentum, letting go of the bar mid-swing and flipping in the air before catching it again effortlessly. He practically heard B's breath hitch and had to fight the urge to laugh. For the next few minutes, Dick kept it up, flipping and twisting through the air, making it look almost too easy. Finally, he dismounted the bar with a flourish, landing with both feet on the mat. When he glanced over at B, he knew he'd succeeded. B's face was completely chalk white, and he looked frozen for a second before muttering something about a great job and needing to talk to Dick immediately. Without giving Dick a chance to respond, B turned and briskly walked out of the gym, presumably to find Dick. Rip, Little Wing. The second Dick was sure B was out of earshot, he let out an unrestrained laugh. This was gold. Jason was peacefully minding his own business as he cracked an egg into a bowl. He'd been feeling jittery for hours and had no idea why. Unlike Dick in Tim's body, there wasn't some caffeine addiction screwing with him. At this point, he'd tried almost everything to feel more comfortable in his, well, Dick's, skin. But nothing was working. If baking didn't help, Jason decided he'd track down Dick and punch some answers out of the bastard. Honestly, if he weren't so excited about fucking with B, he'd have rather stayed dead. Stupid, inconvenient fucking jitters. Before he could crack a second egg, the door to the kitchen banged open, startling him enough to drop it on the floor. Another reason why he should have stayed dead. God fucking damn it. Jason looked up to see Bruce standing in the kitchen doorway, his expression caught somewhere between concern, seriousness, and shock. Jason scowled. "You made me drop my egg." That seemed to snap Bruce out of whatever spiral he was in, though the man still looked at Jason like he'd grown a second head. Then, slowly, and almost cautiously, Bruce asked, "Does Alfred know you're here, Dick?" The comment made Jason pause. Why the hell would he have to tell Alfred? Oh, right! Dick Face was banned from the kitchen unless Alfred explicitly gave him permission, or was supervising him. Pfft, loser. Just like Bruce. Jason knelt down to clean up the broken egg, smirking because he knew B couldn't see his face from this angle. Of course he doesn't. The silence that followed was so loud, it was almost oppressive. Then, Jason stood back up. He caught a glimpse of Bruce staring at him like he'd just kicked a puppy. Dick would never blatantly disrespect Alfred like that. None of them would. It must have been killing the old man to watch. Ignoring Bruce completely, Jason turned back to his mixing bowl and started working on his batter. A few seconds passed before he glanced up again. Bruce was still standing in the doorway, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Jason raised an eyebrow. That finally seemed to break B's brain, because he turned on his heel and left, mumbling something under his breath about needing to find Alfred. Jason snorted. World's best detective, his ass. Anyway, back to his brownies. Where the fuck was the cocoa powder again? Tim was currently wandering through the manor's garden. Alfred had been planting new flowers recently, which inspired him to test out his newest camera lens. Fiddling with the settings, he snapped a few pictures before adjusting them again. The sun's warm lighting, coupled with the vibrant plants and flowers, made for some beautifully whimsical shots. Humming softly, Tim focused his lens on a small butterfly perched delicately on one of Alfred's favorite violets. He had just snapped the perfect shot when the slam of the door made him flinch, startling the butterfly into flying away. Whirling around, Tim froze as he saw a ruffled-looking Bruce approaching him. "Jason, have you seen Alfred? Is that Tim's camera?" Bruce's brows furrowed as he abruptly cut himself off. Tim froze, silently cursing himself for letting his guard down. He had to quickly remind himself that he wasn't actually in his own body at the moment. Stupid mistake. No. Well, yes. He stammered, his mind scrambling for an explanation. Seeing Bruce's suspicious look, he quickly tried to salvage the situation. "No, I don't know where Alfred is. Yes, this is Tim's camera." Bruce stared at him for a few seconds, his piercing gaze practically burning a hole into Tim's, well, Jason's, face. Then, slowly, he asked, "And he let you borrow it?" Shit! Tim never let anyone touch his camera, let alone borrow it. Especially this one. This camera was special. It was a rare gift from his biological father, during one of his short-lived attempts at being an involved parent. There was no way he'd let someone else handle it. "I asked nicely," Tim choked out, hoping that B would buy it. To his surprise, Bruce just sighed and shook his head. First, Tim is doing one of Dick's most complicated routines without supervision. Then Dick is baking without asking Alfred's permission. And now you're apparently allowed to use Tim's camera. Jaybird, I'm really glad you and Tim are getting along so well. Truly. But are you sure Tim was okay with this? Tim's heart warmed a little at Bruce's protectiveness over his camera, before the rest of what the man said fully registered. Tim's doing gymnastics? He blurted out before he could stop himself. Bruce nodded vaguely. Yes, without Dick. I mean, I'm sure he can manage. Tim offered cautiously, trying to sound casual. Bruce huffed, his brows knitting together. It's just suspicious. Dick always insisted on being there. He shook his head as if to clear it. I need to go find Alfred. With that, Bruce turned and walked back towards the manor, mumbling to himself the whole way. Tim let out a puff of air, sagging in relief. That was way too close. Carefully putting the camera back in its leather case, he snuck back into the house, waiting until he was sure Bruce was far enough away, before stepping inside. Once he was in, Tim moved quietly down the hall and up the grand staircase. As soon as he hit the top stair, he sprinted towards his room, only to slam into someone smaller, and getting knocked back by the sheer force of Jason's borrowed body. Fuck, groaned a familiar voice from the floor. I forgot how easy it was to be body slammed at this size. Tim blinked down at his sprawled-out brother in surprise, before hastily helping him up. I'm so sorry. Dick pressed a finger to his lips, effectively shushing him. It's fine, Timmy. I know you didn't mean to. What have you been up to? Tim smiled sheepishly, holding up the leather camera case as an answer. Dick grinned and reached up on his toes to ruffle his hair. And was the lens as good as you hoped? Even better. Tim replied with a grin, then his face sobered. Bruce came by. Dick, Tim's body, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tim still wasn't used to how weird it was talking to his own face. God, this was creepy. That's why you're in such a hurry, huh? What did he say? Dick asked quietly, glancing up and down the hallway to make sure no one was listening. Tim nodded. He was super confused. Told me how you were doing one of your routines without supervision. Jason was apparently baking and almost gave him a heart attack. And he couldn't believe I let Jason use my camera. Then we succeeded, didn't we? A voice drawled behind them, making both of them whirl around in panic. If it weren't for Dick clamping a hand over his mouth, Tim's shriek would have definitely drawn Bruce's attention. Jeez, baby bird. Jason smirked. No need to be so jumpy. It's just me. Dick hissed and smacked Jason's arm, earning nothing but a laugh in response. For a moment, stood in companionable silence, until they heard voices drifting up from the stairwell. Sharing a look, they quietly tiptoed to the banister and crouched down to observe. Downstairs, Bruce had finally found Alfred. Master Bruce, I have no idea what you're talking about. Have you had enough sleep, sir? Alfred's posh, calm voice carried through the room. Tim had to stifle a laugh. Alfred, the professional gaslighter. God, he loved that man. Alfred, Dick was baking, in the kitchen, alone, Bruce said incredulously, looking like he was seconds away from ripping his hair out. I suppose he's been practicing in Bloodhaven, Alfred replied with an elegant shrug. Bruce stared at him like a fish, before snapping his mouth shut with an audible click. You don't think the boys are behaving weirdly. Jason was using Tim's favorite camera. Nobody is even allowed to come near it. Alfred sighed, his expression perfectly composed. I shall begin dinner preparations now, Master Bruce. Perhaps it would be wise for you to pay more attention to your sleeping habits. As Alfred turned to leave, he glanced up at them and shot a sneaky wink before walking away. Yeah, Alfie was the best. No contest. Later that evening, Jason had to suppress a grin as he and his siblings marched into the dining room for dinner. The old man was already seated in his usual spot, watching them with barely concealed suspicion. With a loud sigh, Jason flopped into his usual chair, making a show of his exaggerated indifference. Tim and Dick followed, doing the same, which only caused Bruce's eyebrows to creep higher. He didn't say anything, but the way his gaze darted between them made it clear he was keeping a close eye on them. You okay, old man? Jason asked with a mischievous smirk. Bruce blinked, clearly thrown off by the nickname. He looked at Jason, Dick, like he'd just sprouted a second head. Well, yes, he said slowly, nodding but still obviously confused. As dinner was served, Jason noted how Bruce gradually relaxed, engaging in a conversation about the Titans with Dick. His father still looked puzzled, probably trying to figure out why his youngest son was casually discussing potential training exercises for the Titans, a team he wasn't even in charge of, but it seemed he was willing to let it slide for now. Tim, meanwhile, was half listening to the conversation, which gave Jason the perfect opportunity to sneakily add a generous amount of hot sauce to his food. Jason bit back a smirk as Tim absent-mindedly took another bite. The second the food hit his tongue, Tim froze, his eyes widening. Shit, this is hot. Without hesitation, the youngest clambered out of his chair and bolted towards the kitchen, presumably in search of milk. Bruce's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Jay loves spicy food. He asked no one in particular. Jason shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence. Must have put too much hot sauce on it. He threw a casual glance at Dick, who met his gaze with a knowing look and a barely hidden grin. When Tim returned, Dick helped him back into his chair, shaking his head in amusement. The rest of dinner passed peacefully. Well, as peacefully as it ever got in the manor. That was until a phone's notification broke the silence. Dick immediately recognized the sound and started glancing around for his phone, his brow furrowed. Alfred was in the middle of clearing the plates when Jason pulled the phone out of his pocket with the biggest shit-eating grin. "Oh, Wally just texted me," Jason announced, his grin stretching ear to ear as he waved the phone in the air. Dick froze mid-reach, his face immediately going pale before shifting to red. Bruce's eyes narrowed as he focused on Jason like a hawk. "Let's see what he's got to say," Jason hummed as he used the phone's facial recognition to unlock it, taking advantage of being in Dick's body. "Don't you dare," Dick warned, his voice dropping to a dangerously low growl. Clearing his throat dramatically, Dick began reading aloud. "Hey baby, still up for our date this weekend? Heart emoji, heart emoji, water drop emoji." He raised his eyebrows in mock scandal, glancing at Dick. In the corner of his vision, Jason spotted Tim turning bright red as the implications of the emojis sank in. "Give it back," Dick snapped, his embarrassment palpable. "I've been looking for that everywhere." Instead of handing it over, Jason grinned wider and kept reading. "The tower's empty this weekend, winky face. We can try out..." He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening at the next part of the text. "Oh shit!" Before Jason could even process what he'd read, Dick vaulted over the table with a snarl, aiming straight for him. "Get back here, Jason!" Dick yelled, scrambling to grab him. The chaos was broken by Bruce's voice, sharp and commanding. "Everyone, quiet." They froze mid-scuffle, their gazes snapping to Bruce, who looked like he was teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Alfred stood in the background, as composed as ever, though his eyes glinted with subtle amusement. Bruce's stern gaze swept across them. "Now, can someone explain what in the world is going on here?" Chapter 4. The silence was absolutely fucking deafening, as Dick and Jason stood frozen. Baby Bird was still seated, watching everything with wide eyes. Even Alfred stood by the doorway, waiting to see what would happen. Jason shrugged, watching his big brother. "Dickface can explain." He tossed the phone over to Dick and went to sit back down at the table, still able to see his betrayed expression. "Fuck you, little wing," Dick grumbled, pocketing the phone, his face still cherry red, before also taking his seat again. Once again, silence. Nobody spoke. Jason watched as Tim grew increasingly nervous, fidgeting more and more, before hesitantly opening his mouth to explain. "Well, you know that spell we were hit with yesterday, right?" he asked, eyeing Bruce's reaction. Their adoptive father looked like he was at the end of his rope. With a sigh, he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Boys, I don't bite. What about the spell?" It was Dick who answered. "Well, it wasn't as ineffective as we thought." B looked at them blankly and gestured for him to continue. "We kinda woke up and swapped bodies this morning," Dick admitted sheepishly. Bruce sighed. And that classic, "remind me why I thought it was a good idea to pick you up from the damn circus," look crossed his face. Grinning, Jason watched as Tim turned to Dick and silently mouthed, "I should have left you on that street corner where you were standing." Dick, in turn, mock flipped his hair, which looked absolutely ridiculous in Tim's body, and mouthed back, "But you didn't." That earned yet another sigh from their adoptive father. "Alf." Before B could even finish, Alfred interrupted with a faint smile. "Yes, I knew about this, Master Bruce. No, I promised them not to tell you. And no, you are not allowed to sell, abandon, or disown my grandsons." Jason couldn't help but snort. "Fuck yeah, Alfie. You tell him." Honestly, it was hilarious how the Justice League saw Batman as this stoic, immovable man. They should really see him being dragged to bed by his ear, whimpering because Alfred wouldn't let go. After that, no one could ever take the feared Batman seriously again. That would be hilarious. But, Master Bruce, I am not above taking your cave privileges. No harm was done. Another sigh. Jason really needed to turn this into a drinking game. One shot every time the old man sighed or grunted. Easy fucking hangover the next day. Actually, you should do that with Roy. They should film a league meeting and take a shot every time Ollie or B grunted, sighed, or frowned. Wait, no. Bad idea when Leanne was around. Mentally, he quickly scraped that first date idea off his list. Alfred. No. Across from him, Jason saw Dick and Tim cracking up too. So worth it. There was a thick silence that stretched for a few more seconds, until Tim suddenly turned to Jason with an almost betrayed expression. You got us caught, he explained, a little whine creeping into his voice. That accusation had Dick narrowing his eyes at Jason, too. Jason had to suppress a snort. Like, come on, Dickface. At least he should have realized Jason was the one who ratted them out. I did, Timmers, he responded neutrally, or at least tried to, but a smirk still crept onto his face. But I had so many other ways to fuck with Bruce. Language. Bruce cut in swiftly. Excuse me, Alfred, he muttered before fixing Tim with a look that could only be described as constipated. You had plans to mess with me. Tim stared at Dick and Jason for a few seconds, eyes wide, before turning back to Bruce. Uh-oh? Jason couldn't hold back his laugh. Great job, Tim Tam. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Only he fucking failed at the first step. Bruce sighed again. Boys. Tim, the poor fool, obviously tried to change the subject. Why did you have to read out Dick's texts, if you knew it would get us busted? This time, Jason didn't even bother hiding his mischievous grin. Well, you know how you have certain obligations in life, right, Timbuktu? Much to Jason's surprise, Tim, his innocent little brother, was actually listening, expecting something deep or groundbreaking. He almost felt bad. As a younger brother to Dick, I am required to be as much of a little shit as possible. Understand? Now, come closer. He gestured for Tim to lean in before whispering conspiratorially, but this only works with the eldest sibling, alright? Doing it to the middle one, which, in this case, would be me, would result in bad luck. Jason carefully watched Tim's reaction. At this point, Dick was trying to join their little conversation, which earned him a shove. Because privacy is important. Really? Tim looked understandably skeptical, which was fair. Baby Bird was a detective, all right, but Jason knew exactly what to say to make him fall for it. Yes, not only do I have more experience being a little brother, but I'm also your Robin, right? And your Robin would never lie to you, with the intent to hurt you, would he? Was it overdone? Fuck yeah. But it worked so beautifully that Jason actually started to feel bad for the kid. The way Tim just nodded in acceptance for the absolute bullshit he had been fed was so cute and innocent that Jason had the sudden urge to wrap Baby Bird in a blanket and cuddle him to death. Their little moment was abruptly cut short by Bruce clearing his throat. Alright, boys. One last chance. Can somebody just chronologically tell me what the hell has been going on for the last 12 hours? His tone was strict enough for them all to know it wasn't just Bruce speaking. It was Batman, the concerned dad. Well, as Timmy said before, Dick started seriously. We all went to bed feeling fine and woke up this morning in different bodies. Bruce nodded, motioning for him to continue. Since we'd already concluded the spell had no harmful effects, we went along with our day and decided to have some fun. B grunted. We're going to the cave, then. I want full reports, everything in detail, so we can document this properly. With that, Jason watched as Bruce stood up and headed for the doorway, but just as he reached it, he paused, tilting his head slightly back towards them. At this angle, only his mouth was visible. Then, as a faint smile ghosted across his lips, their father spoke in an amused tone. Oh, and boys, you're all benched for the next week. And Dick, after we're done in the cave, I expect you to stay back. Dick blinked, clearly surprised, then frowned in confusion. But why? Bruce's smirk deepened. Because, from what I just heard at this dinner table, I believe it's time I showed you the updated presentation. The absolute look of horror on Dick's face was something Jason truly considered framing and hanging up in every safe house he owned. The second Dick shut his bedroom door behind him, he sagged against it before flopping onto his bed with a loud groan. B was evil. Pure, unrelenting evil for making him sit through that god-awful safe sex presentation again. The first time had been bad enough. He'd been a teenager with his first real crush, and Bruce had ambushed him with a disturbingly detailed slideshow on safe sex positions and the horrific effects of untreated STDs. Some of those images were permanently burned into his brain. And somehow, the updated version had been so much worse. Now it included new medical data and same-gender sex. Yay! It was so mortifying that Dick honestly doubted he'd be able to get it up for weeks. Meanwhile, Tim and Jason, the little shits, had been cackling the entire time leading up to it. They'd been exempted this round, but Dick knew it was only a matter of time before Jason got his turn. Not with the way his ridiculous, blatantly obvious crush on Roy was getting harder and harder to ignore. Sooner or later, Bruce would notice, and then it would be Jason's turn to suffer. Dick took a deep breath, trying to shove the embarrassment out of his mind, when his phone suddenly buzzed. He groaned, running a hand through his hair. Tim's hair, before grabbing his phone. Walls. Baby, you good? Oh shit, he'd left Wally on red. Or rather, Jason had left Wally on red, after loudly reading their private messages in front of everyone. Fucking hell. Dickie Bird. Yeah, sorry for the radio silence. You won't believe what happened. Before he could even type out an explanation, his phone started ringing. Without hesitation, he picked up and sighed. Hey, Walls. Silence. Dick frowned. Wally? More silence. Then, Tim? Why do you have Dick's phone? Wally's confused voice came through the speaker. Dick's eyes widened. Oh fuck. He'd completely forgotten about that part. That's a funny story, Dick said with a sheepish laugh. You know how I texted you yesterday about that sorcerer on patrol? You mean how Dick texted me? Wally corrected. Yeah, so, Tim, Jay, and I woke up in each other's bodies this morning. There was a brief pause. Holy shit, babe! Wally bursted out. You're in Tim's body? You're Robin-sized again? Well, that was unexpected. Sure, his boyfriend was an easygoing guy, but the immediate acceptance of the situation baffled the bat side of Dick, who just believed something like that without questioning it. What if this was a prank call? Once Dick was back in his own body, he was definitely having a conversation with Wally about being more cautious. Crap, he sounded like Bruce. Before he could dwell on that existential crisis, Wally's voice crackled through the speaker again. So, about this weekend, though. Dick cleared his throat. Yeah, about that. You know how we were going to hold off a little longer before telling everyone we're official? Yes? Wally sounded a little wary now. Dick didn't give him a chance to spiral. Jason kinda did that for us. He's in my body right now, had my phone, and decided dinner time was the perfect moment to read your texts out loud. There was silence for a few seconds until Wally found his voice. Dick, babe, this is funny. You're joking, right? Wally's voice was rising. Your father, he didn't hear them, did he? Dick winced. He did. A strangled noise came from the other end. Fuck, I'm so dead. Batman is going to kill me. Oh my god, babe. The Batman is going to murder me. Actually, Dick interrupted. He wasn't too upset. A sharp inhale. Define too upset. Well, Dick hesitated. He only mildly traumatized me with an updated sex presentation, and then told me to invite you for dinner next month. There was a long, drawn-out exhale. I'm going to live, Wally whispered, like he couldn't believe it. I don't have to go on the run. Dick chuckled. No, Walls, you don't have to go on the run, but you'll need to prepare for the hardest interrogation of your life. It was silent on the other end once more. A Batman interrogation? Wally's voice hit an impressive octave. It was well known that Batman's interrogation techniques weren't for beginners. Apparently, the Justice League had once done a training exercise where they practiced interrogating each other. Ollie, the poor man, was reportedly still traumatized to this day, and considering he'd survived a literal, uninhabited island for a year, that said a lot. Well, it probably won't be a Batman interrogation, Dick admitted. More like an Alfred interrogation. A pause, then flatly, "That's worse, isn't it?" "Yeah." "Fuck me. Not while I'm in Tim's body." A horrified splutter. "What the fuck, Dick?" Wally shrieked. "Dude, don't give me that imagery!" Before Dick could respond, his bedroom door slammed open. Jason barged in, then froze when he heard Wally's voice. Within seconds, his face was bright red. Walls, I'll talk to you tomorrow, alright? Jay just ran into my room." "Yeah, no problem, baby," Wally said, still recovering. "Good night, love you, and you are telling me everything about the Alfred interrogation tomorrow." Dick grinned. "Of course, I wouldn't want you to die, Walls. Love you too, bye." The second he ended the call, and pocketed his phone, he was greeted with loud gagging noises from Jason. "You two are disgusting." Dick snorted. "You only say that now because you read the texts." Jason shuddered. "That was traumatizing." "You did that to yourself, Little Wing." Dick smirked, then softened his tone. "Do you need anything?" Jason looked rough in Dick's body, his hair a mess, fingers constantly fidgeting. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled sharply and deadpanned. "Something is wrong with your body." Dick blinked, caught completely off guard. "What?" "Something is wrong with your fucking body, Dickface. I feel awful, and it's driving me up the goddamn wall." Dick tilted his head, scanning Jason, his body, more closely. "My body is fine, though? It's not like it has some insane caffeine addiction. Unlike some people." Jason ran a frustrated hand through his, Dick's, hair. "Then why have I been feeling jittery for hours? I feel like someone is about to shove me off a cliff." Dick's lips twitched. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. Oh, this was gold. Absolute gold. "Let me fix that for you, Little Wing." Jason's eyes narrowed in confusion as Dick stood up from the bed and walked towards him. "What are you—" Before he could protest, Dick wrapped his arms tightly around Jason. Jason stiffened at first. Then, like a switch had been flipped, his shoulders dropped, his breathing steadied, and his entire posture relaxed. Dick could feel it. He knew that sensation all too well. This was his body, after all. They stayed like that for a minute or two, before Jason suddenly froze and took a step back, staring at him with a mix of disbelief and horror. "Wait." His voice was flat. "You need hugs to function." Dick snorted. "Yeah. That is so messed up. That did it." Dick burst out laughing, especially when Jason kept going, voice laced with incredulity. "How the hell are you a functioning adult if you need to strangle people with your octopus limbs on a daily basis? How did you even survive childhood with Bruce?" Still chuckling, Dick caught his breath and shrugged. "Luck?" Jason just stared at him. Then, without another word, he spun around, marched out, and slammed the door shut behind him. Through the wood, Dick clearly heard Jason muttering, "Why is my family so messed up? Fucking hell." A few seconds later, there were quiet chuckles. Dick huffed out another laugh and headed for the bathroom. It was already late. Not patrol late, but since Bruce had benched them, it wouldn't hurt to actually get some extra sleep for once. The second his head hit the pillow, he was out. No dreams, no nightmares, no interruptions. Perfect. Waking up was a slow affair, as always in the Wayne household. None of them, except Alfie, were early risers, and it showed. As he blinked his eyes open, Dick was greeted by the sight of Tim's dark room. The boy's blackout curtains kept all the morning sunlight out. Frowning, he rubbed his eyes. Did he sleepwalk again? A loud "fuck" from the hallway had him wide awake in an instant. Jumping out of bed, he yanked the door wide open and rushed into the hallway. Tim stood there, looking downright murderous. Then, a second later, the door to his room opened, and out stepped a person wearing his face. Fuck indeed. "Not again," he groaned, letting his head fall back. He was in Jason's body now. Shit.
Chapter 5. The immediate aftermath of this new revelation was chaotic, to say the least. Unlike before, Bruce had been alerted right away. Mostly because they'd been loud enough to wake the whole damn house. Or rather, Jason had been. Tim snickered to himself. Breakfast was hilarious. Bruce was just sitting there, looking like he regretted every single life choice that had led him to this moment. Alfred, as always, was utterly unbothered. Jason looked like he was dying inside. And Dick? Well, Dick was absolutely thriving.
teasing Jason nonstop about finally being the taller one again. Tim was pretty sure Jay would snap in 3, 2, 1. And right on cue, Jason launched a pancake directly into Dick's face, growling, "Fuck off, Dickface." Instead of being offended, Dick only cackled. "You do realize you're technically insulting your own face, right?" "Masters," Alfred cut in, his tone calm but carrying that dangerous edge. "If you would kindly settle down and eat your breakfast like civilized boys, I would be most grateful." That had Tim's brothers snapping back in line immediately, much to his amusement. Honestly, what would they do without Alfie? The man was the only reason the household even functioned. Mid-bite, Tim was caught completely off guard when Dick clapped him on the back, grinning from ear to ear. The sudden impact sent him into a brief choking fit over his pancake. "Damn, sorry, Timmy. Please don't die," Dick said, still smiling like an idiot. Jason snorted into his tea. He says that with a grin. "You trying to cash in on Samantha's life insurance?" "What?" Dick gasped, all fake offense. "I would never. Not my poor beloved baby brother." Before Tim could even react, he was suddenly yanked into Dick's lap and smothered in hugs and kisses. With a squeak and wide eyes, he desperately tried to escape. But Dick had a fucking iron grip. "Jesus, Jaybird, I never realized you were this strong." Their oldest brother chuckled, watching Tim struggle with way too much amusement in his eyes. Jason opened his mouth, probably to throw some smug remark, but Alfred cleared his throat, and just like that, Tim was mercifully released. "Wait, baby bird, we could do so many fun things." Dick started excitedly. "Remember that machine you were trying to build last month?" Bruce immediately cut him off with an exasperated sigh. "No, we are not using anyone's body in some mad experiment, Dick." Dick, of course, ignored him entirely. "Okay then, I could teach you that jump combo you've been trying to get down. It'll be so much easier now that you're—" "No," Bruce said instantly. "What?" Dick gaped at him. "But come on, B. This is literally the perfect opportunity. I can teach him everything way faster now that he's in my body." Bruce just hit him with the classic, which, in Bruce to English translation, meant, "Don't even fucking think about it. If you do, I will personally make sure you're grounded and benched until you're 35. Dick let out a dramatic sigh, pouting as he sagged back into his seat. After breakfast, Tim hurried to his room, trying to escape before Dick could rope him into some insane plan, one that would undoubtedly earn them both Bruce's wrath. Instead, he decided to spend the day doing some casework. Maybe he'd squeeze in some video games later. His piece lasted for about an hour. Then, with a loud slam, his door flew open, and Dick barged in, grinning like he had just come up with the most evil idea in existence. "You know, Timmy," he began, way too smugly, "now that you're in my body, there are certain needs you'll have to fulfill to keep it healthy. Luckily for you, I know exactly what those are." Tim barely had a second to process before Dick snatched the case files out of his hands and tossed them onto his desk. Before he could protest, he found himself scooped up and carted off like a sack of potatoes. "What the— Dick, put me down!" Tim yelped. His words fell on deaf ears. Dick marched them both out of the room and straight into his own, where he promptly dropped Tim onto his bed. The mattress bounced under him with the impact, and before he could scramble away, Dick was already on him. Efficient as ever, Dick wrapped him up burrito style in a blanket, then flopped down next to him, deploying his octopus limbs to trap him completely in a vice-like grip. "Dick!" Tim whined, wriggling in frustration. "What the fuck? Let me go!" Dick just laughed, tightening his hold. "I know my body best, and my body needs cuddles right now." The grin in his voice was way too obvious. Tim let out a long, suffering groan. "I was busy." "With casework?" Dick cut in immediately. "Baby bird, even B would thank me for getting you to take a break. You work too hard." Tim pouted, elbowing him. "You say that like you're any better. Didn't Bruce have to literally bribe you into cutting back your police job to part-time?" "Shh." Dick hushed him, full seriously. "We do not talk about that. It's in the adoption contract. Page 3, Section 5. We ignore all personal hypocrisy." He buried his face into Tim's, his own hair. "My job as your big brother is to look out for you." Tim hummed in response, already feeling drowsy. A yawn slipped out before he could stop it. Not missing a beat, Dick flipped him around, positioning Tim so his face was buried into the soft fabric of his hoodie. Just get some shut-eye, baby bird, Dick murmured. I'll wake you up if anything happens. That was all the convincing Tim needed. Within minutes, he was out cold, warm and comfortable in his brother's arms. Dick was really happy right now. Sure, the whole body swap situation wasn't ideal, but it could be a lot worse. Bruce had only suffered a mild breakdown, better than expected, and at this moment, Dick was content. Because honestly, who wouldn't be? He had his baby brother all bundled up in his arms, actually sleeping, peacefully for once. With a soft smile, he pressed another kiss to Tim's, well, rather his own, hair. God, this kid was way too stubborn for his own good. But Timmy had a heart of gold, and self-worth issues that could probably break a world record. One day, Dick vowed silently, one day, Jay and I are going to make him realize just how important and loved he really is. His smile darkened slightly. Jason had been keeping tabs on the Drakes, and from what they'd gathered, the couple was getting more desperate by the day. Ever since the public fallout over their neglectful parenting, their reputation had taken a massive hit, costing them multiple business deals. And now, their company had started dabbling in shadier practices, which was perfect for Dick's plan. They may have gotten away scot-free when it came to Tim, he thought darkly, but they're not escaping forever. One day, when we've got the right evidence, I'll make sure the world knows exactly what kind of people they really are. Letting out a soft sigh, Dick carefully untangled himself from Tim. As much as he loved having his little brother here, something was missing, or rather, someone. He needed Jay. Now. With a grumble, he got up and padded to the hallway. A quick peek into Jason's room told him what he already suspected. Empty. Meaning Jay was probably curled up in his favorite leather chair in the library, reading with a cup of tea. Sure enough, when Dick reached the library entrance and peeked inside, there was his little wing, tucked away in the corner by the window. No tea, but with a book. The sight made Dick grin. It had been a lifetime ago since Jason was this small. Robin-sized, really. And it was tickling every single one of his mother hen instincts. He needed to scoop him up immediately. Moving quietly, he approached. Jason didn't even notice him until Dick gently slid the paperback out of his hands, sliding the bookmark in between the pages before setting it aside. Dickhead. Jason looked up, confusion and mild annoyance flickering across his face. He clearly hadn't heard Dick come in. Cuddle time, little wing. No can do. Before Jason could react, Dick picked him up, just like he had with Tim. Jason immediately tensed, looking 2 seconds away from protesting. Then, probably realizing it was pointless, he just sighed and gave up. Because right now, Dick was bigger, stronger, and hell-bent on dragging Jason into a warm, cozy sibling pile. And when Dick had his mind set on something, the chance of escape was slim to none. Is baby bird already in your nest, mother bird? Jason teased, a smirk tugging at his lips. Dick hummed as they ascended the stairs. Yes, he's already out like a light. When they stepped into the room, Dick quietly shut the door behind them before lowering Jason to the ground, motioning for him to get comfortable on the bed, where their youngest brother was still curled up, snugly wrapped in a blanket. With a huff, because Jason wouldn't be Jason if he didn't object to everything first. He crawled into bed, slotting himself against Tim's back, and pulling the kid into his arms. Grinning, Dick climbed in as well, settling into the same position as before, with Tim's head tucked under his chin. A comfortable silence filled the room, until, after a while, Jason spoke, keeping his voice low, so as not to wake their baby brother. You know, it's weird, Big Bird, he muttered. Tim Tam's body gets all tingly after too much physical contact. You noticed that too yesterday. Dick frowned slightly, thinking back to yesterday when he was the one stuck in Tim's body. Not really, no, he admitted. But to be fair, I only hugged you for like a second, and that was the most physical contact I had. Jason hummed, biting his lip in thought. You think it's still 'cause of the touch starvation? Dick sighed. Probably. Fucking hell. Jason's hold on Tim instinctively tightened. We really need to beat it into Timbuktu's thick skull that he needs to get his ass to us if the starvation starts acting up. Little shit. Dick huffed a quiet laugh. We should talk to him about it, he agreed. But not now. Jason raised a questioning eyebrow. Tim's been exhausted, especially with the body swap situation. Dick explained. If we corner him about it now, we're not going to get an actual answer out of him. Jason didn't argue. He just gave a quiet nod before pressing his face into the crook of Tim's neck. That was the end of that conversation. A few hours later, Jason had gladly joined his brothers in an actual effort to annoy the fuck out of their old man, who'd, as usual, sought sanctuary in his office. But did they have a plan? Nope. Did that matter? Not in the slightest. Bruce, come on, Dick begged, already laying it on thick. Jason, who hadn't even been remotely paying attention, figured fuck it, might as well join in. Mustering up his best goddamn puppy eyes, he looked onto the old man and pouted. Dad, please. And just like that, B cracked. Tim, the evil little mastermind, went in for the kill shot. We're so bored, he sighed, voice soft and pitiful. Then, for maximum devastation, it reminds me when I was back there. A pause, a small, heartbreaking catch in his voice. Jason had to respect the sheer level of manipulation. Bruce's reaction, fucking priceless. His eyes darkened instantly, his jaw clenched. He cycled through all 5 stages of grief at lightning speed. Sadness, anger, guilt, the whole damn package. Fine. Bruce finally sighed. Go set up Mario Kart. I'll be there in a second. Victory. Dick fist-pumped. Jason grinned like a wolf. Tim smirked in quiet triumph. As they bolted out of the office, Bruce called after them. Oh, and Tim. He shot the kid a knowing look. Don't think I didn't see that guilt tactic. And J-Lad. Jason froze mid-step. You can call me Dad outside of these kinds of situations too, you know. Then, the bastard winked. Jason's brain short-circuited, his entire face burning red. Dick and Tim immediately lost it, cackling as Jason groaned violently and dragged his hands down his face. He should have fucking stayed dead. 15 minutes later, they were all settled in their home theater, controllers in hand, ready for battle. Dick, being the dramatic bitch he was, obviously picked Princess Peach. Tim, the shady little shit, went for Shy Guy. Jason, Yoshi, because he could. And Bruce, Bowser. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The second B selected his character. All 3 of them lost it, cackling at the sheer perfection of it. Bruce just sighed, heavily, like he regretted every life choice that led him here. Simple Grand Prix. 4 races. Normally, they'd be driving to win. But now that Bruce was here, fuck winning. Their new mission was to make his life hell. Jason immediately put his plan into motion. He purposefully hung back in last place, grabbing every possible power-up, then unleashing absolute chaos on Bruce every chance he got. Red shells, green shells, piranha plants, bombs. By the time Jason won the first race, Bruce was mildly annoyed, but still keeping it together. By the 3rd race, B was on the verge of snapping. Jason had just hit him with another piranha plant when he heard Bruce muttering under his breath. You little gremlin. Tim was giggling uncontrollably, absolutely thriving off B's descent into video game rage. And then, the final race. Bruce was fighting for his life to hold on to 5th place. Jason was cruising ahead, set on securing the victory. Then, suddenly, disaster struck. Bruce rounded the last corner, seconds away from locking in a respectable finish, when Donkey Kong blindsided him with a red shell. Time fucking stopped. Bruce's entire body went rigid as DK flew past him, knocking him into 6th place. A long, heavy silence followed. B's eye twitched. Then, I hate Donkey Kong. The 3 brothers collapsed instantly. Full body on the floor, tears streaming, gut-wrenching laughter. B just sat there, staring at the screen with the 1,000-yard stare of a broken man. And then, from somewhere in the manor, Alfred's voice rang out. Language, Master Bruce. Jason wheezed. Tim was crying. Dick was barely breathing. Bruce looked like he was seriously contemplating murder. After calming down, Jason just couldn't keep the grin off his face. His family was fucking insane. And honestly, he wouldn't trade them for the world. Not that they needed to know that anytime soon. Chapter 6. Tapping rhythmically on the table he was currently leaning against, Tim, still unfortunately in Dick's body instead of his own, wondered quietly how everything went to shit this quickly. They were playing Mario Kart, just as a normal, not coping with their respective traumas by terrorizing unsuspected criminals while dressed up in silly costumes, family, and had subsequently enjoyed a very nice dinner prepared by their butler, but not really because he was their grandfather, when they got the news that Arkham had just suffered a massive breakout. Great timing. As Tim gnawed on his lip, he watched his eldest brother, now towering over them in Jason's body, argue with their boss, mentor, but really father, trying tirelessly to convince the most stubborn man they knew to let them help him. Arkham breakouts were some of the most stressful events to occur, demanding all bats to help as much as they could. Sure, Batman would be able to stop most of the worst from happening, especially with Oracle in his ear, but it was only when all of them worked together that this could be stopped within 6 hours or less. B, I swear to God, listen to me. Jason's voice thundered around the cave. We can help you. Us being body swapped doesn't mean we magically lost our training. The least we can do is help with evac or help the police out at Arkham. The man in question stood suited up, leaning against the bat computer with both arms. Time was running out. So much was evident by the footage running on multiple screens. Batman needed to go out now, and preferably any other Bat-affiliated vigilante too, since the escape of rogues such as Joker, Calendar Man, and Penguin would soon prove fatal to civilians. Bruce, Dad. Jason opened his mouth to try to convince the man. Before Jason could finish the sentence, Bruce shook his head and pulled his cowl on. Fine, J-Lad. Please investigate Arkham and try to find out the cause of the escape, and who escaped. From what Oracle has found, the guards have been able to get most of the prisoners back in their cells. Dick, you are in charge of any needed evacuations. Stay in communication with Oracle. Tim, please join me as soon as you can. I'm going to speak with the commissioner, so we can work with the GCPD to bring in all the escapees. Of course Bruce would cave when Jason asked. He always did. Talk about not having a favorite child. Once again, Tim was surprised that Jay didn't object to being given direct orders. But the situation was unusual. His elder brother did sometimes know when to stay quiet. Very surprising, he was aware. Shooting all three of them almost carrying looks, Batman marched over to the Batmobile. Be careful. It was barely audible to the non-Bat-trained person, but it warmed Tim's heart. B had come a long, long way from being the stark and mysterious figure, only capable of grunts and gruffly spoken orders, to, well, a dad who learned to communicate his thoughts and emotions. Now the three of them knew that Bruce did indeed love them, and was prouder than even most hardcore soccer moms of their accomplishments. With a wall of pictures and reports in his study, and office as evidence. Without looking back, because Tim knew Bruce would have changed his mind if he did, B sped off, leaving him in the cave alone with his brothers. That actually went well, Dick remarked, surprised as much as relieved, as he walked over to the Bat computer. Tim nodded, watching his older brothers, and deciding he would take their cues. He himself was also relieved. This wasn't a matter of, we are highly trained vigilantes, and capable of doing this. No, this was a matter of, Dad, please let us help. We don't want you to get injured, because none of us can lose another dad. His eldest brother was the first to break the silence, fully stepping into the role of team leader, as he had so many times before, turning towards him. Timmy, I'll go show you how to put on the Nightwing suit, okay? Dick said, grabbing his suit and waving Tim with him towards the changing area. My suit's in my locker, dickhead. Don't fucking destroy it. Jason called after them, half joking, half serious. Tim tried not to snicker and, of course, failed horribly. The grin on his face, however, was wiped completely away as they stepped into the changing room. It didn't take long for him to realize that this was very much going to be very awkward. Great. Jason had watched his brothers retreat into one of the changing rooms, with anxiety pulling in his gut. He was currently holding Timbit's Robin suit, and couldn't fucking stop his hands from shaking. He'd spent months planning how to get the mantle back. The mantle he'd never truly passed down. Then he had painstakingly made his peace with it, and now he had one last chance to don it, and he couldn't even help himself from careening into a panic attack. Robin had been magic. Truthfully, it had been the best time of his life. It had given him magic. Jason should be feeling grateful for getting another chance to wear the R, and yet the only thing he felt was dread and nausea. He had fucking died in this suit. Well, not this exact one, but still. His tears soaked the fabric in his hands. "Master Jason," Alfred's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Oh, my boy." Suddenly, Jason was swept into a firm hug, the suit still clutched in his fists as he cried in his grandfather's arms. It was then that he truly cried, sobs spilling from his lips. He cried for all that had been ripped away from him. His family, his future plans, the high school graduation he had been dreaming about the second the word school had fallen from Bruce's lips, and plans for studying literature right after. The possibility of joining Dick's Titans team, going to the circus with Dick as part of their yearly tradition, without panicking at the mere sight of someone with white face makeup on. The list went on and on. Yes, he had fucking crawled out of his grave. He had made it out, and yet he'd lost so much. So many parts of himself he'd never get back. Many memories were still blurry, or even wholly absent, thanks to Talia throwing him into the pit, head first. He'd even tried to kill his baby brother, his precious baby bird, who'd been left to roam in this dangerous world alone, at way too young an age. Fuck, he'd been so mad at his dad. So mad. A part of Jason still was, and would probably always be, Dinah, one of the most badass and best women he had the pleasure of knowing, from even before he died, had told him that it was normal, and that a part of him would always see Bruce's inability to rescue him as a form of betrayal. At least he had made it back, more or less, in one piece. That was what counted. After a while, he really didn't know how long, Alfred broke the silence gently, still absent-mindedly running his fingers through Jason's hair. "You must understand that you're not required to put this on." Jason's head immediately snapped up to meet his grandfather's eyes. He opened his mouth to react, interject, disagree. He honestly didn't even know. The old man shushed him gently. "Jason," his eyes widened a fraction at the address without the butler's beloved Master title prefaced. "You endured more than most grown men in this suit, with this emblem painted across your chest. It is understandable if you'd rather not put yourself back in this kind of spotlight." With his heart hammering away in his chest, because he was alive. Alive, goddammit! And tears drying on his cheeks. He swallowed loudly, doubt clearly written all over his face. Alfred merely brushed a lock of Tim's way too long fringe out of his face, before calmly carrying on. "But if you wish to overwrite the memory that monster left behind, because you are so much more than just the Robin who died, then now would be your chance. You always said Robin was magic, but the truth is that you, my boy, made Robin magical. You are the real magic, Master Jason. Never doubt that." Taking a deep, shuddery breath, Jason fought valiantly against the tears threatening to well up once more. "Listen to your heart, lad. I know you will make the right decision." Jason stayed silent, slotted against his grandfather's side, just like he would when he was younger. He didn't trust his voice, nor the emotions welling inside him. Alfred stayed as he always would, gently running his hand through his hair, while steadying him with the other. Can you help me put it on?" Jason whispered after a minute or two, not looking up. "Of course, Master Jason. I would love nothing more than to help my grandson," Alfred responded softly, before leading him into one of the unoccupied changing rooms. Robin would be his again, if only for a night, and Jason was going to make the most of it. That he knew for certain. He was going to show the world, himself most of all, that he still had it in him. That he still had the magic to make Robin shine as the symbol it was supposed to be. The work that evening, and well into the night, had been grueling. Dick decided as he flopped down onto the chair in the Batcave. He just stumbled out of a well-deserved steaming hot shower and put on a set of Bee's clothes, which were a lot less baggy on Jason's body than his own. Gosh, his little wing had grown into such a tank. Every time he was reminded of it, he couldn't help but get a little emotional. He'd been such a small bean the first time Dick had met him, and now Dick had to crane his neck up to meet his eyes. His brothers were not faring any better, all of them absolutely knackered. Dick was sure, if their father were honest, he'd say so about himself, too. Nonetheless, certain protocols had to be followed, and things needed to be written down and archived for future reference. Thus, the four of them, Alfred flitting around, bringing everyone tea and some of his homemade cookies. Best grandpa ever. Sat around a table and recounting everything that happened that night, with a precision not even most CIA agents had. After speaking to incompetent bastard number 2, I went to the head guard's office. Guess what? The asshole was just sitting at his desk eating a burger, as if nothing had just happened. Jason huffed, Tim's hair askew, and cheeks rosy. Hands curled around the mug Alfred had handed him minutes before. "Did you—" Bruce started. "Yes, I took pictures of their badges and already sent them to Barbie." His little brother interrupted swiftly. Their father nodded, a small, almost overlookable smile playing on his lips. "Great. Thank you, J-Lad." Nobody commented on the childlike expression of joy Jason made. Dick had to stifle down his own smile. Deep in their hearts, Tim excluded, since he wasn't an adult yet, they were all children craving their dad's recognition, however small or stupid it might be. Dick was next up and kept his report as brief as humanly possible, craving his bed and soft sheets above all. First, the largest evac was in the Narrows. Babs will send you the location marker. Firefly scorched a whole apartment building. The fire was contained within an hour. 56 residents made it out by themselves. 12 had to be extracted. No casualties. 20 people were brought to the hospital. 17 with smoke inhalation, and 3 with minor burns. B nodded, periodically asking a few more questions to clarify details. After a while, he gave Dick the go-ahead to continue recounting the rest of the evacuations he had helped with. All in all, it took them 1.5 hours to get through all the night's happenings. It didn't take much motivation from Alfred for them to head to their respective rooms and pass out in their respective beds. Shooting one last good-night message to Wally, Dick didn't even have the energy to put his phone on the nightstand, dropping it onto his chest instead the second his eyes slipped shut. Jason woke up feeling like absolute shit. Apparently, he'd forgotten to close his fucking curtains before heading to bed, even though he was sure he had done so before throwing himself into bed and burritoing up. Even worse, it felt like his cheek was pressed against something hard. A phone, maybe? Once again, very weird, because Jason put his phone on the charging dock on his desk. Rubbing his eyes, he blinked them open, already feeling a grumpy mood set in for the day, as he snatched the phone from under his cheek. His vision focused. Why the fuck had he slept with Dickhead's phone? Jason lay there still for a few seconds, his brain trying to catch up. Wait. 48 hours. Dick had been in his body. It had been 48 hours. Now Jason was in his own body again. Scrambling out of bed, he dashed to the nearest mirror, nearly crying in relief. Yes, he was a dramatic bitch. Deal with it. At the sight of his own face in the reflection, with adrenaline coursing through his veins and his brain seemingly still half asleep alongside any sense of shame, he ran, for whatever reason, into his dad's room like a child, running to show off a drawing. The room was still drenched in darkness, with Bruce fast asleep on the left side of the king-size bed. "Bruce!" Jason found himself whisper-shouting. When the man didn't respond, vigilance his ass, he tried again. "Dad." Belatedly, he realized how stupid this all was, but it was already too late. Bruce shifted, eyes narrowing at the door where Jason stood. "J-Lad, it's too early to be up," he grumbled. "Come here." Without really knowing why, Jason let the door softly click shut behind him and padded towards the man's bedside. Before he could even open his mouth, a hand closed around his wrist and he was yanked into bed next to Bruce, his father swiftly pulling the duvet around both of them before mostly falling back to sleep. Stunned, Jason lay there for a few seconds, rethinking his whole life. "Sleep, chum. It's too early." The old man grunted again, pulling him closer to his chest. Embarrassingly, it didn't take long for Jason's heart rate to go down, nor his eyes to slip shut. He blearily noticed a smaller body joining them a while later, and briefly woke up at the sight of Dick climbing into bed behind Tim. His older brother's face had an annoyingly soft smile on it. "We're all back in our own bodies now," Dick had whispered, freezing a little when Bruce, still very much asleep, now on his back, shifted to pull both Jason and Tim better into his sides. Jason merely nodded, his eyes drooping again. "Go back to sleep, little wing," his brother murmured. "But don't you dare sneak out before breakfast." Releasing a near-silent snort, Jason drifted back into peaceful unconsciousness, surrounded by his dad and brothers. That morning, Alfred's beloved photo album gained another treasured photo. Decked by Fortune. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel. You're the mean one, Mr. Grinch. Thurl Ravenscroft. Jason was starting to regret ever promising Barbara, alongside his brothers, that he would help out with the library's annual Christmas gathering. When he'd agreed to play a part in the festivities, he'd envisioned himself reading stories to kids or handing out hot chocolate. But no. Of course, that wasn't what Babs had in mind. As Dick went on yet another triad in an effort to motivate him, Jason rolled his eyes, scoffing. Come on, little wing. This'll be fun. And it's for the alley kids, remember? That has nothing to do with the fucking fact that you want me to wear this bullshit. Jason snapped back, lifting the gaudy Santa Claus costume out of its plastic packaging like it might bite him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Tim trying, and failing, not to laugh. The second Jason shot him a sharp look, the snickers evaporated, replaced with a wide-eyed, deer-in-the-headlights expression. Come on, Jay. Tim and I will be your elves. This is going to be so fun. Dick practically bounced off the walls like a caffeinated child. Jason dropped the horrendous costume back on the table, glaring at it. Absolutely fucking not. He wasn't about to humiliate himself like this. Not even for the orphans, street kids, and struggling families. Why couldn't he just read a few stupid stories and call it a day? Babs should have got him a Grinch costume instead. Tim, the little shit, piped up from the sidelines. Fuck off, baby bird, or I'll throw your Nintendo Switch out the window. Jason growled with a sharp smile. Tim opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish, horrified. No, Jason! He whined, and Jason rolled his eyes at his tone. He was tracing the seam of the costume again, contemplating his next move, when Alfred swept into the room. Masters, I shall drive you to the library shortly. As I have business in the city, I trust you're all nearly ready. The butler's sharp eyes ticked over to Jason, and the costume in his hands. Ah, dressing as Santa this year, Master Jason. How gracious of you. I distinctly recall you telling me about attending the library's Christmas festivities in your youth. It's heartwarming to see you taking up the mantle this year. Quite commendable, my boy. Once you're all ready, we'll depart. With that, Alfred swept back out of the room. Jason stood there, teeth clenched, realizing that he'd just lost this round. There was no going back now. Fuck. Don't you dare say anything. He growled at his brothers, before stomping off to change. He wasn't even angry about the situation. Not really. He was just miffed that he'd been outmaneuvered by a butler who might as well be his grandfather. After fussing in front of the mirror for longer than he cared to admit, Jason finally trudged into the hallway. As expected, Dick was already preening in his ridiculous green elf costume, and Tim stood nervously adjusting his red one. Alfred waited patiently nearby. Before Dick could open his mouth, Tim elbowed him hard, earning a yelp. Alfred gave Jason a small, approving smile. You look splendid, Master Jason. Now, shall we? Splendid was not the word Jason would have chosen. The top half of the costume was tight across his chest and shoulders, while the pants were so baggy they needed one of his belts just to stay up. The fake beard and wig itched like hell, and he was already counting the minutes until he could rip them the fuck off. He'd swapped the ridiculous costume shoes for his nicest black combat boots, but that was the only consolation. No one would call this splendid. At least Roy wasn't there to witness this catastrophe. That would be game over. He could kiss his chance with the older man goodbye. The car ride to the library was mercifully short. Dick spent most of it excitedly texting Barbara from the passenger seat, while Tim, sitting beside Jason, fidgeted nervously. You good? Jason asked, flicking an unruly strand of fake white hair out of his face. Tim shrugged, chewing on his lips. I don't want to mess up, you know? Jason softened, offering a small smile. You won't. Just follow mine and Dick's lead, okay? When they arrived, Jason could see the library was packed from the outside. Memories of coming here with his mom before she died surfaced unbidden. He pushed them down as they made their way in. The minute they entered, the buzz of excited children's voices filled the air. Barbara, smiling brightly from her makeshift stage, waved them over. "It seems you've all been very good this year," she announced. "Thank you for visiting, Santa." She gestured to 3 stools on the stage. Jason barely had time to process before Dick shot him a look, yanking him out of his thoughts. "Good day, my children," Jason said in his best attempt at a jovial Santa voice, waving stiffly as he walked towards the stage. "My elves and I thank you for this, invitation." Dick elbowed him with a grin that screamed, "You're terrible at this," earning a grumbled, "Fuck off, Dick, I mean, ho ho ho," under Jason's breath. Thankfully, Barbara took the reins, explaining the day's schedule, a Q&A, story time, and finally, pictures with the kids. Every child would get a small chocolate treat and a book sponsored by Bruce, plus a Polaroid photo to take home, so that they'd have a picture to remember this day by, no matter their financial situation. The Q&A was awkward, but manageable. The kids asked everything from their favorite color to how Mrs. Claus was holding up with Santa at home. The Mrs. Claus question caught Jason off guard, sending Dick and Tim, and even Barbara, into barely contained laughter as he stumbled through the answer. Despite his fumbling, the kids stayed encouraged and excited. It was a goddamn miracle. Storytime, however, was where Jason found his rhythm. Seeing the wonder in the children's faces as he read was something else. He wouldn't admit it, but he already planned to ask Barbara if he could do this more often. Preferably without the godforsaken costume. The photo session was tedious, but the kids' joy made it worthwhile. Many of them brought drawings or eagerly shared stories about their families and Christmas wishes. Every child got a chance to sit on one of their laps, and the happiness on their faces tugged at something deep in Jason's chest. Almost made him tear up. Almost. By the time the event wrapped up, the kids were reluctant to part ways, but Dick handled it with hugs, Jason offered hair ruffles, and Tim gave fist bumps. Once back in Alfred's car, Jason viciously ripped off the wig and fake beard, sighing in relief. Scratchy demon spawn gone. He'd done his good deed for the next 5 years. If any of his business associates ever found out about this, they'd drag his street cred through the mud. His moment of peace was shattered by Dick's voice from the passenger seat. "I took a picture, and Roy says he loves your look, Jaybird." Jason froze, glaring daggers at Dickhead. The traitorous bastard winked, far too smug. Snarling, Jason launched himself forward, snatching the phone out of Dick's hands as Alfred shouted for them to behave. He should have stayed dead. Merry Christmas his ass.
Snoozed by Fortune. Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. Wake me up, Avicii. The night was brutal, freezing temperatures, biting wind, and thick clouds blotting out the sky. A stakeout had been scheduled, and, as usual, Bruce had made the executive decision that Tim and Jason were the lucky ones stuck with it. Both of them were pissed. Normally they took turns, and, by that logic, it should have been Dick and Damien's turn. But no, B had sent those two on a last-minute intel-gathering mission instead. So fucking unfair. Which was how Tim ended up in this miserable situation. Jason had met him in the cave an hour earlier for their final briefing, and just as Tim had been about to get on his bike, Jason had decided, completely unilaterally, that they were taking the Batmobile instead. Fine, whatever. But then Jason had also suddenly decided that Tim was a poor, fragile little bird in dire need of extra layers. Before Tim could even open his mouth to protest, Jason had already gone upstairs. When he came back, it was with a black winter jacket and a pair of yellow Converse in hand. Tim took one look and scowled. No, absolutely not. Jason smirked. "I can't have you freezing to death on my watch, baby bird." "My suit is perfectly insulated, Jay." Jason threw a pointed look,
at the built-in boots of Tim's Red Robin suit and snorted. "You're gonna freeze your toes off, Timberlina. And we can't have that, can we?" Tim opened his mouth, ready to fire back, but before he could get a word out, the shoes came flying at his face. He barely managed to catch them before they could smack him square in the nose. "If you don't put them on," Jason said smugly, "I'll tell B about the time you almost clicked on a phishing link on the Bat computer because you hadn't slept in a week." Tim hissed. "You wouldn't." Jason's smirk widened. "You really want to test that, Timbuktu? Is getting benched really worth all this?" Tim hated that his brother had a point. Letting out the loudest, most obnoxious huff he could muster, he dropped into a chair and yanked the shoes on over his suit's boots. "Fuck you, Jason." Jason grinned. "I love you too, Timmy." The second Tim stood up, he heard the unmistakable click of a camera shutter. His eyes twitched. Jason had taken a picture. Not dignifying it with a response, Tim stomped towards the Batmobile, yanking the passenger door open and buckling up with all the dramatics of a petulant child. Let Jason feel his rage. That bastard. Jason slid into the driver's seat a moment later and immediately shoved the jacket into Tim's lap, his silent way of telling him to put it on as soon as they got out of the car. The ride was mostly silent, save for some occasional small talk, once Tim decided he might as well enjoy his brother's company instead of wasting the next few hours being petty. When they arrived at their stakeout location, Tim waited until Jason had walked a few paces ahead before ditching the jacket. He refused to be babied by Jason, of all people. Jason didn't notice until they were both in position. Tim shot him a smug smirk. "Take that." Jason just shook his head. Within the first few minutes, Tim had wrapped his cape tightly around himself, partially for warmth, but mostly to hide the god-awful canary yellow shoes he had been forced to wear. Whoever invented stakeouts was a fucking sadist. Within an hour, he was bored enough to mentally craft an acronym for what stakeout stood for. Soul-crushing, tedious, agonizing, knee-numbing, exhausting, oppressive, unending torture. Which was exactly what it was. By hour 3, the cold had started to win. Despite his best efforts, Tim's body betrayed him. His eyes were getting droopier by the second, his limbs felt heavy, and at some point, he must have nodded off completely. Because the next thing he knew, he was being lifted off the ground. A groggy blink, and he cracked one eye open, squinting blearily at the offending hands. Who the hell was... Wait, had he actually fallen asleep? His eyes snapped open, just in time to realize Jason was carrying him, his leather jacket now draped over Tim's shoulders as he strode towards the Batmobile. "Jason?" Tim yawned, his voice small and embarrassed. "What about the stakeout?" Jason's voice was soft, the modulator switched off. "Don't worry about it, Timmers. We're getting you home." Big Brother was handling it. Tim felt himself slipping away again. But Bruce... Apparently, he'd spoken aloud, because Jason let out a low chuckle. "Don't worry about the big bad bat, baby bird. I'll deal with him. Just go to sleep." That was all the reassurance he needed. Tim let out a small, content hum, before drifting off once again. 5 more minutes. That was all Tim needed to finally finish this hell of a case. Oh, who was he kidding? 3 days ago, he confidently told Bruce he'd be done by midnight. Yesterday... Wait, was it yesterday? He told Dick he'd be done in an hour. Who cares? Tim spun the chair in front of the Bat computer to the side and gleefully set his now empty mug of coffee under the coffee machine he'd snuck into the cave, directly against Bruce, Dick, and Alfie's orders. They should just consider it his teenage rebellion phase, and be grateful for the case he was about to solve. Tim reasoned with a shrug. This all started 4 days ago, when he had an epiphany at lunch. The case, a string of seemingly unconnected murders with no clear motive, had been bugging him for days. Obsessed, he dragged along with Bruce to every interrogation and crime scene. Seeing his determination, B had finally handed it over to him. Pretty sure the old man regretted that now. Tim had only left the cave once, briefly, to shower and change after Bruce's first check-in. Since then, he'd been glued to the Bat-computer. This case had so many twists and turns, it felt like a bad Wattpad detective story, where an 11-year-old author was making things up as they went. Not that Tim had any experience with that. No! But now, he was close. So fucking close. He'd finally figured out the motive. He just needed to connect it to the evidence and security footage. Easy, just tedious and time-consuming. Grabbing his freshly brewed coffee, Tim leaned back in his chair. Just as he lifted the mug to take a sip, someone snatched it right out of his hands. Tim blinked at his now empty hand, then at his other hand, then at the spot where he always placed his coffee, then at the machine. Huh? Jesus. You are really fucking sleep-deprived, aren't you? A voice chuckled behind him. Tim whirled around so fast he nearly fell out of his chair. Jason stood there, smirking, casually holding his mug. Oh, the mug. There it was. Stretching out his arms, Tim reached for it. Gimme. Jason, being the absolute devil incarnate, simply lifted the mug out of reach before setting it on the desk behind him. Dickhead wasn't kidding when he said you didn't even notice him checking in a few hours ago. Jason shook his head. Oh well, guess we're doing this my way. Before Tim could react, Jason hoisted him into a fireman's carry. Weakly, Tim squirmed, trying to fight back. But Jason was both stronger and not running purely on caffeine and spite. Jason, he whined, wiggling to break free. Sorry, Timmy. No more Bat-computer for you. Dick's orders. Jason's smirk was audible in his voice. You're a dick. Jason snorted, but didn't respond, carrying him upstairs like it was nothing. Tim's blackout curtains were already half drawn, clearly prepped in advance. Jason set him down gently on the bed before turning to Tim's closet to grab pajamas. By the time he turned back, Tim was already half asleep. Oh, no, Tim Tam. You can't sleep in those clothes. Tim cracked one eye open and let out a yawn. Jason sighed. The shit I do for you bastards, he muttered, carefully pulling off Tim's shoes. You're lucky you're cute. You're just a softie. Tim mumbled softly, as Jason tugged off his clothes and replaced them with the pajamas. Red Hood-themed ones, of course. After tucking him in, Jason went to shut the curtains fully. Good night, Timmy. Night, Jay. And with that, Tim was out. Tonight's patrol had been a fucking mess. First, Dick had twisted his ankle, which sent Damien into a full-blown panic because how dare the wall harm his precious Grayson? Then, Bruce had been called away by the commish over a double homicide, with possible ties to one of the trafficking rings they'd been investigating lately, which was already bad enough because, well, drugs were shit. And lastly, it had started pouring rain. The only good thing was that Tim and Jason had been near one of Jason's safe houses. Not his best one, but a roof over their heads nonetheless. Low-key, and very secretly, Tim was really proud of his older brother. In the past few years, Jason hadn't needed to use his dozen or so safe houses anymore, meaning he felt comfortable enough with the Bat family to let them know he was either at the manor or his apartment. Years ago, they wouldn't have even dared to hope for that. Of course, that also meant most of Jason's safe houses were now bare bones at best. The one they were in now didn't even have a bed frame anymore. With the distinct lack of groceries and furniture, Jason had swiftly decided for both of them that they'd be heading back to the manor for the night. Absolutely not because he wanted to check on their eldest brother. No, of course not. Looking around the empty space, Tim had to fight the urge to scratch his nose, or sneeze, at all the dust. Out of seemingly nowhere, Jason pulled a duffel bag full of various clothes from all Bat family members, which was something Tim hadn't even known existed. It was really cute, and showed just how far his brother had come. They all knew Jason was secretly the biggest mother hen in the family. Tim decided against calling him out on it. Jason would just get defensive, and Tim wasn't about to make him feel bad for being thoughtful. Jason tossed him a pair of sneakers, a hoodie, and jeans. When Tim just stared at him in confusion, Jason shrugged. "What? It's cold and wet out," he said, before turning and swapping his own combat boots for Converse. His helmet had already been dumped into the duffel bag a few minutes earlier. Tim slowly followed his example, and when he turned back, Jason held something out to him. "A skateboard? Look what I found, baby bird. No clue why I even have it. So, have fun." Practically squealing in delight, Tim snatched the skateboard, inspecting it, and then hugged his brother tightly. "It's almost brand new, Jay. This is awesome. Thank you." Jason chuckled, hugging him back before stepping away to zip up the duffel bag. "How do you feel about taking the subway to Bristol? I'll call Alfred to meet us at the station. At this hour, it's practically empty anyway. Beats getting soaked on one of the cycles I keep in this building's garage." Tim tilted his head in thought, before slowly nodding. He'd never taken the subway while on patrol before, unless a rogue had hijacked it. But hey, he was all for new experiences. The walk there was short, with Tim trying out his new skateboard. Without immediately falling on his face, "Thank you very much." He was pretty sure Jason had secretly recorded the whole thing. That traitor. As Jason had predicted, the subway station was completely empty, and the train they boarded was too. Tim watched his brother send a quick message to Alfie before settling into the seat beside him. The ride would only take 20 minutes, but 5 minutes in, Tim heard a quiet snore from Jason. Determined to stay awake and keep watch, Tim started counting all the seats in the carriage before switching to absent-mindedly fiddling with his bow staff. Time passed slowly. Everything became a little blurry. Then, suddenly, Jason was shaking him awake. "Come on, baby bird. We have to get off now, or we'll miss our stop." Crap. He had fallen asleep, too. His eyes met Jason's, and, in that moment, a secret promise was made. Nobody tells anyone. And then the comm line crackled to life. Bab's voice came through, crackling in delight. "Bring some of Alfred's cookies this week, and this stays between the three of us." She sing-songed smugly. Fuck Oracle and her cameras. Yes, Barbie, fuck off," Jason grumbled as they stepped off the train. "I'll bring them Thursday when I come to read to the kids at the library." The comm line went silent again, and Tim had to hide his grin. God, he loved his family. Tim had been feeling jumpy this whole afternoon, and it was annoying the fuck out of him. It had started out as a beautiful Sunday, sunny for once in what seemed to be an eternally raining Gotham. Much to Alfred's delight, Tim had started his day, well, midday, because no vigilante voluntarily left their bed before lunch after a whole night of patrol, with only 2 cups of coffee, instead of the usual 5 to 7. After eating lunch with the whole family, he joined Dick for their weekly gymnastics session, along with anyone else who was willing to take part. And, at last, he'd done an hour of paperwork for WE. That was it. Crazy, right? Well, as much as he would have wanted to do more, Bruce had, with Barbara's help, installed a timer on his work computer to force him to use his weekends for something other than work. Which was honestly just rude, but he knew they meant well, so he decided to tolerate it. For now. This left him with a bunch of free time, though, and Tim had no idea what to do. He wasn't really feeling up for a photography session, and Alfred would have his head if he even dared to skateboard inside the manor. For a while, he had settled on playing video games, but that had grown old really quickly. Wandering through the manor halls, Tim pursed his lips in thought. Going to the cave would start another world war, because Damie and Bruce were having a father-son session in there. And holy fuck, those were the most important thing in his little brother's life, or so Damien let it seem. Anyone who dared to enter during their session would receive threats ranging from broken bones, scooped out organs, and castration, to even death. Not that Tim could honestly blame the little guy. Tim himself was crazy protective of his monthly day with Bruce, where he took the man to any convention he deemed interesting for both of them. As he walked into the main living room, he spied Jason on the couch with his feet kicked up, staring at his phone, probably texting Roy, who had been in Star City the past week. His brother was wearing a Wonder Woman hoodie. Not just a random one. No, he was wearing the Wonder Woman hoodie Diana herself had given him a few years ago for Christmas, after finding out how big of a fan Jason was. Touching that hoodie would be a death sentence. Tim loved snatching hoodies, sweaters, shirts, any clothing really, out of his family's closets. It made him feel more connected to them. But even he didn't dare to touch this hoodie. After all, boundaries were to be respected, and he had a much better second option anyway. With a devious grin on his face, he kneeled next to Jason on the couch. Jason immediately looked up with a questioning glance. Before his brother could even open his mouth, Tim crawled under the hoodie. "What the fuck, Timmers?" Jason asked, more in confusion than annoyance. Tim only grinned at Jason as he poked his head out of the hoodie and laid it against his brother's neck. Completely comfortable against Jason and inside the hoodie, Tim let out a content sigh. He had managed to snatch the hoodie without getting killed, and sharing was caring. Jason let out a surprised bark of laughter before settling his phone down next to him on the couch. "You sneaky little brat." In response, Tim puffed out a breath and relaxed against his brother. Yeah, this is what he needed. As Jason's arms wrapped around him over the soft fabric of the hoodie, Tim's eyes slowly slipped shut. The only evidence of this ever happening was the picture of the two of them napping this way on Alfred's bedroom wall. Patrol had been mild but long last night. Too long, honestly. It just wouldn't fucking stop, which led to them all being out until early morning. Thank God it was the weekend, or else they would have all been screwed. As they lounged around that evening, none of them could keep their eyes open. Jason had made sure that Tim had been the first one to cave in. It had started with them all watching a movie. Damien and Dick were goofing around on the ground. Or rather, Dick was annoying Damien. Tim had his feet on Jason's lap, while half laying down on the couch. Periodically, his brother would massage his legs, which didn't help with his sleepiness. The movie they were watching was honestly the most boring shit Tim had ever seen. Dick had picked it blindly off one of the bajillion streaming services they had, and while they were all about to fall asleep because of its lack of action or interesting plot, nobody made a move to turn it off. All of them were, frankly, too lazy to get up and grab the remote, so they just suffered instead. A while went by, and Tim slowly but surely nodded off, much to Jason's delight. The next time Tim cracked an eye open, it was to Dick standing over him, a phone right in his face. "What the fuck, Dick?" he grumbled sleepily. "Shh, go back to sleep, baby bird. Little Wing's asleep too," Dick assured him with an easygoing grin. Shrugging to himself, he closed his eyes again and briefly felt another body snuggle up to him. From the perfume, he guessed it had to be the demon brat. Sometime later, how long, Tim had no idea, he heard Jay swearing at Dick and telling their eldest brother to get his fat ass off his back. Tim had to snort, but ultimately decided that sleep was more important. Hours later, when Bruce came to get them for patrol, he found them all in a pile on the couch. It was safe to say that pictures were taken. And even if Bruce denied having them, Tim was darn sure he had seen one as Bee's background on one of his computers. Their father was so sappy. Tamed by Fortune. I'm breaking away from things that I've never outrun, 'cause lately I came to think of all I could ever become. Dreamer, Malik Harris. With a loud bang of the library door, Damien entered, chin upturned, clothes impeccable, and hair perfectly styled. He was the Wayne heir, after all, and he had standards to uphold. Unlike his Aki, Todd. Speaking of Todd, his first brother was curled up in his favorite library chair, as usual. Damien pursed his lips at the sight. Todd was once again wearing that hideous leather jacket, this time paired with an even worse sweater. It must have been gifted to him by that simpleton Harper. How Father could ever be okay with that pairing remained a mystery. especially given Father's history with that idiot queen. Oh well, not that he could change any of that. Clearing his throat, Damien attempted to gain Todd's attention. Much to his pleasure, Aki looked up immediately, raising an eyebrow at him. "Do you need something, baby bat?" Todd asked, sliding a bookmark between the pages of his weathered paperback. How much Damien abhorred that nickname was beyond words. First Grayson with Little D of all things, then Father with Chum, now Todd with Baby Bat. The only ones who respected his authority and integrity were Pennyworth and Drake. Pennyworth because he generally did not engage in nicknames beyond his customary master before their names. And Drake because, well, he actually didn't know, which was precisely why he had come to Todd. He needed his older brother's advice. Damien was well aware of his own weaknesses, and human connection, particularly with Drake, was not his strongest skill. Most of the Manor's inhabitants had generally warmed up to him rather quickly, but Drake had been an exception. Although, to be fair, that wasn't entirely the other's fault. Damien's first impression had, after all, not been ideal, to say the least. Attempted stabbing, hateful speech, and the subsequent ousting of Drake as a Wayne family member had not been well received. In Damien's defense, he hadn't known any better. Mother had failed to warn him about Father's other heirs, or Aki's survival. That was something he still couldn't fully forgive. Nonetheless, a few days ago, Damien had awakened with a newfound goal, to form a brotherly bond with Drake. How exactly was still unclear, which was ultimately why he had sought out Todd. If anyone knew how to mend a complicated relationship with Drake, it would be him. After all, Todd had struggled with Drake at the start as well. Yet now they were somewhat amicable. Initially, Damien had considered asking Grayson, as he was the sibling he felt closest to. The eldest had welcomed him with open arms, and taken over much of his training. But in this instance, Damien knew Grayson's advice wouldn't be as useful. The man had a near magical ability to bond with all kinds of people, something Damien could not simply replicate. "I require your assistance, Todd," Damien started, voice firm. Both of Todd's eyebrows rose at the omission, prompting Damien to roll his eyes. Idiots. Even he, in his occasional superiority, needed assistance now and then, and as his older brother, it was Todd's duty to provide it. It wasn't that hard. When Todd didn't respond or move further, Damien sighed and added, "Please, Aki." That made Todd promptly drop his paperback, wide eyes snapping to him, as if he'd never politely asked for anything. Ridiculous. Just because he had been raised in a cult didn't mean he lacked manners. His etiquette had to be better than that of a circus boy, a street rat, and a spoiled hermit combined. He simply chose to use it sparingly. As Todd bent down to retrieve his book, he let out a string of rather colorful curses. Apparently, the impact had cracked the paperback's spine. Yikes, as Grayson would say. Visibly reining himself in, Todd finally exhaled and asked, "With what?" Damien regarded his brother with serious eyes. This was no trivial matter. "How do I bond with Drake? I wish to acquire his allegiance." He tested the last word carefully. Yes, an allegiance. That was all it was. He would never stoop so low as to want to be the person on the other side of Drake's passionate rants about his latest case, nor did he want to be shown all the latest photographs the teen took. This was simply a matter of practical alliance, nothing more. Aki looked taken aback for a moment, before a slow smirk spread across his face. That never meant anything good. "Treat him like your regular street cat." Damien blinked, then blinked again. "Excuse me?" he eventually asked, unsure whether this was a joke or not. Todd barked out a laugh before elaborating. "You know, those ragged, gnarly street cats you so like to rescue, brat. Treat him the same way." Without further ado, Todd turned back to his book. Session over. Damien ran through the statement in his head once more, and, presumptuous as it sounded, he had to admit it was not a wholly bad idea. There was merit to it. "I shall," he hummed. "Thank you for your service, Todd." Without sparing another moment, Damien turned on his heel and strode out of the library, leaving Aki to his own devices. Unbeknownst to him, Jason just looked up from his book with a baffled expression. No way Baby Bat just bought that. Right. Tim was living his best life. Well, not really. 2 nights ago, he had twisted his ankle on patrol. Not a huge deal, right? Wrong. Somehow, Bruce had lost his shit, ruffled mama bird feathers and all, and promptly banned him from doing anything to do with their nighttime activities, or remotely strenuous, including WE projects. At first, Tim thought it was some ridiculous joke. Like, it wasn't as if his brain was injured, but Bruce wasn't playing around. No, he brought in the big guns. And no, Tim wasn't talking about Khan's biceps. Though, unfortunately, Khan was involved. The first sign of betrayal? When Tim tried booting up his work laptop. Bart had zoomed into the manor, out of nowhere, because B had apparently paid one of Tim's best friends to steal most of his electronic devices. What kind of parent even did that? Strike 2. When he attempted to step outside and get some vitamin D, not at all because Khan once offhandedly mentioned that he looked good with a tan. Fuck no. That plan lasted all of 5 seconds before Khan literally manhandled him back inside with his TTK. Out of nowhere. One less person to trust. Seriously, how were all of his friends, and his semi-almost boyfriend, so easily bribed? Wasn't that a massive security hazard? The only silver lining was that Khan had stuck around all of yesterday. He'd even convinced Ma Kent to have dinner at the manor, which was honestly a win. But today, Tim was well and truly doomed to suffer. Why? Because of the biannual Superhero Generations meeting, or whatever the hell they were calling it now. Basically, an unofficial gathering of all superhero teams, both new and old, meaning Khan, Bart, and Steph were all unavailable. The only ones left? Damien, who somehow managed to get out of going with an excuse that Bruce and Dick miraculously bought, favorite child alert, and Jason, who wasn't required to attend since the Outlaws weren't technically an official superhero team, which left Tim dying of boredom on the living room couch. Jason, as far as Tim knew, was in the library, probably taking some time for himself after his week-long mission, and while Tim was pretty sure his older brother wouldn't bite his head off if he begged for attention, he wasn't about to disturb Jason's much-needed alone time. And Damien. Yeah, no. Tim would rather die of boredom. No need to be outright suicidal. The fact that they were even cordial on most days was already a miracle. No need to stretch out the elastic beyond its limits. Tim's phone algorithm had long since figured out that the only thing stopping him from throwing himself off a roof was a steady stream of Superboy videos. And yeah, he watched them all with laser focus. Not in a creepy way, obviously. He was just admiring his friend, who just so happened to be a very beautiful specimen. Lounging on the couch, time passed painfully slowly. Every now and then, Con or Bart would sneak him a message, sometimes funny enough to make him cackle, sometimes just a reminder that he was missing out. Tim had no idea what happened, but at some point, he noticed Damien standing in the doorway. Frowning, he glanced at the younger boy for a second before turning back to his phone. Weird. Damien usually went out of his way to avoid any room Tim was in, and if he had to share a space, he sure as hell made his presence very clear, unlike now, where he was basically using his freaky ninja assassin skills and his Robin training to be a sneaky, spying little demon. A few seconds later, Tim looked up again, only to find Damien had inched along the wall, now standing way too close to the couch. What the actual fuck? It took every ounce of training Tim had not to just stare at him in pure disbelief. Instead, he barely narrowed his eyes, analyzing the younger boy's body language, because, for once, Damien wasn't concealing it properly. It was almost like he was projecting it instead. What the hell was going on? Pursing his lips, Tim turned back to his phone and fired off a quick message to Con about the demon brat acting weird. Of course, Con didn't reply immediately, much to his despair. But, oh well. Tim loathed to admit it, but Damien's very weird behavior made his heart rate spike, adrenaline creeping into his veins. This could go so many ways. He could only hope Damien had well and truly given up on trying to murder him, because right now, all Tim had for self-defense was a pocket knife Jason had gifted him a few months ago. According to Jason, Tim had the survival instincts of a wet paper bag and desperately needed easily concealable weapons. And, thanks to Bruce for being a control freak, his collapsible bow was also confiscated. Fucking rude. Suddenly, Tim heard the soft glide of a bottle against the hard wood. Looking away from his phone, for what felt like the 100th time, he barely managed to catch his jaw before it actually dropped, because sitting innocently in front of his feet was a bottle of Zesty. A bottle of Zesty, his absolute favorite soft drink, was just there, on the floor, right in front of him. For a solid second, Tim seriously considered the possibility that it had just magically appeared out of thin air. Because honestly, that would make so much more sense than the only other explanation. No fucking way did Damien know what he liked to drink, let alone go out of his way to get him one. Holding eye contact with the little menace, Tim carefully bent down to pick up the bottle. Damien didn't move, didn't twitch, didn't even blink. Instead, he just stood there, still weirdly trying to project safe, okay, good, through his body language. Turning the bottle in his hand, the lid was still factory sealed. Even then, he gave it a careful sniff. He and the other Robins were pretty much immune to most poisons, but still, no harm in being cautious. Nothing. No poison, no weird chemical smell, just normal, sugary goodness. Taking one more sniff, he tentatively took a sip. It tasted fine. Which only brought him back to the real question. Why the hell would Damien ever give him a drink? Thank you? He hadn't meant for it to come out like a question, but it did. And much to Tim's growing confusion, Damien actually looked weirdly proud of himself. He gave a small nod in response. Shaking his head, Tim placed the bottle down. He was not about to waste any more brain cells trying to figure this out. Back to Superboy videos. Or at least, that was the plan. Until he suddenly felt the couch dip under additional weight. Tim visibly flinched. Nope. No fucking way. He had to be dreaming. That was the only logical explanation. Because under no normal circumstances would Damien Al Ghul Wayne willingly sit next to him. Especially not without Dick, Bruce, or even Alfred around to force him into it. Deep breaths, Tim. Deep breaths. Frozen in place, he had no idea what to expect next. And that was terrifying. It was going splendidly, Damien decided, barely holding back a victorious smirk. Timothy was responding well to every step of his plan, and now it was time to strike. He would not fail now. Absolutely not. He was Robin, after all. Wait, Timothy? A sour expression crept onto his face before he hastily wiped it away. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself, just as Grayson had repeatedly told him, this was not a sign of weakness. Crisis avoided. Damien refocused on his target. Drake was obviously cautious, his tense posture speaking far louder than anything he could say out loud. Or type, for that matter. His texting habits were a travesty. If anyone ever came across his chat logs, it would bring shame upon both the Wayne family name and Drake's own. How his clone friend and Grayson managed to decipher that embarrassment of a messaging style would forever remain a mystery. Keeping his body language as non-threatening as possible was a real challenge, but he wasn't doing too badly. Drake was giving him a few side glances, getting more comfortable, his eyes drifting back to his phone instead of darting towards Damien every other second. Good. Now to move in. Carefully. Deliberately. Damien inched closer, until he was within arm's reach. It was time to strike. Still projecting, safe, okay, good, with his body. Grayson would be so proud of him for sacrificing his dignity this much. Damien slowly extended his arm, holding out the back of his hand near Drake's face. Todd had said to treat him like a feral street cat, so that was exactly what Damien was going to do. Drake's head immediately snapped towards him, eyes pitifully wide. Damien barely stopped himself from rolling his eyes. Instead, he nodded towards his outstretched hand. Drake, in typical fashion, just stared at him like a confused simpleton, instead of sniffing it like any normal cat would. A few more seconds passed. Finally, Drake seemed to snap out of it, opening his mouth, probably to demand an explanation. But before he could, Damien let out a soft shh, the way he would with any other frightened animal. That seemed to short-circuit Drake's already questionable brain. Damien took full advantage, carefully running his fingers through Drake's too long hair. It was surprisingly soft, even if it desperately needed a trim. He'd have to talk to Pennyworth about setting up a barber appointment. Or, better yet, cut it himself. Less risk of the idiot ruining it, or worse, hurting his almost brother. His fingers combing through Drake's hair had an immediate effect. The older boy lost what little composure he had left. Harumphing, Damien lightly scratched at the base of Drake's skull, idly petting him. "Good, Drake," he murmured, a faint smile tugging at his lips. His plan was working! As time passed, Drake's body steadily relaxed, his posture unwinding like a coiled spring, finally loosening. Ever the generous sibling, Damien caught Drake's phone before it could slip from his lap and clatter onto the floor. No need for unnecessary carelessness. "Shh, it's okay," he soothed, when Drake started blinking sluggishly, eyelids drooping. Grandfather was wrong after all. Humming to himself, Damien carefully adjusted Drake's position until the older boy was lying down, head resting in Damien's lap. Showing an inch of humanity worked far better for securing loyalty than holding a blade to someone's throat. What would Grayson say? Suck it, Roz. Now that he had shown Drake, no, Timothy suited him better in this situation, that he could be trusted, the rest of his wishes regarding their future allegiance would surely follow. Or so Damien secretly hoped. For now, he would bask in the small victory of earning Timothy's trust for this sitting, seeing as the boy in question was already snoring with his head in Damien's lap. If Timothy truly were a cat, he would surely be purring. When Todd peeked into the room sometime later, the sheer bafflement on his face nearly made Damien frown. What? Had Aki not believed in his superiority as the best Robin to achieve this? What the? Todd stammered. Damien shot him a look. You do know that wasn't supposed to work, right? Sniffing, Damien lifted his chin. Well, for once. Your advice was useful, Todd. Now be quiet. We do not wish to disturb Timothy. Todd gaped at him like a fish. He gets to be Timothy, and I'm just Todd. Damien rolled his eyes. Cease your childish squabbling, Todd. He made sure to emphasize the use of Aki's last name. When the man finally left, still muttering under his breath, Damien looked down at his brother in his lap, allowing himself a small, satisfied smile. Yes, Richard would be proud. Helped by Fortune. Chapter 1. Dick and Harvey Dent. Gritting his teeth, Dick punched a goon, knocking him out immediately. Stupid Bruce with his stupid communication skills and his stupid worrying. Why couldn't he see that Dick was more than equipped to do more than a stakeout, or that one patrol route where virtually nothing happened? He was 17, for fuck's sake. It had been 8 whole years since he started this crusade. At this point, Dick had been out longer than some Justice League members, and Bruce still didn't take him seriously. Rain was pouring down, matching his mood perfectly. Dick had snuck out about an hour ago, knowing that B had a business meeting he wouldn't be able to duck out of in time to stop him from patrolling. Suck it, B-man. His comm had been vibrating non-stop for the past half hour, telling him that his mentor was definitely aware of his escapade, and most likely trying to talk him out of it. Dick snorted as he launched a birdarang at another goon, who was now brandishing a gun out of nowhere. That had Dick's mind right back to where he was supposed to be, the fight he was currently stuck in. Bruce, being the controlling bastard he could sometimes be, a stark contrast to the amazing father figure he was otherwise. Not that Dick would tell him that, now with how he was behaving. Would never ever believe him, if he said this had not been how he'd planned for this patrol to go. No, Dick hadn't been looking for fights or trouble. Rather, it had found him. After all, what else should he have done after some random goon shot at him as he swung from one rooftop to the next? Just ignore it? Well, Bruce had taught him to send a message in these cases. Not reacting would have set the narrative that it was okay to do target practice on Robin, and Dick wasn't too keen on that becoming a regular occurrence. So he dropped down and dealt out a few quips mixed with punches. Robin style, as usual. Turned out, he had underestimated the situation a teeny tiny bit. Just slightly. Instead of finding 3 to 5 goons, he found about a dozen of them. Generally, that wouldn't be a mega problem, since the fighting skills would range from bad to mediocre. This time, it was a little different. He noticed very early on. These men had definitely been getting some lessons, making it much harder for Dick to keep track of them, let alone fight them. His heart was racing as he shook another goon off his back before kicking a different one in the shin. They were crowding around him too much, making the hair stand up on the back of his neck. No time to think about that circus night. Come on, Dick, focus. He tried, he really did. But the more he felt them grab his wrist or press them against his sides, the more he saw his parents lying on the ground, with him kneeling beside their bodies, people circling them, crowding him, touching him. Crying out in frustration, Dick kicked a man in the nose, audibly breaking it. A nearby goon grabbed his stretched-out leg, yanking it, causing him to lose his balance with a yelp. Shit. This was so not good. He couldn't do any of his usual tricks and gimmicks because he didn't have enough fucking space. With a hard shove, he was slammed against the brick wall before a man grabbed him by the cape and pushed him to the ground with a hard kick to his ribs. Dick stifled a shout of pain as he tried to weasel out one of his batarangs from his utility belt, only to have 2 other goons grab his hands, laughing. "Looks like we caught ourselves a little birdie, boys." Dick swallowed. He wanted to come up with some smart quip, so bad, or do anything that would hint at him being in control of the situation, but instead, his body seemingly shut down. "Pinning 'em down makes 'em quiet, huh?" One man sneered, as he roughly pulled his head up by his hair. "Batman taught this little Robin manners, it seems." His blood ran cold. No. He did not like where this was going. Tears filled his eyes as he tried to pull his arms and legs free. He couldn't. Dick should be screaming for help. And yet, somehow his throat was closed up. He was frozen, completely and utterly helpless. He barely heard another man step towards them. Freddy's right. Batsy must have had a reason to put him in these tiny little panties. They do highlight his assets. The man paused, crouching down to look into Dick's teary eyes. And they grant easy access. Your daddy will have to learn to share, little birdie. Because we all want a piece now that we have you in our hands. The smile the creep sent him had Dick reeling. He wanted to object to all the man said so bad, to tell him that B wasn't his dad and that the suit was made with mobility in mind, not what they were grossly implying. Only, when more hands started touching him, did Dick let out a sob and rasp, "No, please, stop." In response, the goons only laughed cruelly. But before they could go any further, a gunshot was heard. Dick flinched as the men surrounding and touching him rushed away, leaving him lying in the dirty alleyway floor, completely soaked thanks to the rain. When he gathered his energy and courage to look up at the newcomer, his blood froze. "The fuck do you think you rats are doing?" Came a voice booming from the alleyway entrance. Two-Face. Shit! Once upon a time, Dick had an Uncle Harvey. Being one of Bruce's closest friends and confidants, he'd helped considerably when Dick first moved in. With his bag of trauma to rival Bruce's, and a lack of perfectly fluent English, B's inexperience with children, distinct troubles with communication, and lack of preparation became apparent within the first few days. That was when Harvey stepped in. If he did so himself, or because someone asked him to, maybe Bruce or Alfred, Dick didn't know. What he did know, though, was that he had gained an uncle. One that would have his back no matter what. He'd gone to all of Dick's parent-teacher conferences with B, and even made time in his very hectic and busy schedule to come to every one of Dick's competitions. Every single gymnastics competition, every single mathlete competition, and every single basketball tournament. He'd gone to them all. Until the accident. After that, Dick had seen Uncle Harvey once in the hospital. And that had been it. He had been robbed of another family member. Anytime B or he saw what had become of Harvey Dent on patrol, Dick would either be sent back to the cave or go home himself, unwilling to see what had become of the man he'd once looked up to. Bruce himself would deal with the situation, then brood in the cave for hours. Right now, Dick's breath was caught in his throat, his body frozen, as he tried to get up. Two-Face was unpredictable, especially with that coin of his. This could go all ways, much to his dismay. "Boss!" One of the goons stuttered in surprise, before another found his voice and took over. "We caught you a little birdie, boss. He's a bendy one." The man wiggled his eyebrows. Two-Face let out a bark of laughter, causing Dick's blood to turn to ice. Suddenly, a gunshot erupted once more, and the man who had just spoken lay in a crumpled heap on the ground with a bullet hole clean through his forehead. It took Dick exactly 5 seconds to realize what the fuck had just happened. Two-Face had shot one of his own men, because he made a remark about him. Shivering, Dick shuffled back a few paces, trying to create as much distance as he could. In the meantime, Two-Face had sneered something at his goons before flipping his coin. "Tails. Seems like it's your lucky day, gentlemen. You get to live." Two-Face, no, Harvey, because this was definitely his way of speaking, stared the men down coldly. "Now, get that pedophile's body, and get rid of it. Let it be a lesson." The goons were frozen, staring at their boss with wide eyes, only practically fleeing the scene once Harvey hissed a hateful "Scram," while letting his hand glide back to the Glock in his suit jacket. "I didn't know Batman let you patrol alone, now, Robin." Harvey spoke, slowly stepping towards him. It was only now that Dick noticed the rain had stopped at some point, since the man in front of him was still completely dry, opposed to his soaking wet self. Harvey surveyed Dick, although it became swiftly clear that it wasn't Harvey the second the man opened his mouth to speak again. "Just get the wet cat." Two-Face growled, before being interrupted by Harvey. "Bird, cat, get the wet cat out of the rain already." A shiver ran down Dick's spine as he listened and watched the man in front of him argue with himself. It was freaky and terrifying at the same time. Dick must have zoned out, a pretty bad thing to do when encountering a rogue, because the next thing he knew, Two-Face, or Harvey, had draped his suit jacket over his shaking shoulders. Just like before, his eyes started to water, and he really tried to stop it, but he couldn't help the sob that escaped his lips as the adrenaline left his body. "Oh, kid," he heard as he was suddenly picked up from the ground. That was the last straw. Yes, Dick was 17. Yes, he was Robin. But this was the first hug from his uncle in more than half a decade, after a traumatic situation at that. "Shoulda fucking killed those fuckfaces, I'm tellin' ya." Two-Face spat out. Harvey snapped something back, just as Dick buried his face into the man's shoulder. Sobs racked his body as he came to terms with the fact that he had just been saved from a situation that could have ended catastrophically. Bruce was going to hate him now, even more than he sometimes already did. Alfie was going to be so disappointed in him. He didn't even notice Harvey walking around with him until he was gently settled onto a couch. Blinking the tears from his eyes and wiping the snot off his face with his glove, Dick surveyed his surroundings. "This is one of my out-of-order safe houses, right on the corner of Abbey Road with Central." Harvey grimaced, just before Two-Face forcibly spoke up. "You have the calm thing to get the bat here. Ain't got all day." The man in front of him sighed, and Dick only pulled the jacket tighter around his shoulders. "Ignore that." He paused. "Can you get in contact with Bruce?" Dick's eyes narrowed. Harvey knew their identities? How? That was insanely bad. Bruce would be so pissed, and what if it was Dick's fault? Two-Face cut his train of thought off with a rough laugh. "Stop looking like that, Birdie. It wasn't that hard." The man cleared his voice, and Harvey spoke up again. "Not when Bruce was like a brother to me, that is." A faint, sad smile graced his lips. Dick felt himself grow emotional again, and pressed his panic button before doing so, in order to get B to pick him up. Then he once more let himself go, rushing into the arms of the man who had once been his uncle. A man who had, obviously, not told anybody any of their biggest secrets, even while being on opposite sides. As he started to tear up again, Harvey sat down next to him, just like he always would to comfort him. almost as if it hadn't been more than a decade since they'd done this last. Dick crawled into his lap, tucking his head underneath the man's chin. Sniffles combined with his uncle's hand running over the fabric covering Dick was the only thing to be heard, until Dick broke the silence himself. "Why did you leave?" His voice was fragile and quiet. "Why did you leave me?" went unsaid, but not unheard. "Dick." Harvey sighed. "By the time I'd fully come to, able to discern what was him and what was me, it had already been too late. I'd committed too many crimes, killed too many people, cut too many ties to be able to ever come back. I thought it was best to stay away. But I needed you. Bruce needed you. Even Alfie was sad." "I'm sorry, Dick." Their conversation was suddenly cut to an end as B violently crashed through one of the safe house's windows. Batarangs ready. "Let him go, Dent." Dick reluctantly pulled himself away from the man and went to stand in front of his mentor, the suit jacket still pulled over his shoulders. "Don't be mad at him, B. I fucked up and he saved me." Bruce grunted. "I'm not mad. I'm worried. So is Agent A." His shoulders slumped, and Dick tucked himself into the man's side, seeking comfort, even when he knew a few hours filled with lectures and fussing, and the creation of new safety protocols would be waiting for him back at the cave. "Thank you." "It was nothing." The men nodded just before Bruce strode back towards the window, with Dick in tow. As they pulled out their grapples, Dick turned around one last time with a small smile. "Love you, Uncle Harvey. See you soon." And just like he always would, Harvey answered, "Bye, Dickie. Love you too." That night, Dick slept, clutching his uncle's suit jacket, and dreaming of slowly rebuilding a relationship with him. Chapter 2. Jason and Selena Kyle. No. Please stay here, kitty. Jason carefully ran after a small, way too fast kitten as it tried to escape. "I just want to help you, you little shit." While B got to bash in some scumbag's skull, he'd told Jason to patrol the area instead, mostly to keep him away from the action, much to Jason's own disappointment. He did understand why the man did it. Kind of. Yesterday, Jason had almost twisted his ankle, so the B-man decided to be a bit more careful this time around to avoid aggravating the almost injury too much. Tragically, Alfred had even agreed with the man. So Jason really should be grateful to have been allowed to patrol at all. Not that it made his little patrol any less boring. Not at all. Sighing, he ignored the urge to frustratedly kick the nearest rock. He didn't want to scare the litter of abandoned kittens off, after all. That would be majorly counterproductive to what he'd been desperately trying to achieve for the past hour now. He was Robin, for goodness sake. He was great with victims, good with kids, but he couldn't catch 3 goddamn kittens to bring them to a shelter? Jason took a deep breath and carefully approached the little runaway again, but before he could grab it, it fled, causing him to groan in misery. "You should try and get them to come to you with some treats instead of hunting them down, kitten," a female voice suddenly said from above. Whirling around, he saw Catwoman perched on the edge of the rooftop, looking down at him and the cats. Great. "I don't fucking have cat food in my pockets, lady," Jason snarked back. Not because he disliked Selena. Nah, she was cool. But because she was, A, constantly cadoodling with Bruce when they saw each other on patrol, which was embarrassing and disgusting. And B, because he was very frustrated at this point. Okay? With a whoosh, Selena gently landed next to him and said, "Luckily for you, I do," before handing out a small pouch with cat treats. With a muttered thanks, he snatched the pouch out of her hands and started to approach the kittens, before freezing. She said not to do that. With a confused expression, Jason looked back at Selena, who was now leaning against the wall, casually watching. "Take your glove off, kitten, and put some treats into the palm of your hand. Then crouch down with your arm outstretched, so that they don't have to come too near. They'll approach you by themselves, although it could take a few minutes." Her voice was oddly gentle and encouraging, as was her faint smile. Biting his lip, Jason followed her instructions, trying to make himself look as small as possible, hand-holding the food. It did take around 5 minutes for the first little rascal to approach, But once one did, the others soon followed suit, eagerly eating out of the palm of his hand. It was so precious, Jason couldn't wipe the smile off his face, even if he tried. When he looked back at Selena, excitedly, he was greeted with a big grin on her face, and a soft look in her eyes. "Good job, Robin. Now, the easiest way to get them into the box you found is to put it on its side and place some of the treats in it, so that they can wander in themselves, okay? Be careful with moving the box, though. You don't want to scare them off now." With his brows furrowed in concentration, Jason slowly and almost silently placed the cardboard box near the kittens, using his free, gloved hand. Then he guided the kittens towards the box using his treat-filled one, before dropping some food into it. Just as Selena had said, the little furballs flocked towards the box, allowing Jason to gently turn it so that the opening was facing upwards, just before any of them decided to play Houdini again. "I got you now, you little shits." Jason grinned, standing up with the box filled with 3 little kittens, and immediately turning towards Selena, as if to show his accomplishment off like a proud child. Humming, the cat-themed burglar stepped towards him, peering at the kittens before speaking up. "I'd estimate them being around 10 to 12 weeks old at most. If it's okay with you, I'd like to take them to my apartment to clean them up. I'll take them to the vet at a more holy hour in the morning, instead of handing her the box, because who else could look after a litter of kittens better than Catwoman?" Jason took a step back and held it closer to his chest. He was pretty sure he was scowling at the woman. Selena snorted. "You're welcome to join and help me, kitten. Although, I don't think Bat would let you keep them." "Shut up," was his automatic response, before pausing and really registering what had been said, and sheepishly adding, "Yes, please." It wasn't as if he had anything better to do anyway, nor had Robin been particularly needed. "Please do send the Bat a text of your whereabouts, then. I'd hate for him to cause a ruckus again and disturb my neighbors." "Done," Jason shot back without hesitation. The trip to Selena's apartment was short and sweet, as the woman led Jason and the kittens in through the window. He already knew its location, because B was not as slick as he thought, but this was the first time he'd been inside the place. They entered through the living room, which was modern yet cozy, and filled with cats sleeping, and now waking up, everywhere. As Selena went to turn on some lights and close the curtains, Jason knelt on the ground and gently placed the box down. The second the first meow came from one of the little rascals, about a dozen grown cats rushed towards them. With a shout of surprise, Jason jumped up and staggered back. Damn it, he should have known that Catwoman would have multiple cats. Stupid. Frowning, he tried to calm his racing heart, when Selena practically snuck up on him with a laugh. Is Boy Wonder scared of cats? Jason's frown twisted into a scowl. "No, I just got a healthy respect, that's all," he answered stubbornly. "So Kitten has had his eyes scratched out before, huh?" Selena snorted. "Don't worry, though. These are nice as long as you don't annoy them. Just let them come to you." He looked at the woman for a few seconds, before nodding tersely and sitting down on the carpeted floor, next to the cats, who'd lifted the kittens out of their box, in the meantime, and dutifully started grooming them. Selena, on the other hand, disappeared behind a corner, presumably into the kitchen, only to come back minutes later, carrying 2 steaming mugs of tea. With a grateful, "Thanks," Jason took a sip, and looked at the cat-themed thief in astonishment. "This is just like Alfie makes it." Selena laughed. "Well, he was the one who taught me." Jason tilted his head in question, prompting her to sit down on the couch across from where he was lounging on the floor. Cats elegantly pranced around and over him, and started to explain, with a small smile gracing her face. "This was before you were even in the picture. Bat took me out on a date, and your brother's feathers were so ruffled by it that he fled to one of his friends for the night. Without telling Daddy Bats, of course. Instead of sleeping, he was up all night looking for Dick, and then, subsequently, fought with him until sunrise. It wasn't pretty. At some point, Alfred pulled me aside, told me I could use something comforting, and a little distraction." "Yeah, that sounds like Alfie. He is amazing." "He is," Selena quietly agreed. They sat like that in silence for a while, sipping their respective teas, chatting here and there, and petting the cats that wandered into their laps. It was comforting, and reminded Jason of his mom and the afternoons they spent together when she wasn't all doped up. Just the two of them, soaking up the comfort of each other's presence, and enjoying being near one another. Jason swallowed thickly. The silence was broken by Selena. "I'll go wash the kittens, but I think the kitten in front of me should take a shower as well," she hummed. "I'll show you to the bathroom and put out some old clothes of mine for you. If you're fine with wearing girl clothes, that is." The last sentence came out in a teasing tone. Jason couldn't help himself and barked out a laugh before swiftly letting her know that it didn't bother him. Secretly, it did quite the opposite, a warm feeling spreading through him. The shower was a warm welcome as he washed all of Gotham's grime off him, before putting on the sweatpants and shirt Selena had put out for him. Knowing that he was currently wearing her clothes, even if it wasn't visible to the naked eye, made him feel woozy and warm. As Jason padded out of the bathroom and towards the kitchen, where he heard water running, and Selena murmuring to some very unhappy kittens, he was struck by how domestic this all was. For all the woman's faults, her disgusting relationship with his mentor, and her thievery, she would be a good mother figure, it struck him suddenly. Jason quickly abandoned that thought as Selena spotted him, causing his ears to tint red in embarrassment. Stepping up next to the woman, he seamlessly helped her dry the kittens off. "Thank you, Jason," she said, simply. After a while, he opened his mouth. "Do they already have names?" "Not yet, no. Any ideas, kitten?" He hummed and thought before answering after a beat. "This one's Puck," he said, pointing to the kitten currently trying to escape the towel, because he's the little shit that kept running away. Then he pointed to the one almost asleep, curled up in the towel, and said, "This one's Aurora, because she is sleeping constantly. And the one I have—" He paused, looking down at the last little rascal. "He is called Darcy." Selena nodded before smiling. "They're good names, little literature nerd. Don't worry, I used to devour those books too." Jason smiled before a yawn forced its way out of his mouth. "I think it's time for this kitten to go to bed. You can have my bed," the woman said, interrupting him effortlessly before he could even object. Nah, you're going to get some rest until Bruce comes to pick you up." He looked at her resolute face for a few more seconds before slumping and nodding. "Fine," Jason grumbled with a petulant pout, causing the woman next to him to laugh before herding him towards her room. Almost as if they'd been doing this for years, Selena drew the curtains as Jason climbed into her bed. Without missing a beat, she almost lovingly tucked him in, before walking towards the door and shutting off the lights. "Good night, kitten," she smiled. "Good night, Mama Cat," Jason teased, without hesitation. A faint smile appeared on the woman's face. "Could you leave the door open a bit?" Nodding, Selena answered, "Of course," before vanishing down the hallway towards the light shining from the living room. It didn't take more than 5 minutes for Jason to be asleep, only occasionally hearing rustling from various cats joining him in bed, and then, a good while later, murmurs. His mind whispered to him that Bee had arrived, as he picked up bits and pieces of the conversation. "Should have told me. Kitten's safe with me. Selena." Such a worrywart. A good kid. "I know. Thank you." Then he felt himself gently be lifted out of the bed. As he cracked an eye open to see Bruce holding him without his suit on, he relaxed. "It's just me, J-Lad. You can go back to sleep," the man said softly, pulling him closer before ensuring he was comfortable. Without further ado, he obeyed, closing his eyes once more. The last conscious thought that went through Jason's mind was that he would definitely have to come back to visit the kittens. And Selena. Chapter 3. Tim and Pamela Isley. Tim's heart was pumping in his throat as he ran down the street. The Joker's manic cackles were the only thing he could hear, apart from the blood rushing through his ears. Killing one Robin had obviously not been enough for the clown, as he chased Tim down with his lackeys after having lured him into a trap. This had been targeted from the start, with the Joker organizing an enormous hostage situation, with an impersonator present, just in order to catch Tim on his patrol alone. This shouldn't have even worked. Were it not for the urgent business coming up for Babs and Dick being on a mission with the Titans. For this to have worked the way it had, the clown must have had serious luck. It made Tim shudder in revolt. "You can't run forever, little birdie. I can see you getting tired." The man, no, monster, chasing him laughed. The fact that this individual had found some kind of twisted pleasure in chasing him already had his hair standing on end, but the fact that he was right, that Tim was slowly getting tired and losing distance, that was the most horrifying part. He couldn't keep this up for much longer, meaning that he needed to find a place to hide ASAP, unless he wanted to be the next Robin whose wings would be clipped by the clown. No, he couldn't think this negatively. Jason wouldn't have. Jason would have been strong. So Tim had to be as well. He had to survive. Bruce still needed him. At this point, he needed to do everything to carry on Jason's legacy. He needed to continue visiting the street kids in Crime Alley. He needed to protect the working people. He needed to remind everyone of the boy wonder who had so much compassion that it killed him. Tim bit back a sob as he almost tripped and fell. He would not fail. Looking up ahead, he got an idea. His only one. Robinson Park had been off limits for him for years now. Walking into it could serve as a death sentence, depending on Poison Ivy and her children's moods. And yet, there had been quiet rumors of Ivy protecting kids in danger once they fled into her territory. Technically, Tim was a kid, as much as he hated it. The plan was far from foolproof, and the risk of Ivy deciding that he deserved her ire being high, but it was worth a try. This way, he would, at least, have a chance. Something he definitely would not have if the Joker got his fingers on him. Adjusting his course, Tim ran full speed towards the entrance of Robinson Park right ahead. The second the Joker understood what he was planning, the joking and cackling gained an enraged undertone. "Oh, you insolent brat! Trying to flee from Uncle Jay, are you?" The shout had Tim shudder in fear, the tears filling his eyes in sheer desperation. All of that was nothing in comparison to the scream of rage that left the monster's lips when Tim finally stepped through the entrance of Robinson Park, free from the Joker's potential clutches. With a racing heart and lungs gasping for air, he carefully crept further into nature, trying his utmost not to step on any plants. After a few minutes, he found a little clearing in which what seemed to be a small garden was kept. With a small sigh of relief, he let himself fall into a little patch of moss, slumping against a tree trunk. Tim had survived. For now. As the adrenaline ebbed away, the reality of how close this call had really been sank in. Tears started to roll down his cheeks. It took him a good few minutes to notice it, thanks to his poorly timed breakdown. Yet, at some point, he noticed a little tendrils of vines creeping closer to him, almost caressing his wet cheek, or gently wrapping around his wrist as if to hold his hand. Tim blinked. "Hi," he rasped out, clearing his voice as he watched the vines and branches coming from the plants surrounding him carefully come closer. Yes, Tim was well aware that fear and flight might have been a more suitable reaction to Ivy's plants touching him, but he was just so tired, and it wasn't as if they were hurting him. They were being really gentle and almost comforting, really. He sat like that for a few minutes, with the vines stroking his cheeks, wiping away his tears, and petting his hands. At some point, they got bolder, tugging off his gloves and retrieving a few bird-rings from his utility belt's pockets. Should Tim have minded that? Yes, probably. But, strangely enough, after everything that had happened, and the stress with his parents and the Joker, he couldn't help but find it amusing. It was as if the vines and branches were little toddlers exploring, and Tim let them with a smile on his face. That was until one vine jokingly started to attack another with one of his bird-rings. With wide eyes, he sprang up, running over. No, bad vine, let go!" Tim shouted in panic. "Don't do that! Those are sharp, you'll hurt each other." Almost comically, both vines involved turned towards him, almost cocking their heads, if they had them. Taking a deep breath, Tim spoke up again. "Drop the bird-rings, please. Those will hurt you if you aren't careful." When the vines only continued to practically stare at him, he sighed and slipped a bird-ring out of his pocket and cut the tip of one of his fingers with it. The cut was small and shallow, but enough to have a few drops of blood form, getting the point across. See? Hurts. That had the vine dropping the sharp object, as another branch immediately bound itself around his injured finger, seemingly fussing. Interesting. A sharp, female voice cut through the air, causing Tim to violently flinch. Ivy. Whirling around, careful not to hurt any of the plants still curled around him, he saw the rogue leaning against a tree, petting a patch of flowers on it. "Dr. Isley, ma'am, I didn't mean to, for them, Tim stuttered, eloquently. "No need for explanations or apologies, little sprout." Ivy cut him off smoothly. "I have been here for far longer than you have been aware. I saw what happened with my own eyes. In addition to what my children are telling me, you did nothing wrong." Tim unfroze just enough to give the woman a stilted nod. Ivy seemingly didn't mind, as she strode further into the clearing and towards him, only to bend over and pick up the birdarang the vine had dropped. With a hum, she examined its sharp edge before handing it back to him without comment. With a shaky hand, he took the weapon and swiftly stowed it away. When he looked back at the woman in front of him, Ivy had held out her hand, his brows furrowed as Tim's eyes met hers, his confusion clear. "Your finger. Show it to me," she huffed, as if it had been oh so clear from the start what she wanted from him. Maybe it had been, and his brain had just not caught up yet. That, or he was just being very stupid. But before he could delve further into these thoughts, Ivy cleared her throat, with flashing eyes, causing Tim to quickly place his finger into her palm, facing up. Once more, the woman hummed, and pulled out a little glass vial full of some kind of ointment out of literally nowhere. Tim's voice was stuck in his throat, as she put a few drops on his cut, expecting it to hurt, or have some other very unwanted effect. Much to his surprise, the ointment merely formed a protective layer over his cut, dulling the stings it occasionally gave off. His eyes found hers, filled to the brim with intrigue. "How does this work? What is it made of? Does it also help with bigger wounds? How long does this last?" Tim mindlessly rattled off any question that came to mind, only stopping when an unexpected laugh came out of Ivy's mouth. "Dr. Isley?" He hesitated, not knowing what to make of the situation. Suddenly, Ivy's hand came down on his shoulder, as she started to steer him further into the heart of her territory. "No need to fear, little sprout. You only remind me a lot of myself back when—" She paused, her gaze almost sad. "Back when I was still a scientist." As they walked through the narrow pathway, through the thick barriers of nature, he quietly responded, voice hesitant, not wanting to step on the woman's toes. "You still are a scientist, ma'am. I'm sure your more recent findings would be highly interesting to more people than just me." That had the woman next to him freeze, just as a little nature-made home came into view. Tim himself blue-screened, fearing he might have majorly overstepped. Stupid. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be insensitive, Dr. Isley. I've just been analyzing your pollens and such a bunch to figure out the chemical side of them. I won't leak anything or... Shh." A finger connected with his lips, effectively and gently shushing him. "I wasn't upset, seedling. Just surprised. I was not aware that you would have been interested in my work," Ivy said, almost softly. Tim's eyes widened before he quickly nodded, excitedly speaking up again as soon as Ivy retracted her finger. "I've read all of it. So many of your ideas could revolutionize the city. Maybe even the world. I particularly love your idea of using plants to clean our water resources. It was so good that I wrote an essay about it last year for my chemistry class. I could show it to you sometime, if you'd like, Dr. Isley." His question at the end was tentative, hopeful yet still scared of rejection. "Aunt Pam," the woman simply answered, the smile on her face genuine. Looking at the rogue in surprise, he asked, filled with confusion, "What?" Ivy only clicked her tongue, with almost fond disapproval. "It's Aunt Pam to you, little sprout." He blinked, and blinked again, before slowly nodding. "All right, Aunt Pam?" She gave a nod of approval, before herding him towards an empty patch of soil right next to a few potted plants. "You will help me get my newest children comfortable in their new homes, little seedling. And, in the meantime, I am open to answer any question regarding my work which you have. All right." They did exactly that for the next hour, with Tim thoroughly enjoying himself, chatting with Ivy. No, Aunt Pam, while helping her plant. So much so that he was almost disappointed once they were done. Standing up, Tim dusted himself off with a grin, ready to ask what they'd do next, only for Aunt Pam to tell him that it was time for him to leave. Seeing his sad and disappointed face, she laughed and shushed him. "Oh, don't look at me like that, little sprout. My children are telling me that your mentor has arrived and is nervously pacing in front of my home's entrance. I don't think it would end well for him if he were to be kept waiting, and come in here to get you himself." For a second, the last part had Tim confused. The plants hadn't done anything to him after all. Apparently, he'd said it out loud, since Ivy sighed and explained. "While I do usually shield children from the harm that they could come across in Gotham streets, you, Robin, are special." Tim's heart skipped a beat at the woman's words. He was special? With almost sparkling eyes, he listened to her go on. "I admit I was intrigued when you came into my park. Undecided about what to do with you yet. But then you interacted so well with my children and showed respect to me, which I hadn't experienced in years, not even from your predecessors. My little sprout, my children can feel the sorrow and burden that you carry with you. That combined with what you have just shown me this evening, your kind nature, has caused me to grow fond of you." Ivy paused for a second before continuing. "Now, even with how much I would enjoy spending more time with you, you must go now. The handful of idiotic henchmen that clown sent after you will not pose any danger to you anymore. Go back to the Batman and rest, all right? I expect you to be back here this time next week, and do bring that essay of yours, little sprout." It took him a minute of just standing there, mentally running through everything the woman had just said, making sure he wasn't dreaming this up, before he threw himself at her, his arms circling her waist, pressing his face into her abdomen. "Thank you, Aunt Pam," he whispered with a shuddery breath. After a second, Ivy's hand came to rest on the crown of his head, while the other hugged him close. "You're welcome, my little sprout. I'll see you soon." Pulling away, Tim nodded, bidding his own goodbye, promising to come back and to bring his essay, before quickly running back to where he came from, back to Bruce. He couldn't wait to visit his aunt again next week, and the week after that, and the one after that. This was amazing. Chapter 4. Damien and Edward Nigma. Damien was slowly but surely regretting making this childish bet with Timothy. As much as he treasured his newfound allegiance with the elder, the way he had now taken to treating Damien was unexpected. Particularly, at least, he had anticipated Timothy to be more hesitant spending time with him, maybe even patrolling with him, should their schedules align. He had also hoped for the other to join him in making sure Todd knew how ridiculous he could be, and help him ward off Grayson's, no, first names, he promised Timothy, Richard's octopus limbs. Damien would very much like for his lungs to retain their oxygen levels. Thank you very much. But alas, he had been wrong. Of course, Timothy, being the superior brother and ally he was, did take part in what Damien had originally planned for them to use this bond for. But first and foremost, he started to baby him, of all people. That week had been abhorrent, and Damien wished he were able to forget it. Now, a few weeks later, Timothy had dialed that insanity back down, only to start teasing him more and more. It was a clear sign of his brother growing more comfortable with and around him, which, internally, made him very happy. But this was to be kept a secret, of course. Regretfully, this development had led him to this particular little predicament, in which he was currently stuck. 2 days ago, his brother had found a Reddit post, a pretty nifty site, Damien had to admit, listing the world's hardest codes to crack. In his own youthful faith in his own capabilities, He had told Timothy that it would be nothing but child's play to solve them. He still remembered a twinkle in the elder's eyes as he said that this would be a bet, then. First to solve all, with aid being allowed by everybody Richard and Todd. Jason hadn't put on their blacklist. This, however, did not leave many people Damien knew, and so he, for the first time in a while, had probably fucked up, as Jason would oh so eloquently put it, especially seeing as the loser would have to patrol in Richard's old suit, the green scaly panty one, for a whole week. As much as he respected the first Robin, Damien would rather impale himself with one of his mother's short swords than go through that embarrassment. No way in hell would he ever touch, let alone wear, that abomination. And that was how he found himself sitting on a bench overlooking Gotham's docks and the ocean. It was a calm night, perfect for him to continue trying to understand where he had gone wrong with the second-to-last code. All of the prior ones had been manageable, but this one had been causing Damien a headache for the past 2 days. Somewhere, he must have made a mistake. But where? Richard had assured him that Timothy wasn't much closer to figuring it out than he was. But that did not put him at rest at all. Quite the opposite. It made Damien panic more. He had started out so strong, building an undeniable lead, but his brother had caught up, and done so fast. While he had been stuck on this one code for almost 52 hours, Timothy had only been working on cracking it for the last 19. The statistics looked bad. As he angrily scribbled on his tablet, crossing off yet another possible way to solve this as unsuccessful, he felt a presence sit down next to him. When he looked up, it wasn't Richard, Father, or even Jason. No, it was the Riddler. The Riddler! Mentally, he scolded himself for foolishly leaving his guard down. Damien should have been paying more attention to his surroundings. He knew better, after all. Back in the League, this failure would have cost him his head. "Oh, the Dorabella cipher. It's been a while since I've seen that one." A quiet voice interrupted his thoughts. With a distrusting eye, Damien glanced over at the rogue sitting next to him. The Riddler seemed completely at ease sitting next to Robin, who, in all cases, should be carting him back off to Arkham. But the man next to him took his silence as an invitation to keep speaking. English composer Edward Elgar sent this to his friend Dorabella in the 19th century. It looks short and sweet, but it's almost impossible to crack. Or so they say, at least. Before Damien could tell the rogue to put his hands up and to yield to justice, he paused. "What do you mean by that?" Nigma turned to look at him. "What do you mean by the last part?" "Oh, that!" The man smiled. "I solved it a few years ago. Prison is very boring, you know." Damien's eyes widened a fraction. Nigma had solved it? So he could help him? Like a shark finally tasting blood for the first time, Damien shot out his next question. "Are you still in possession of the recollection of how you did it?" The Riddler laughed. "Riddle me this, Robin. I see. I store in perfect frame what others lose. I still can name. What am I?" With eyebrows furrowed in concentration, Damien mentally ran through the riddle again, trying to find a connection to what they were talking about. Or rather, what he'd just asked the rogue. Suddenly, he had it. Eidetic memory. You have eidetic memory. So you still remember how you did it, he stated. "Good job, Robin," Riddler easily praised, surprising Damien before going on. "If you want to, I can help you, but..." After a second of silence, Damien slowly asked, "But? You must do me one favor, Robin." Damien nodded in response, waiting to hear the price of the man's aid, very much aware that it would likely not be worth it, even if his reputation was on the line. "You must call me Edward. No Riddler, criminal, or Nigma. Understood?" That was it? He didn't state out loud, of course, but did in the privacy of his thoughts, debate over the possibility of this potentially being a trap. A rather lackluster one at that. In the end, calling the man Edward as requested would not hurt Damien in the long or short run. As far as he could think, it might even lead to a beneficial alliance, even with the other party being a criminal. "As you wish, Edward." Damien spoke, before tilting his tablet in such a way so his new ally could come to his aid. Edward dutifully went through what Damien had worked out until now. Every time, yes, every single time, he had something right, the man would make sure to praise him verbally, causing Damien's cheeks to flush. It wasn't as if his father, Pennyworth, or any of his brothers never did it, because they did, some louder and more frequently than others, but he still couldn't help but soak up Edward's praise like a dried-up sponge. Just as if he were a goddamn child. Which he wasn't, even if his Aki, Todd, just adored to say otherwise. The next hour passed in a flash. Edward could have very well just given him the answer and called it a day. Or rather, a night, in their case. But instead, he took the time to explain Damien's mistakes and help him understand the next steps. Damien had to admit that this was turning out to be quite entertaining. In sum, it took them 2.5 hours to solve the cipher. After that, they relocated to a small, 24-hour cafe and started working on the last code. Damien offered to pay for whatever Edward desired from the cafe, yet the man himself declined harshly and insisted that he pay for both of them, an unnecessary but ultimately kind gesture. It must have looked strange to find Robin bent over a table, furiously noting down whatever the rogue next to him was saying, while scribbling on a napkin himself. His katana was leaning against the table, and he used one of his bird-rings to keep some of the many scribbled-on napkins from flying off the table every time a person entered the cafe. Slowly but surely, the last code started to come together beautifully. The tension in Damien's shoulders started to dissolve, and he started to loosen up here and there, engaging in casual conversation with Edward. Not small talk, though. He despised small talk. Edward talked about his childhood cat, Puzzle, causing Damien to slowly open up about his beloved pets, Titus and Alfred. The man in front of him listened to every word, even going so far as to ask for pictures, which he showed, albeit a little reluctantly. His pets were his everything. Whereas he did enjoy showing people his art, he preferred to keep his pets to himself and his family and friends. It took him 2 months alone to feel comfortable enough to introduce them to Superboy. Finally, they had to solve the last code, and their following cry of excitement had all the half-asleep people in the cafe turn their heads towards them with a scornful look. Damien could not care less, though he had officially bested Timothy, and he would not waste a second of time to let the elder know. Turning on his comm, he immediately pulled his brother into a private call line. "Robin, do you need something?" The echo in the background told Damien that Timothy was in the cave, probably on monitor duty. Good. That way he could drop the bomb, as Richard would say, without risking the chance of Timothy being distracted on patrol and injuring himself. "I have solved the penultimate and ultimate codes," read Robin. "You must now admit defeat and accept the beforehand decided punishment," he said, careful to use code names, but unable to wipe the triumphant grin off his face. There was a deafening silence on the other end, until Timothy croaked out, "What? How?" in complete and utter shock. "My skills are obviously superior. Just accept it." Damien grinned. "Who helped you? It couldn't have been—" "Shh, Timothy," he interrupted the other smoothly. "You wouldn't guess it. But don't fret, I did not receive any aid from people on Richard and Aki's blacklist." The sigh could be heard from the other end of the line. "I shall send all of my notes and solutions to Oracle, in addition to the identity of the person who came to my aid." "Then congratulations are in order, I guess," Timothy grumbled. "Good job, baby bat. I'll see you back in the Batcave shortly." "Yes, thank you. Robin out." Edward, who, interestingly enough, was just sitting as he had been, and smiling at him. "I enjoyed our little code session, Robin. Thank you for letting me teach you," the rogue told him earnestly. Damien nodded before answering. "Thank you for offering your alliance to me. I'm sure that further co-working efforts would be mutually beneficial." "Of course." Edward held out a slip of paper towards him. "I think it's best for you to go now, lest you wish to alarm your family. but here are my contact details if you wish to reach me without needing to track me down or hack into my personal devices. With a grateful nod and a kind wish for a good night, Damien exited the cafe, more content than he'd been in a while. The pictures of Timothy, which he got out of this, were worth all the pain and effort. The tentative friendship with Nigma, though, was worth a lot more. They had already made a new appointment to solve some other ciphers and riddles together. Chapter 5. As Jason sat at the kitchen table with his brothers on a fine afternoon, he had to breathe in for the 20th time in an effort not to explode on Dick. Why? Because the oldest had somehow blackmailed them all into playing Ludo. Not Monopoly. Never Monopoly. In an attempt at some sibling bonding, or so the dickhead himself said. For as well as Damien and Timbit had been getting along, both were very much about to kill each other by the time they had only been playing for a few minutes. Dick, the bastard he was just sitting there, tutting periodically when the two youngest got particularly violent. This was such a waste of time. Jason had so many things to do, like helping Selena with her newest kittens. She had recently moved apartments, too, meaning he'd be much better appreciated there, helping to assemble cat trees and other furniture. Not that Selena was incapable of doing so herself, of course. No, he would never dare to suggest that. Jason merely enjoyed being helpful, without some weird sticky strings attached, or someone looking at him as if he were a fucking ghost. Yes, Bruce, he was talking to you. In short, he was going to need to find a way to escape before the whole situation escalated. Preferably. Timothy, how could you? Damien suddenly screeched, like the little demon he was. Timbo's response was just as emotional as he snapped back. Yes, because I definitely control what number the dice lands on. Sighing, Jason fished his phone out of his pocket, just to pause at the latest messages. Selena. Before he could even open and read what she had sent, Tim's phone started ringing. Said phone had been laying on the table face up, meaning that they all got a nice view of the caller's ID. Aunt Pam? Timmers didn't have any living relatives beyond his damned family. Jason was very certain of that. So who the fuck was Aunt Pam? More importantly, why did his little brother literally snatch his own phone away and practically flee out of the room to take the call in apparent secrecy? Sure, all four of them were reasonably fond, obsessed with their privacy, but it wasn't unusual for them to take their calls wherever they currently were, regardless of who was in the room, only walking away if their call turned out to be long-winded or in need of a tiny bit of discretion. This all led to Jason asking himself one single question. Who the fuck was this Aunt Pam person, and why was Timberly keeping her secret? One look over at his big brother made it clear that Dick was asking the exact same question at the moment. Yet before any of them could speak, Damien's phone vibrated, and he too left the room in a hurry to pick up. What the? Dick started to ask, just as his phone also went off. With disbelieving eyes, Jason watched as his brother gave him an apologetic look, mouthing, "Sorry, little wing, gotta go," before, just like the other two traitors, leaving the room. What the fuck? Shaking his head, Jason looked down at his own phone again. Selena having now spammed more messages, obviously needing his attention. Before reading any of them, he pressed call. Better to talk than to waste a lifetime trying to read and answer everything by typing. "Hey, Mama Cat, what's up?" He hummed into the speaker, almost on automatic. "You haven't read my messages, then," she concluded. "Can you come to Robinson Park, please? More specifically, the abandoned store next to it." Jason paused in confusion before answering. "Sure. What are we doing there? Is there a body I need to hide?" Selena laughed. No. Don't worry, Jay. Nothing like that. Remember when I told you about Harley's birthday present? Yeah. Yes, well, the furniture came in late, and we had some last-minute changes. Could you come over to help us with setting everything up? The others are also calling for help as we speak. His brows furrowed. Who's the others? The woman on the other end of the phone snorted. The other rogues, kitten. Ivy's here to help, and so are Dent and Nigma. Oh, he kind of forgotten that. Whoops. I'll be there in a few, Mama Cat. Jason spoke, making his way down to the cave to suit up. "Thanks, kitten. See you in a bit." Guess Timmy and Damie would have to carry on playing without him, and Dick once they both got back from their calls. Jason got to the building Selena had meant quickly enough, while it was dilapidated enough for the city to abandon it, especially considering it's located right next to Ivy's territory. The old store was still very much in a condition that would put some crime alley residency buildings to shame. It was obvious to the naked eye that people had been working on it. Its outside had been freshly painted, sidewalk next to it being clean and devoid of any trash, and a brand new sign on the front door. Dr. Quinn Therapy Center. Harley had really come a long way since she broke up with the Joker right after Jason's death. That had been the wake-up call she had needed. The catalyst for her turning her life around, as much as it was possible now that she was. She was still very much a wanted person, often having the great pleasure of staying in Arkham for a few days before gleefully breaking out of the hellhole. But even B-Man had to admit that Harley Quinn, when left alone, was not a threat anymore. While she would occasionally go on heists with the other two sirens, Selena and Poison Ivy, no innocents would ever be harmed. Children least of all. Rather, they would target the filthy rich, and usually nauseatingly corrupt, making them pay by theft, property damage, or some roughing up, with murder only being the very last resort. Yeah, this would be the perfect birthday present. One she truly, truly deserved, even though there would still be some residues of awkwardness between the two of them. Jason had bonded a lot with Harley over their shared experiences. By now, he would even go so far as to refer to the woman as his aunt, with their bi-weekly therapy sessions being highly important, yet also fun. Pulling off his helmet, leaving him with his domino only, Jason made his way inside. "Hey guys. Hi, Mama Cat. Red Robin?" He froze, blinking at the person currently helping Poison fucking Ivy pot some plants. What the fuck was the baby bird doing here? Tim, the person very much in question, also froze, with a wide-eyed look on his face. Hood? Aunt Pam, Poison Ivy, Dr. Pamela Isley. Oh, fuck no. Since when? Jason sighed in disbelief. How in the world had one of the most dangerous women in Gotham turned into his little brother's aunt? When the fuck did that even happen? Timberly sent him an apologetic smile. 5 months after becoming Robin? The boy practically squeaked out. Does anybody know? Shaking his head, Tim immediately started pleading frantically. Hood, please, don't tell B. He would ground me until I turn 50. Jason ran a hand through his hair. Jesus. To be fair, you never told me that Catwoman is practically your mom. Although, I did kind of figure it out. Sorry. Of course you did, little bat stalker. As retaliation for the whole mess of the situation, Jason pulled the little brat into his chest and gave him a good old noogie, making Timmy shriek. This turned, of course, into a mini brawl with Jason himself clearly winning. That was until Selena cleared her throat. Letting go of his little brother, Jason took a step back and surveyed the room. In the main entrance/waiting room, it was just him, Timmy, Poison Ivy, and Selena, although there was audible rummaging of a person in what would become Harley's office. Speaking of Selena, though, Jason quickly went over to greet the woman, properly with a kiss to the cheek and a hug. I'd almost started worrying that you'd forgotten all your manners, with the amount of time you've spent with the bat, his pseudo-mother said, embracing him warmly. Her comment made Jason chuckle. That was Selena for you. One of the kindest, most protective women he'd ever met, yet simultaneously, also one of the most dangerous. She definitely didn't shy away from putting Jason in his place, no matter their size difference. One time, she'd even scruffed him as if he were a kitten, because Jason had been acting bratty intentionally, foiling one of her lesser important heists. Selena taught him not to do so again, very quickly. Jason's train of thought was halted by Selena speaking up again. Dent is currently painting Harl's future office. He said he'd also call in backup. Nigma is gone to get supplies from the hardware store, and will be back in a few, I hope. You can help me assemble these chairs. She finished, gesturing to the box with chairs for the waiting room. Before Jason could answer, the front door was flung open, and a figure rushed in, loudly proclaiming, Uncle Harv, I'm here! Blinking, and blinking again. Jason froze. Big wing. Wing? Tim said, at the exact same time, causing Dick to pause and turn towards them with big eyes. Fuck. It was silent for a few seconds before their big brother went on. Why are you two even here? There are rogues here. They are dangerous. Again, there was a pause, until Jason himself let out a bark of laughter, and Tim Tam, the little rascal, a dry snort, saying, "And Uncle Harv isn't?" The little shit had a shit-eating grin on his face, one mirroring his own, and stood nonchalantly next to his self-proclaimed Aunt Ivy, full snark. Dick spluttered, clearly not finding any words to throw back at them. Well, but he was already my uncle before the accident. We had history. Jason patted his brother on the back. Yes. Do keep telling yourself that. Does B know? He has his suspicions, but does not need to know more than that. Harvey Dent's voice rang out from the doorway of Harley's office, where he was standing. The man's stance was oddly protective, almost daring them to go snitch. Not that Timmy, or even he, would, regardless of them being in the same boat. The silence that formed after that was swiftly broken by their eldest brother again. Okay, Selena and Hood makes sense-ish. But how in the world did you and Poison Ivy become this close? That's what I was actually asking myself as well. Jason pitched in, turning towards the youngest in their midst. Tim's eyes widened, clearly not expecting both of them to suddenly turn on him. Before he could open his mouth, though, Ivy smoothly stepped in. What is this in your family with being rude, The little sprout sought safety in my territory, and we bonded. We've been spending time together multiple times a week for the past few years. So I trust you both to keep your mouths shut without me having to use outside forces to help you along. Wait. Jason started, a thought just striking him. You were already in cahoots with Double R when you drugged me with your fucking cuddle abomination. Ivy snorted, and Tim looked down at the floor, muttering something inaudible. Speak up for the crowd, baby bird? Dick asked him, with furrowed brows, clearly wanting an answer to soothe his curiosity. I might have complained about your resistance to rebuilding your relationship with B. The little shit said, still quiet, but this time audible. Jason had to take a deep breath to compose himself. His little brother looked at him nervously, obviously anticipating a big, nasty reaction, looking one sentence away from flinching at everybody's movements around him. As if he could ever hurt the kid. You little shit. You're lucky I fucking love you. As Tim wanted to respond, the front door opened yet again. Edward Nigma, the Riddler, stepped inside, carrying bags, obviously back from his trip to the hardware store. That wasn't what had the three ex-Robins shocked, though. It was the voice that was heard behind the rogue. Edward, I expected a harder riddle than that. This one was easy. Damien tutted as he strode inside, also with bags in his hand. The second baby bat noticed them. The room froze. God damn it, not you too! Tim cried out as Tim's brain visibly stopped working. Jason just shook his head to himself before speaking up. Well, this does explain why Robin won the code contest. The Riddler was very much not on our blacklist. That had Tim's brain reboot and start up again as he practically tackled Damien. Obviously still embarrassed about having to carry out the punishment that came with losing. Come on, kitten, let's go decorate Harley's office. Selena pulled him out of his thoughts. His sight still fixed on Damien and Tim brawling, with Dick trying to get them away from each other. He nodded, following her lead. Good call, Mama Cat. Bruce would not survive the heart attack he'd get if he ever found out. Guess this would turn into another Robin secret. Bruce did find out, and was entirely unamused. Harley loved her birthday present, and the party they threw her, though. Even B showed up. God, it's every fic now. Every fic I have to say the word daddy. Meow? Meow? Do you also want Nightwing to smile? Yeah? Hurt/comfort. fucking cat. Jesus Christ.